Hello guys, welcome to Revenger What If. So in this video, we will see what if Naruto met Elastigirl at her peak and they became the most powerful duo in superhero history. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Rift Between Worlds. The air tasted wrong. Naruto Uzumaki crouched on a high branch, his blonde hair rustling in the autumn breeze that swept through the forest surrounding the Hidden Leaf village. Something about the chakra flow in this region had been disturbing him for days, like a persistent itch he couldn't scratch. As the Seventh Hokage, he'd learned to trust these instincts. "You feel it too, don't you?" he whispered, though no one stood beside him. Inside, Kurama stirred restlessly. "Yes," the nine-tailed fox responded within his mindscape. "The natural energy here is warping. I've never sensed anything like it." Naruto closed his eyes, extending his senses through sage mode. The familiar warmth of natural energy flowed into him, but as he reached toward the anomaly deep within the forest, the sensation became jarring, like trying to mix oil and water. He launched himself forward, orange-trimmed cloak billowing behind him as he moved from branch to branch with practiced ease. 3 days ago, reports had come in about wildlife behaving strangely in this area, birds flying in impossible patterns, deer standing motionless for hours. Yesterday, 2 Chunin scouts had disappeared entirely. The distortion grew stronger as he approached a small clearing. The air itself seemed to shimmer, as if the boundary between reality and illusion was wearing thin. Naruto's hand instinctively moved to the kunai at his hip. "This is definitely it," he murmured, landing silently on the forest floor. At the center of the clearing, reality itself seemed to be folding inward. A faint blue glow emanated from what looked like a tear in the air, no larger than a dinner plate, but unmistakably wrong. It pulsed with an energy that wasn't chakra, wasn't natural energy, wasn't anything Naruto had encountered in his many battles. "Kurama, what do you make of this?" "Trouble," the fox growled. "This isn't someone's jutsu. This feels like something breaking." Naruto formed a familiar hand sign. "Shadow clone jutsu." 2 perfect copies of himself appeared beside him in puffs of smoke. "Go back to the village. Inform Shikamaru and mobilize the sensory division. I want a perimeter established." As his clones departed, Naruto approached the rift cautiously. The distortion was growing, now about the size of a small window. Through it, he caught glimpses of something, flashes of a world that wasn't his own. Tall structures of glass and metal, unlike any building in the 5 great nations. Vehicles moving without horses. Lights too steady to be flame. A different dimension. He wondered aloud, recalling his encounters with Kagaya's realm-shifting abilities years ago. "Naruto, be careful," Kurama warned. "Whatever this is, it's expanding rapidly." The Hokage formed a Rasengan, its blue energy spiraling in his palm. If he could disrupt the energy pattern, perhaps he could. The tears suddenly pulsed, expanding with violent force. The shock waved through Naruto backward, his body slamming against an ancient oak. Before he could regain his footing, tendrils of blue energy shot from the rift, wrapping around his limbs with surprising strength. "What the?" Naruto struggled, calling upon Kurama's chakra. His skin glowed with golden light as he pulled against the ethereal bonds, but the more he resisted, the tighter they became. The rift was now large enough for a person to step through, and it was pulling him toward it with inexorable force. Naruto dug his heels into the earth, chakra flaring around him in protective waves, but the strange energy seemed to feed off his resistance. With each pulse of his power, the rift grew larger, hungrier. "It's resonating with your chakra." Kurama realized too late. "The more you fight, the stronger it gets." "Then we stop fighting," Naruto decided instantly, relaxing his body and calming his chakra flow. The pulling sensation eased momentarily, but not enough. The rift had tasted his immense power and wouldn't be denied. The last thing Naruto saw was the familiar forest of his homeland distorting around him as he was yanked into blinding light. His body felt simultaneously compressed and stretched, like being pulled through the eye of a needle while being torn apart. There was no up or down, no sense of time or space, only the sensation of falling through layers of reality itself. And then, impact. Helen Parr, known to the world as Elastigirl, was having what her kids would call a moment. "Winston, I'm telling you, something is off about these readings," she said, her voice tight with concern as she spoke into her communications device while maneuvering her motorcycle between lanes of traffic. The Elasticycle, as Edna had insisted on naming it, responded to her slightest touch, weaving through the evening congestion of downtown Metroville like liquid. The DevTech sensors picked up some kind of energy spike near the old observatory. Winston Deaver's voice crackled through her earpiece. "We've never seen anything quite like it. That's why I called you. This isn't your standard bank robbery." Helen frowned, accelerating as the traffic thinned. "Define, never seen anything like it. How about, potentially extra-dimensional? Dr. Sundar's preliminary analysis suggests it's some kind of spatial anomaly. And it's growing." That got her attention. 3 months into her superhero renaissance, Helen had faced everything from traditional supervillains to corporate saboteurs, but spatial anomalies was a new one. After the screenslaver incident, Winston had redirected significant dev-tech resources toward monitoring unusual activity, particularly focusing on emerging supers and potential threats. Their partnership had been fruitful, giving Helen the technological backup she sometimes needed while operating solo. "I'm 5 minutes out," she said, leaning into a sharp turn that would have thrown a lesser rider. "Any other supers in the area?" Void was closest, but she's dealing with that situation at the harbor. "You're on your own for now, but I've alerted the NSA. They're scrambling a response team. Tell them to hang back until I assess the situation," Helen replied, remembering all too well how government agents could sometimes escalate situations involving the unknown. "The last thing we need is someone shooting at something they don't understand." The road ahead curved upward as she approached the hillside where Metroville's old observatory stood. Once the pride of the city's scientific community, it had been largely abandoned after funding cuts redirected resources to the newer facility downtown. Now it served mostly as a landmark and occasional tourist spot, and apparently, a magnet for interdimensional activity. Helen parked the Elasticycle in the shadow of a maintenance building and approached on foot, her body naturally moving into a stealthy crouch. The elasticity that gave her her superhero name allowed her to move with a fluid grace that belied her years of experience. At 42, Helen Parr was in her prime, stronger, more confident, and more skilled than she'd ever been. The observatory dome loomed against the twilight sky, its once gleaming white surface now weathered to a dull gray. But what immediately caught Helen's attention was the pulsing blue light emanating from within, visible through the dome's viewing slit. "I can see the anomaly from outside," she whispered into her communicator. "It's putting out some serious light." "Be careful, Helen," Winston cautioned. "The energy readings are still climbing." She extended her neck, stretching it 20 feet upward to peer through a high window. Inside the observatory, what she saw made her blood run cold. A swirling vortex of blue energy, perhaps 15 feet in diameter, hovered where the main telescope once stood. It wasn't simply light, it was as if the fabric of reality itself was being torn open, edges fraying like cloth. And it was growing. "Winston, we need to evacuate everyone within a half-mile radius," she said urgently. "This thing is," a sudden surge of blinding light interrupted her. The vortex expanded explosively, and through her elongated neck, Helen witnessed someone, being violently ejected from its center. A human figure, male from what she could tell, crashed into the observatory's far wall with enough force to crack the concrete. Someone just came through. Helen retracted her neck and sprinted toward the entrance. "I repeat, something just came through the portal." "Helen, wait for backup," Winston urged, but she was already moving. She burst through the observatory doors, body coiled and ready for combat. The interior was bathed in the pulsating blue light of the portal, which had now shrunk to about half its previous size but continued to flicker ominously. Across the room, the figure was picking himself up from the rubble, dust cascading off orange and black clothing that looked unlike any supersuit Helen had ever seen. Blonde hair, strange whisker-like markings on his cheeks, and eyes that shifted from blue to an alarming red and back again. He moved with the practiced precision of someone trained in combat, immediately assessing his surroundings, and her. "Where am I?" the stranger demanded in accented English, his stance widening into what was unmistakably a fighting position. "Who are you?" Helen extended her arms slightly, ready to stretch at a moment's notice. "I was about to ask you the same questions. You just fell through a tear in space into my city. Care to explain?" The man's eyes narrowed, then widened as he took in the observatory equipment, the architecture, and finally, Helen herself. Something like recognition flickered across his features. "This isn't my world," he stated simply, though the tension in his body didn't ease. "I was investigating a disturbance in the forest outside my village when I was pulled through." "Your village?" Helen repeated skeptically, taking a cautious step forward. "Look, I don't know what your game is, but that portal is still active and potentially dangerous. I need you to." The blonde stranger suddenly looked past her, his expression sharpening. "Get down." Before Helen could react, the man had moved, faster than she thought possible. One moment he stood across the room, the next he was tackling her to the floor as a beam of energy sizzled through the space where her head had been. The portal was pulsing again, shooting off tendrils of blue lightning that scorched the walls and floor. "Thanks," Helen said grudgingly as they both rolled to their feet. "But I could have handled that." The stranger didn't respond, his attention fixed on the portal. "It's unstable," he muttered, almost to himself. "The dimensional boundary is trying to reassert itself, but something's forcing it open from the other side." Helen stared at him. "How could you possibly know that?" Instead of answering, the man raised his hands in a strange configuration, fingers interlocked in what looked like some kind of meditation pose. Immediately, the air around him seemed to change, as if pressure was building. Helen felt the hairs on her arms stand on end. "I need to close it," he said, his voice taking on an otherworldly resonance. "Before whatever's manipulating it succeeds." The portal pulsed violently, responding to his energy. More lightning crackled outward, and this time, Helen was ready. She stretched her torso away from the deadly discharge, elongating her limbs to grab a metal support beam for leverage. "Wait," she called. "We don't know what." The rest of her warning was cut short as the portal suddenly expanded again, this time disgorging not a person but something else entirely, a metallic sphere about the size of a beach ball, its surface covered in blinking lights and small apertures. It hovered in the air between them, scanners visibly activating as it rotated to face the stranger. "Target acquired," came a mechanical voice from the sphere. "Dimensional anomaly detected. Containment protocol initiated." Small ports opened around its equator, and before either hero could react, a barrage of darts shot toward the blonde man. He moved with inhuman speed, dodging most, but two found their mark in his shoulder and neck. "Poison," he grunted, plucking them out with a grimace. "Worse," Helen replied, recognizing the design. "Nanite suppressors. They're designed to neutralize superpowers." The man gave a short, humorless laugh. "Then they're in for a surprise. My abilities don't work like yours." He made another strange hand sign. "Shadow clone jutsu." Nothing happened. His eyes widened in shock. "What did you do to my chakra?" he demanded of the sphere, which was now emitting a high-pitched whine as it prepared another attack. "Dimensional entity contained. Preparing for transport." Helen didn't wait to see what transport entailed. She stretched her arm 30 feet across the room, fist enlarging to 3 times its normal size as it connected with the sphere, sending it careening into the wall. The device recovered quickly, hovering again as small laser turrets emerged from its surface. "Who sent you?" Helen demanded, dodging the first salvo of energy beams by contorting her body into impossible shapes. "Elastigirl identified." Interference will be reported. The sphere fired again, this time targeting both of them with precision bursts that corroded whatever they touched. The stranger, despite being without whatever powers he normally possessed, moved with the trained reflexes of a fighter. He flipped over a beam, landed in a roll, and came up with a strange knife-like weapon in his hand that Helen hadn't noticed before. "If I can't use chakra," he muttered, "I'll have to do this the old-fashioned way." He launched the knife with perfect accuracy, striking one of the laser apertures. The sphere sparked, listing slightly as its hovering mechanism faltered. Damage detected. Escalating response. The center of the sphere began to glow with ominous intensity. Helen recognized the signs of an energy weapon powering up. "Get behind me," she shouted, positioning herself between the stranger and the sphere. She expanded her chest and torso, creating a shield of elastic flesh. The blast, when it came, was more powerful than she anticipated. Even with her incredible resilience, the force sent her flying backward, colliding with the man she tried to protect. They crashed through the observatory wall together, tumbling down the hillside in a tangle of limbs, some of which were stretching far beyond normal human proportions. They came to a stop in a small copse of trees, Helen automatically wrapping her body around the stranger to cushion their landing. For a moment, they lay there, catching their breath. "You tried to protect me," the man said, surprise evident in his voice as he disentangled himself from her elongated limbs. "It's kind of my job," Helen replied, retracting to her normal proportions and standing. "I'm Elastigirl." He looked at her for a long moment, as if weighing his options, then nodded. "Naruto Uzumaki. Where I come from, I'm the Seventh Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village." "That means absolutely nothing to me," Helen said, glancing back toward the observatory where the sphere was emerging through the hole they'd made. "But right now, we've got bigger problems." Naruto followed her gaze. "Those nanite things, how long do they last?" "Usually about an hour." "Why?" A grim smile crossed his face. "Because if I can get my chakra back, that thing won't know what hit it." Helen wasn't entirely sure what chakra meant, but she recognized the confidence of someone who knew their own capabilities. "Then we need to keep you alive for an hour. Follow me, I know these hills." They sprinted together into the deeper woods as the sphere began scanning the area, its mechanical voice promising retrieval and containment. Despite the bizarre circumstances, Helen found herself impressed by Naruto's movement. Even without his powers, he navigated the rough terrain with the grace of someone long accustomed to operating in natural environments. "So," she said as they ducked behind a large boulder, "dimensional traveler, huh? That's a new one, even for Metroville." Naruto pressed his back against the rock, eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. "I've crossed dimensions before, but never to a place like this. Your world is strange," says the guy with whiskers on his face, Helen countered with a raised eyebrow. That actually drew a chuckle from him. "Fair enough. In my world, I'm what you'd call a ninja. We use chakra, a combination of physical and spiritual energy, to perform techniques. Like that clone thing you tried to do?" He nodded. "Shadow clones. Solid duplicates of myself. Very useful in a fight." His expression darkened. "But something came through that portal before me. Whatever created that rift wasn't natural." Helen was about to respond when her communicator crackled to life. "Elastigirl." Winston's voice was tight with concern. "Our sensors just went crazy. What's happening out there?" "I've got a dimensional visitor and some kind of containment drone trying to capture him," she replied tersely. "The portal is still active. I need information on who might have tech like this, spherical, hover-capable, with suppression nanites and energy weapons." "That sounds like dev-tech competitor technology," Winston said hesitantly. "Specifically, quantum dynamics. Dr. Elias Vertex has been working on dimensional research for years, but we thought it was theoretical." Naruto, who had been listening intently, suddenly tensed. "It's coming back. The sphere emerged from the trees, its scanning beam sweeping the area methodically. Helen and Naruto pressed themselves tighter against the boulder. "We need a plan," Helen whispered. "Those nanites mess with your abilities, but not mine." "How stretchy are you exactly?" Naruto asked, eyeing her thoughtfully. "Very," she replied with a small smile. "And strong too." "Good." Naruto picked up a stone. "Because I'm about to need both qualities." He threw the stone far to their right, the clatter drawing the sphere's attention momentarily. "When it turns back, wrap yourself around it, completely." "Can you do that?" Helen nodded, already understanding his plan. "Containment. I can squeeze hard enough to crush it if necessary." "No," Naruto shook his head. "Just hold it. If it can't extend its weapons, it can't hurt us. And I need it intact to study." "Study? Why?" "Because," Naruto said grimly, "whatever sent this thing might be the key to getting me home, and stopping whatever's causing these rifts before both our worlds are in danger." The sphere completed its investigation of the false lead and turned back toward their position. Helen tensed, preparing to spring. "Now!" Naruto hissed. Helen launched herself forward, arms and torso extending in a fluid motion as she completely enveloped the sphere. It immediately began to pulse and vibrate within her elastic embrace, but she held firm, compressing just enough to prevent its weapons ports from opening. "Interference detected," came the muffled voice from within her stretched form. "Emergency protocols activated. Hurry!" Helen called to Naruto, feeling the sphere heating up against her elastic skin. "It's trying to burn its way out." Naruto darted forward, examining the small portions of the sphere visible between Helen's stretched limbs. His eyes narrowed with concentration as he pulled another of his strange knives from a hidden pouch. "There's an access panel here," he muttered, using the knife to pry at a seam. "If I can just," the sphere suddenly pulsed with electricity, sending current through Helen's body. She cried out but maintained her hold, her supersuit insulating her from the worst of it. "Almost got it," Naruto gritted through clenched teeth, working the panel open despite the occasional shock transferring through Helen's form to his hands. With a final twist of his blade, the panel popped free, revealing a complex array of circuitry. "Can you disable it?" Helen asked, voice strained as she continued to compress the increasingly violent sphere. "Not disable," Naruto replied, reaching inside with surprising confidence. "But maybe," he yanked out a small blinking component. "Reverse." The sphere immediately went silent, its lights dimming to a soft amber glow. Helen cautiously unwrapped herself, keeping ready to recontain it if necessary. "How did you know which part to remove?" she asked, watching Naruto examine the extracted component. "I didn't," he admitted with a small grin that transformed his serious face into something boyish and charming. "But I've dealt with enough complex sealing techniques to recognize a power regulation system when I see one." The sphere hovered placidly between them now, no longer scanning or threatening. "Recalibration initiated," it announced in a softer tone. "New parameters accepted." Naruto and Helen exchanged confused glances. "What parameters?" Helen demanded. "What are you doing?" "Adapting To chakra signature," the sphere replied. A small holographic display activated, projecting an image that made Naruto's eyes widen, a perfect replica of the strange swirling symbol he wore on his headband. "It recognized my chakra nature," he said with surprise. "Even through the suppressants." "Dimensional mapping complete," the sphere continued. "Transmitting data." "Oh no you don't," Helen stretched her arm to snatch the communication antenna protruding from the sphere's top, crushing it in her enlarged fist. "No calling home." The sphere spun once, as if assessing the damage, then settled into a stable hover. "Communication disrupted. Defaulting to autonomous mode. Awaiting instructions." Naruto stared at it thoughtfully. "It's waiting for commands now." "From us?" "I think you rewired its loyalty parameters when you pulled that component," Helen surmised, studying the now docile device. Which means we have access to whoever sent it, Naruto finished, a determined look crossing his face. And maybe some answers about that portal. The mention of the portal seemed to trigger something in the sphere. Alert, dimensional breach expanding. Critical instability detected. Helen's communicator buzzed urgently. Helen. Winston's voice was nearly panicked now. The readings from the observatory just went off the charts. Whatever that thing is, it's growing exponentially. We need to get back there, Helen said, already stretching her legs to cover ground faster. If that portal fully destabilizes, it could tear a hole between our worlds large enough for anything to pass through, Naruto finished grimly, keeping pace with her despite her enhanced movement. Including things much worse than me. They crested the hill to find the observatory bathed in pulsating blue light. The portal had expanded to fill most of the dome, its edges now reaching beyond the structure itself, tearing at the very air around it. The energy signature had changed too, what had been a clean blue was now shot through with veins of angry purple and crimson. That's not good, Naruto muttered, his expression darkening. Those colors, they remind me of corrupted chakra. Can you close it? Helen asked, watching as trees near the observatory began to warp and bend toward the energy field. Not without my full abilities, Naruto replied, frustration evident in his voice. How much longer until these nanites wear off? Helen checked her suit's chronometer. Another 40 minutes, at least. We don't have that kind of time. The reprogrammed sphere hovered beside them, its sensors focused on the expanding rift. Analysis, portal stabilization possible with synchronized energy counterbalance. Naruto's eyes lit up. It's saying we could stabilize it by providing an opposing energy signature. Great, Helen said skeptically. And how exactly do we do that without your chakra? Naruto's expression shifted to one of deep concentration. The nanites are suppressing my ability to mold chakra, but they can't stop it from existing within me. He turned to Helen suddenly. Your powers, they're always active, right? You don't have to turn on your stretching. Right, Helen confirmed. It's just part of who I am. Then maybe. Naruto extended his hand toward her. Maybe you can help me channel what's already there. Helen looked at his outstretched hand dubiously. I'm elastic, not a power conductor. Everyone in my world has chakra, whether they can use it or not, Naruto explained urgently. It's the energy of life itself. If your world works on different principles, maybe your abilities can interact with mine in ways the nanites can't block. The portal pulsed violently, sending a shock wave that nearly knocked them off their feet. In the distance, sirens wailed as authorities finally responded to the growing crisis. Worth a shot, Helen decided, taking his hand. The moment their fingers touched, both gasped. Helen felt something flow between them, a warm, vibrant energy unlike anything she'd experienced before. Naruto's eyes widened, then narrowed with concentration. It's working, he breathed. I can feel my chakra responding to your, whatever it is that makes you stretch. Hyperelastic molecular bonds, Helen supplied automatically, recalling the scientific explanation for her abilities. Enhanced cellular regeneration and, she stopped, feeling something shift within her. Whoa! Her elasticity had always felt like a natural extension of herself, but now it seemed to resonate with something deeper, as if her powers were connecting to a more fundamental energy source. Through their joined hands, she could almost sense the vast reserves of power contained within Naruto, temporarily locked away but still present. We need to get closer to the portal, Naruto said, his voice taking on that strange resonant quality again. And I need you to stretch yourself around it, like you did with the sphere. Helen stared at him incredulously. That thing is at least 50 feet across now. And it's tearing apart reality. Trust me, Naruto said, his blue eyes meeting hers with an intensity that brooked no argument. I've sealed creatures and forces far more dangerous than this. There was something in his gaze, a quiet authority that reminded Helen of the rare occasions when Bob stepped fully into his role as Mr. Incredible, not just with strength but with the wisdom of experience. This stranger, whatever else he might be, was accustomed to making impossible decisions. "Fine," she conceded, "but if I get turned inside out, I'm blaming you." They approached the observatory cautiously, the sphere trailing behind them, occasionally offering analysis of the portal's increasing instability. The structure itself was beginning to come apart, metal supports twisting and concrete crumbling as the dimensional tear exerted its influence. At the threshold, the force of the energy nearly pushed them back, wind howling as it was sucked into the rift. "Remember," Naruto shouted over the din, "just contain it, create a boundary. I'll do the rest." Helen nodded, then began to stretch. She extended her arms first, wrapping them around the perimeter of the swirling vortex, careful not to touch the energy directly. Then her torso elongated, thinning to the consistency of a sheet as she spread herself wider and wider, encircling more of the rift. Finally, her legs joined the effort, completing the elastic cage around the dimensional tear. The sensation was unlike anything she'd experienced in her heroic career. The portal pushed and pulled at her stretched form, trying to find weaknesses, places to tear through. Helen gritted her teeth, focusing on maintaining structural integrity across her impossibly extended body. "Naruto," she called, voice strained. "Whatever you're going to do it fast." Through the translucent barrier of her stretched body, she could see Naruto standing with his eyes closed, their hands still connected by a stretched finger she'd maintained as her anchor. The blond man's face was a mask of intense concentration, sweat beading on his forehead as he performed one-handed versions of his strange finger positions. "Almost," he muttered, and Helen felt the energy between them change, strengthening into something more coherent. "Now." He slammed his free hand against the floor, and suddenly patterns of light, symbols and characters in a writing system Helen didn't recognize, spread outward, racing along the ground and up the walls, eventually transferring to her elastic form. The symbols crawled across her stretched body like luminescent tattoos, arranging themselves into concentric rings around the contained portal. "Sealing technique, dimensional boundary restoration." Naruto shouted, and the symbols flared with blinding intensity. The portal responded violently, pulsing with angry crimson energy that pushed against Helen's elastic barrier with renewed force. She cried out as the pressure threatened to tear her apart, but held firm, understanding instinctively that to break now would be catastrophic. Through their connection, she felt Naruto pouring everything he had into the technique, not just his partially suppressed chakra, but his will, his determination. And somehow, her own power was amplifying it, her elastic nature allowing the sealing energy to flow and adapt in ways it couldn't have otherwise. "It's working!" Naruto gasped, his body trembling with effort. "Keep holding." The portal began to shrink, the angry colors receding as the blue reasserted itself. The symbols on Helen's stretched form pulsed in rhythm now, each flash reducing the tear further until it was merely the size of a doorway, then a window, then a dinner plate, the same size it had been when Naruto first arrived. With a final surge of energy that left both heroes gasping, the portal collapsed to a pinpoint of light, then winked out entirely. The sudden silence was deafening. The wind stopped, the pressure vanished, and the symbols faded from Helen's body as she collapsed back into her normal form, exhausted beyond measure. Naruto swayed on his feet, then dropped to one knee, breathing heavily. That, Helen panted, was intense. Naruto managed a weak smile. "Yeah. In my world, we'd call that an S-rank technique, at minimum." The sphere, which had been hovering at a safe distance, approached them cautiously. Dimensional breach contained. Stability restored. Probability of recurrence, 89.7%. Both heroes stared at the device. 89%. Helen repeated incredulously. "You're saying this will happen again?" "Affirmative. Analysis indicates deliberate external manipulation of dimensional boundaries. Recommend immediate investigation of Quantum Dynamics Facility Alpha." Naruto pushed himself to his feet, weariness evident in every line of his body but determination burning in his eyes. Then that's where we're going next. Whoever did this nearly tore both our worlds apart, and they'll try again. Helen studied him for a moment, then nodded decisively. Agreed. But first, she tapped her communicator. Winston, we need extraction. And prepare a guest room at DevTech Tower. We have a new ally. As they made their way out of the ruined observatory, Helen couldn't help but notice how naturally they'd fallen into working together, despite the absolute insanity of the situation. This Naruto person was clearly powerful, even with his abilities suppressed, and possessed a quiet competence that reminded her of the best heroes she'd worked with. So, she said as they picked their way through the rubble, Seventh Hokage, huh? What exactly does that title mean where you come from? Naruto glanced at her, a complex mix of emotions crossing his face before settling into a small, proud smile. It means I'm responsible for protecting everyone in my village. It means I'm their leader, their shield, and sometimes their sword. Sounds familiar, Helen replied, thinking of her own responsibilities. Though I usually just go with superhero. Less syllables. That drew an unexpected laugh from Naruto, bright and genuine despite the circumstances. When I was a kid, I used to run around shouting about becoming Hokage someday. Now I just wish I could get back to being one. Helen placed a hand on his shoulder, feeling the solid strength beneath the strange orange and black clothing. We'll figure it out. Between your chakra and my stretching, we make a pretty good team. The reprogrammed sphere bobbed along behind them, occasionally offering updates about approaching authorities and structural analyses of their surroundings. In the distance, the distinctive sound of DevTech helicopters approached. You know, Naruto said thoughtfully, where I come from, we have a saying, when you share someone's pain, you begin to understand them. I think maybe that works for sharing power too. Helen considered this, flexing her fingers and feeling the lingering resonance of their energy connection. I'm still not entirely convinced you're not some elaborate supervillain with a really creative backstory, but... She offered her hand. For now, welcome to my world, Hokage Naruto Uzumaki. He took her hand with a grin that transformed his battle-hardened features. Just Naruto is fine, Elastigirl. Helen, she corrected. Helen Parr. If we're going to be dimension-hopping partners, we might as well be on a first-name basis. As the helicopters descended, stirring the debris around them, neither hero noticed the tiny fragment of portal energy that lingered in the air behind them, pulsing once before disappearing, a silent harbinger of the challenges to come. In a pristine laboratory many miles away, a tall figure in an immaculate white coat studied multiple monitors, each displaying data from the now concluded dimensional event. His angular features remained impassive as he reviewed the readings, but a slight tightening around his eyes betrayed his interest. Fascinating, Dr. Elias Vertex murmured, fingers dancing across holographic controls. The dimensional traveler contains energy signatures unlike anything we've recorded. And he managed to stabilize the rift without proper equipment. He turned to a subordinate hovering nervously nearby. Recalibrate the Nexus engine. Prepare for a more controlled extraction on the next cycle. But sir, the assistant protested weakly, the containment drone has been compromised. And Elastigirl is involved now. Dr. Vertex's thin lips curved into what might generously be called a smile. Perfect. 2 unique energy signatures to study instead of 1. He returned his attention to the monitors, where grainy footage showed Naruto and Helen supporting each other as they limped away from the observatory. After all, he added softly, one cannot reshape reality without first understanding all its variations. Behind him, inside a massive cylindrical chamber, the heart of the Nexus engine pulsed with the same blue energy that had characterized the portal, waiting to tear open the boundaries between worlds once more. Chapter 2, Shadows of Conspiracy. Naruto Uzumaki had seen many strange things in his life. He'd fought alongside giant talking toads, battled literal gods, and witnessed the resurrection of the dead. But nothing had quite prepared him for breakfast with the Parr family. So you're saying you can make, like, 1,000 copies of yourself? Dash asked, vibrating with excitement in his chair. That is so cool. Can you show us? Dash, Helen warned, setting down a plate stacked with pancakes. We talked about this. Naruto needs time to recover. 3 days had passed since the incident at the observatory. Helen had insisted that Naruto stay with her family rather than at some sterile dev-tech facility where Winston had initially suggested housing him. He's a person, not a science experiment, she'd argued, and that had been that. Naruto smiled at the young boy's enthusiasm. Once my chakra fully returns, I'll show you. Promise. I think it's fascinating, Violet said, her initial shyness around their dimensional visitor gradually giving way to curiosity. So chakra is like a combination of physical and spiritual energy. Does everyone in your world have it? Everyone has it, Naruto explained, helping himself to another pancake. But not everyone can use it the same way. Ninjas train for years to control and shape chakra into techniques. Bob Parr entered the kitchen, his massive frame nearly filling the doorway. Despite his intimidating size, his expression was warm as he poured himself coffee. Over the past few days, he'd been surprisingly accepting of the interdimensional ninja staying in their guest room. Any word from Winston about those energy readings? Helen stretched her arm across the kitchen to grab the coffee pot before Bob could empty it. He called this morning. DevTech sensors picked up 3 more micro-rifts overnight, but they collapsed before anything could come through. Naruto's expression darkened. They're getting more frequent. Dr. Vertex must be increasing his experiments. Speaking of which, Helen continued, Winston managed to get us clearance for a tour of Quantum Dynamics Public Research Wing this afternoon. It's not the secure labs where the real work happens, but it gets us in the building, Naruto finished, the tactical part of his mind already working. I've infiltrated heavily guarded facilities before. Bob raised an eyebrow. Let's stick with the legal approach first, shall we? Breaking into a major tech company headquarters tends to make the news. Besides, Helen added, we need to be careful. The NSA has created a new division specifically to deal with dimensional anomalies. Agent Carson has already requested a meeting with you. Naruto frowned. Government agencies in my world aren't always trustworthy. Are they different here? The look that passed between Bob and Helen told him everything he needed to know. Let's just say, Bob offered diplomatically, that superheroes and government officials have a complicated history. Jack gurgled from his high chair, then suddenly phased through it, dropping to the floor and crawling rapidly toward Naruto. Whoa there, buddy, Naruto laughed, scooping up the baby before he could reach the kunai pouch Naruto had left by his chair. You're a little young for ninja tools. Helen stretched across the room, retrieving her youngest son. Sorry about that. Jack has been fascinated with you since you arrived. He has good taste, Naruto grinned. Then, more seriously, your family is amazing, Helen. In my world, those with special abilities often faced fear and hatred. But here, you're celebrated. Not always, Violet said quietly. Supers were illegal until recently. Which reminds me, Bob interjected, checking his watch, we have that interview with the NSSA today, New Super Support Alliance. They want to feature us in their campaign for expanded super rights. Helen nodded, then turned to Naruto. Will you be okay on your own for a few hours? The reprogrammed sphere is still analyzing the data we collected, and Winston sent over some clothes that might help you blend in better than. She gestured at Naruto's orange and black outfit, which he'd refused to part with despite its conspicuous appearance. I'll be fine, Naruto assured her, though the thought of navigating this strange world alone was more daunting than he cared to admit. I should meditate anyway, try to re-establish my connection with Kurama. The giant fox spirit that lives inside you, Dash said with evident delight. So awesome. Just stay inside, Helen cautioned. The media doesn't know about you yet, but if they catch wind of a dimensional visitor. Naruto nodded, understanding. In his world, information was power, and power always attracted those who would misuse it. Later that morning, Naruto sat cross-legged in the Parr's backyard, eyes closed as he focused on his inner mindscape. The nanite suppressors had finally worn off completely, but his connection to Kurama still felt strangely dampened, as if the interdimensional travel had disturbed their chakra bond. Kurama? He called mentally, searching the familiar space where the Ninetales usually manifested. Can you hear me? A low rumble answered him, like distant thunder. Naruto, connection, weak. I'm in another dimension, Naruto explained, concentrating harder. Something pulled me through a rift. I'm trying to find a way back. The fox's presence strengthened slightly. Careful, boundaries between worlds, not meant to be crossed, consequences. Before Naruto could probe deeper, a strange sensation prickled at the edge of his awareness. His eyes snapped open, senses instantly alert. Something was watching him. He scanned the suburban backyard, noting the high fence that provided privacy from neighbors. Nothing seemed out of place, yet the feeling persisted, a subtle disturbance in the natural energy around him. I know you're there, he called out, rising smoothly to his feet. You might as well show yourself. The air several yards away shimmered, like heat rising from pavement. Then, impossibly, it folded, revealing a woman where none had stood before. She was tall and lithe, with copper-toned skin and hair that seemed to shift between deep purple and absolute black depending on how the light hit it. Her eyes, though, were what captured Naruto's attention, iridescent and somehow ancient, as if they had witnessed the birth of stars. Impressive, she said, her voice carrying a subtle echo. Most cannot sense me when I choose to remain hidden. Naruto's hand drifted toward his kunai pouch, but he kept his posture relaxed. I'm not most people. Who are you? I have many names across many realities. She stepped forward, her movements fluid and strangely mesmerizing. In this one, I am called Echidna. You're not from this world either, Naruto observed. It wasn't a question. No, she confirmed with a slight smile. I walk between realities. It is both my gift and my burden. Did you come through one of the rifts? Echidna laughed, a sound like wind chimes in a storm. I don't require artificial doorways to traverse the dimensional boundaries. I am concerned, however, about those who create them. Naruto studied her carefully, extending his senses. Her chakra, or whatever energy animated her, was unlike anything he'd encountered. It reminded him vaguely of the Otsutsuki clan, but without the malevolence. What do you want from me? He asked directly. To warn you, she replied, her expression growing serious. The man you seek, Vertex, is meddling with forces beyond his comprehension. Each rift he creates weakens the barriers between worlds. If he continues, the consequences will be catastrophic. I need to get back to my world, Naruto said firmly. My people need their Hokage. And they shall have him, Echidna assured him, but not through Vertex's methods. His machines create unstable tiers that corrupt the very fabric of reality. She gestured, and the air between them rippled. A small window seemed to open, showing a familiar landscape, the forest surrounding the hidden leaf village. Naruto's heart clenched at the sight of home. Kakashi leads search parties daily, Echidna explained as the image showed his silver-haired friend coordinating teams of ninja. They believe you were taken by a new enemy. The image shifted to show Shikamaru poring over maps and reports, his usually lazy expression replaced by intense focus. Nearby, Hinata used her Byakugan to scan vast areas of forest. They're looking in the wrong place, Naruto murmured, a pang of homesickness washing over him. Yes, Echidna agreed, closing the window with a graceful movement of her hand. And meanwhile, Vertex's actions threaten both worlds. Already, small creatures have begun slipping through, confused, frightened beings suddenly thrust into an alien reality. Naruto's brow furrowed. What kinds of creatures? Nothing too dangerous. Yet. The warning in her tone was unmistakable. But the rifts are growing more numerous, more unstable. It's only a matter of time. Why come to me? Why not warn the heroes of this world directly? Echidna's expression grew enigmatic. Because you understand chakra. The energy vertex is harnessing resonates with it in ways this world's powers do not. You and the elastic one, your energies combined can potentially stabilize the rifts. Helen, Naruto supplied. Her name is Helen. Yes. When you worked together at the observatory, you created something new, a fusion of chakra and this world's metahuman abilities. It intrigues me. Something in her tone made Naruto wary. And why does that interest you so much? Before she could answer, the reprogrammed sphere zoomed into the yard, sensors blinking rapidly as it detected Echidna. Anomalous entity detected. Dimensional signature does not match known parameters. Echidna regarded the device with mild amusement. Vertex's little watchers. Crude, but effective. The sphere hovered between them, seemingly confused by Echidna's presence. Unable to classify. Requesting guidance. She's not a threat, Naruto told it, though he wasn't entirely convinced himself. At least, not at the moment. Echidna smiled at that. Wise to remain cautious, Hokage. She began to step backward, her form already beginning to shimmer at the edges. We will speak again. Remember, the rifts are symptoms, not the disease. Look beyond Vertex to what truly threatens the boundaries between worlds. Before Naruto could question her further, she folded into the air itself, disappearing as if she'd never been there at all. Entity no longer detected, the sphere announced unnecessarily. Naruto stared at the empty space where Echidna had stood, mind racing with new questions. Her warning about Vertex seemed genuine, but he couldn't shake the feeling that she had her own agenda, one she wasn't sharing. The back door slid open, and he turned to see Dash standing there, practically vibrating with excitement. Mom said you can come with us to Dev Tech. Winston wants to show you something about the rifts, and I get to come too because school's out for Teacher Development Day, which is totally unfair to call development when they're just having meetings, but anyway, can you do that transportation jutsu thing to get us there super fast? Naruto couldn't help but smile at the boy's enthusiasm. I need a special kunai at the destination for that technique. But I've got something else that might be fun. This is awesome. Dash shouted, clinging to Naruto's back as they bounded across Metroville's rooftops at speeds that would make most superheroes envious. Naruto had declined Helen's offer to drive, suggesting instead that he and Dash make their own way to Dev Tech headquarters. Helen had agreed reluctantly, with the provision that they remain inconspicuous, a requirement Naruto was interpreting somewhat liberally as he leapt between buildings, his chakra-enhanced strength and speed carrying them effortlessly above the city streets. How high can you jump? Dash asked as they sailed over a particularly wide avenue. Depends on how much chakra I use, Naruto replied, landing softly on a skyscraper's maintenance level. In Sage mode, I could probably clear that building over there. He nodded toward one of Metroville's tallest towers. What's Sage mode? It's a special technique that lets me draw in natural energy to enhance my abilities. It's like. Naruto searched for an analogy the boy would understand, like your super speed, but applied to everything, strength, senses, reflexes. Dash's eyes widened. Can anyone learn it? It takes years of training, and it's dangerous if you don't do it right. Get the balance wrong, and you start turning into a stone toad. That is so cool, Dash breathed, clearly missing the warning in Naruto's words. They continued their journey, Naruto consciously keeping his speed below what would draw attention from civilians below. This world was strange to him, so technologically advanced in some ways, yet seemingly lacking the fundamental understanding of chakra that even academy students possessed in his world. Dev Tech Tower loomed ahead, its sleek glass exterior reflecting the morning sunlight. Naruto landed on a secluded section of the roof, letting Dash slide from his back. That was the best way to travel ever, the boy declared. Way better than Mom's stretchy carrying thing. Naruto chuckled. Don't tell her that. She might get jealous. They made their way to a rooftop access door, where Dash punched in a security code. Mom had Winston give me clearance, he explained proudly. Since I'm part of the super family and all. The elevator descended smoothly to the research levels, where they found Helen and Bob already in conversation with Winston Deaver. The CEO of DevTech looked up as they entered, his expression brightening. Ah! Our interdimensional visitor arrives. Winston extended his hand warmly. Properly this time, without portals or emergency situations. Winston Deaver. Naruto Uzumaki, Naruto replied, shaking the offered hand. He'd been briefed on this world's greeting customs. Great to have you here. Helen's told me some fascinating things about your abilities. Winston led them toward a large laboratory space. I've assembled our best team to help understand what's happening with these rifts. The lab was impressive even by the standards of what Naruto had seen in this world so far. Holographic displays showed maps of Metroville with glowing points marking rift activities. Scientists moved purposefully between workstations, and in the center stood the repurposed sphere, now connected to various diagnostic equipment. We've been analyzing the data from our little friend here, Winston explained, patting the sphere. And the news isn't good. The rifts are increasing exponentially, both in frequency and duration. A scientist approached, tablet in hand. Mr. Deaver, we've completed the analysis of the energy signatures from the latest micro-rifts. They match the observatory event at a fundamental level, but there's something different about them. Different how? Helen asked. The scientist brought up a display showing two waveform patterns. The original rift was chaotic but relatively stable once formed. These new ones have a distinctive pulse pattern, almost like they're searching for something. Naruto stepped forward, studying the waveforms. Or someone. The room fell silent as the implications sank in. You think Vertex is looking for you specifically? Bob asked. The sphere recognized my chakra signature, Naruto reasoned. If Vertex is monitoring its data before we reprogrammed it, then he knows exactly what kind of energy you produce, Helen finished grimly. And he wants more. Winston cleared his throat. Which makes our scheduled tour of quantum dynamics all the more important. We need to know what he's planning. I thought it was just a public tour, Violet said, having joined them silently, a habit Naruto had noticed and appreciated as a ninja who understood the value of quiet observation. It is, Winston confirmed, but DevTech and Quantum Dynamics have a research-sharing agreement on several projects. I've arranged for access to some of their more interesting departments. Not the black box stuff, but close enough to potentially learn something useful. Naruto nodded appreciatively. In the shinobi world, such strategic information gathering would be considered excellent preparation for a mission. There's something else you should know, he said, deciding that Echidna's warning warranted sharing. He recounted his strange encounter, watching their expressions shift from surprise to concern. A dimensional traveler who can move freely between worlds. Winston looked both fascinated and worried. That would be an incredible ability. Can we trust her? Helen asked directly. Naruto considered the question. I don't know. She didn't feel hostile, but she's definitely pursuing her own agenda. Well, she got one thing right, Bob said, crossing his massive arms. We need to stop these rifts before something really dangerous comes through. An alarm suddenly blared from one of the monitoring stations. A technician called out, dimensional activity detected. Locating now. A map of the city appeared on the main screen, a red dot pulsing near the downtown area. That's Crescent Park, Helen noted, already moving toward the exit. Active rift in a public space, not good. I'm coming with you, Naruto said, falling into step beside her. Helen nodded without argument. Bob, stay with the kids. If this is Vertex trying to lure us away from DevTech, we'll be safe here, Bob assured her. Go. As they raced toward the elevator, Winston called after them, I've alerted the Paradigms. They were doing a publicity event nearby, they might reach the park first. The Paradigms? Naruto questioned as they entered the elevator. Helen's expression tightened. New super team. Government-sponsored. Very by the book. And not your friends, I take it. Let's just say we have different approaches to heroism. Crescent Park was in chaos by the time they arrived. A rift approximately 10 feet in diameter hovered above the central fountain, crackling with the now familiar blue energy tinged with purple. But unlike the observatory event, this portal was already disgorging visitors from the other side. Are those frogs? Helen asked incredulously as they surveyed the scene from the Elasticycle. Giant toads, Naruto corrected, instantly recognizing the creatures. They're summons from Mount Mayaboku. Normally docile unless threatened, but they'll be confused and frightened here. 3 massive toads, each the size of a small car, were hopping frantically around the park. Civilians screamed and ran as the amphibians crashed through picnic areas and bounded over walkways. One particularly colorful specimen had cornered a hot dog vendor, its massive tongue flicking out experimentally toward the cart. They're not attacking people directly, Naruto observed with relief. Just scared and hungry. Before they could intervene, a voice boomed through a loudspeaker, citizens, remain calm. The Paradigms have the situation under control. A sleek, black vehicle descended from the sky, resembling a helicopter but with advanced propulsion systems instead of rotors. It hovered above the park as 4 costumed figures dropped from its open bay doors, landing in dramatic poses that Naruto couldn't help but find a bit theatrical. Who are they? He asked Helen, who was watching with a mixture of annoyance and resignation. The tall one with the energy gauntlets is Paragon, their leader. The woman in blue is Wavelength, she manipulates sound. The twins are Sync and Echo, tech geniuses with matching battle suits. The team moved with coordinated precision, surrounding one of the toads. Paragon raised his gauntlets, which began to glow with threatening intensity. Wait! Naruto called out, leaping from the Elasticycle toward them. Don't hurt them. Paragon turned, his square-jawed face visible beneath a partial mask. Elastigirl, he acknowledged with a curt nod. This is a Class 3-dimensional incursion. We have jurisdiction under the new DSD protocols. They're not hostile, Naruto insisted, landing between the hero and the confused toad. They're summon animals from my world. Paragon's eyes narrowed. And you are? He's with me, Helen said firmly, stretching to join them. And he's right. These creatures aren't attacking, they're scared. Dimensional Security Division has clear protocols for handling extradimensional entities, Paragon replied stiffly. All such entities must be contained and processed through proper channels. Processed? Naruto didn't like the sound of that. He turned to the nearest toad, which was eyeing him warily. Carefully, he formed a familiar hand sign and reached for the natural energy around him. The park's atmosphere changed subtly as Naruto entered Sage mode, orange pigmentation appearing around his eyes. He spoke to the toad in a language that sounded like a series of croaks and rumbles to the others. What is he doing? Wavelength demanded, her hands raised and ready to unleash a sonic attack. Communicating, Helen answered, positioning herself protectively near Naruto. The toad responded to Naruto, its initial aggression fading. It croaked something that made Naruto nod with understanding. They were summoned accidentally, he explained to Helen. They're contract summons, they only appear when called by someone with a blood contract. The rift must have confused their connection. Sir, Sync called to Paragon, monitoring readings on a wrist device, the rift is destabilizing. We have maybe 3 minutes before collapse. Paragon made a quick decision. Contain the entities for transport. DSD facility will handle processing. No, Naruto said firmly, stepping forward. His sage mode gave him an aura of quiet authority that even Paragon seemed to register. I'm sending them home. Before anyone could stop him, Naruto bit his thumb, drawing blood, then slammed his palm against the ground. Reverse summoning technique. The toad he'd been communicating with disappeared in a puff of smoke, returning to Mount Myaboku. Naruto moved quickly toward the second toad, repeating the process. Stop him. Paragon ordered. Wavelength raised her hands, but Helen's stretched arm wrapped around her wrists, preventing her from unleashing her sonic attack. Let him work, Helen insisted. He's solving your problem for you. The third toad, seeing what was happening, hopped directly to Naruto, croaking urgently. With a final hand seal, Naruto sent it home as well. The entities are gone, but the rift remains, Echo reported, consulting with his twin. Naruto turned his attention to the portal, still crackling with unstable energy. I need to close it before anything else comes through. That's DSD jurisdiction, Paragon insisted, stepping between Naruto and the rift. Our containment team is en route with specialized equipment. We don't have time, Naruto countered, feeling the rift's energy fluctuating dangerously. I've done this before. Helen stretched to Naruto's side. Let him try, Paragon. He sealed the observatory rift when your DSD couldn't even get close to it. The hero hesitated, clearly torn between protocol and practicality. Before he could decide, the rift pulsed violently, expanding several feet in diameter. Containment team ETA 60 seconds, Sync reported anxiously. Too long, Naruto muttered. He turned to Helen. I need your help again. Like before. She nodded, understanding immediately. What do you need me to do? Surround the rift as much as you can. I'll use your elastic field as a conduit for the sealing technique. Helen didn't hesitate, stretching her body upward and around the rift, creating a flexible dome that contained but didn't touch the crackling energy. What are you doing? Paragon demanded, but his team had wisely backed away, recognizing the dangerous instability of the portal. Naruto placed his hands against Helen's stretched surface, channeling chakra through her unique molecular structure. Once again, he felt that strange resonance, his energy amplified and transformed by her metahuman abilities. Sealing technique, dimensional boundary restoration, he called out, the symbols flowing from his hands onto Helen's elastic form, encircling the rift in concentric patterns. The paradigms watched in stunned silence as the rift responded to the technique, contracting rapidly until it collapsed with a sound like thunder, leaving nothing but a faint smell of ozone in the air. Helen retracted to her normal shape, looking slightly drained but satisfied. Well, that's that. Paragon's expression was unreadable behind his mask, but his voice carried clear disapproval. You've interfered with a DSD operation and prevented proper containment of extradimensional entities. There will be consequences. The consequences would have been much worse if those toads had been treated as hostile, Naruto countered calmly, his sage mode fading. They're sentient beings with their own society, not mindless creatures. And your handling of the rift was reckless, Paragon continued as if Naruto hadn't spoken. Unauthorized dimensional manipulation is a violation of the Emergency Powers Act, Section 12. Helen stepped forward. He closed the rift safely, which is more than your containment team could have done. The last thing we need is bureaucracy getting in the way of protecting people. Sync approached Paragon, showing him readings on her device. Sir, the energy signature during the sealing process, it's unlike anything in our database. Both of them together created some kind of hybrid energy form. Paragon studied the readings, then looked at Naruto with new interest. You're not from this world. What exactly are you? Someone trying to get home, Naruto replied simply. And stop whoever is causing these rifts before they damage both our worlds. Vertex, Helen added. We believe Dr. Elias Vertex of Quantum Dynamics is behind this. The name caused a subtle reaction among the paradigms, a quick exchange of glances that didn't escape Naruto's notice. That's a serious accusation against a government contractor, Paragon said carefully. Do you have evidence? Not yet, Helen admitted. But we're working on it. Wavelength touched her ear, apparently receiving a communication. DSD response team is here. Agent Carson wants to speak with them both. A convoy of black vehicles entered the park perimeter, government agents in tactical gear establishing a secure zone around the former rift site. A woman in a charcoal suit emerged from the lead vehicle, her sharp features set in a neutral expression that Naruto immediately recognized as the practiced mask of an intelligence operative. She reminded him of Ibiki Marino from Konoha's torture and interrogation force, someone who revealed nothing while observing everything. Elastigirl, she greeted Helen with a nod. And you must be our interdimensional visitor. Agent Diana Carson, Dimensional Security Division. I've been looking forward to meeting you. Naruto returned her steady gaze. I've been wondering when your government would make contact. You've been busy, Carson observed. 2 rifts closed through unconventional means, extraterrestrial entities returned to their point of origin without proper processing. The NSA has questions. I imagine they do, Helen replied. But right now, we have questions of our own, starting with why your division isn't investigating quantum dynamics. Carson's expression didn't change, but something flickered in her eyes. What makes you think we aren't? This response caught both Naruto and Helen by surprise. Walk with me, Carson said, gesturing away from the cleanup crews and curious onlookers. Once they were relatively private, she continued in a lower voice, Vertex's work has been on our radar for months. His government contracts give him certain immunities, but we've been building a case. Then you know he's creating these rifts deliberately, Helen said. We suspect as much, but haven't been able to prove it. His official research is into clean energy extraction from quantum vacuums. Nothing about dimensional breaches. Naruto frowned. The sphere that tried to capture me came from quantum dynamics. It was specifically designed to detect and contain dimensional anomalies. Which is precisely the kind of evidence we need, Carson replied. Unfortunately, the sphere in question is now in DevTech's possession, reprogrammed and effectively tampered with as evidence. Helen crossed her arms. You're saying we've compromised your investigation? I'm saying the situation is complex. Carson turned her attention to Naruto. Mr. Uzumaki, your presence here represents both a valuable intelligence asset and a significant security concern. The DSD would like to formally request your cooperation in our investigation. What kind of cooperation? Naruto asked warily. Information sharing, primarily. Your knowledge of interdimensional travel, these chakra abilities you possess, your world's approach to containing dimensional threats, all potentially valuable to our efforts. And in return, resources to help you return home, and our commitment to stopping Vertex's experiments. Naruto considered the offer. In the shinobi world, alliances with government entities always carried hidden obligations. I'll share what I can, but my primary concern is preventing damage to both our worlds. Carson nodded. That's our concern as well. She handed Helen a small card. This will grant you both level 3 clearance at DSD headquarters. I'd like you to come in tomorrow for a full debriefing. We'll be there, Helen promised, tucking the card away. After we complete our tour of quantum dynamics this afternoon. Something like alarm flickered across Carson's composed features. You have access to Vertex's facility? Just the public research wing, Helen clarified. Winston arranged it through their corporate partnership program. Carson was silent for a moment, clearly calculating risks and opportunities. Proceed with caution. Vertex is brilliant and dangerous. If he realizes you're investigating him, we can handle ourselves, Naruto assured her. I'm sure you can, Carson replied. That's part of what worries me. She glanced at her watch. I have to oversee the site containment. We'll continue this conversation tomorrow. With a nod to them both, she returned to her team. She's hiding something, Naruto said quietly once Carson was out of earshot. Everyone's hiding something, Helen replied. The question is whether her secrets align with our interests. They made their way back to the Elasticycle, aware of the paradigms watching them closely. I don't trust them, Naruto said, nodding toward the superhero team. Smart, Helen agreed, mounting the cycle. Paragon has always been too comfortable with authority. The kind of hero who follows orders first and asks questions later. As they prepared to leave, Paragon approached. One last thing, he said, his voice carefully neutral. The Quantum Dynamics Tour. If you discover anything irregular, protocol requires reporting to DSD first. Of course, Helen replied smoothly. We're all on the same team here. Paragon's expression suggested he wasn't entirely convinced, but he nodded and rejoined his group. Are we going to follow that protocol? Naruto asked as they pulled away from the park. Helen's smile was just a little mischievous. What do you think? Quantum Dynamics corporate headquarters dominated the city's technology district, a gleaming spire of glass and steel with its distinctive double helix design twisting upward into the sky. The building projected an aura of cutting-edge innovation and scientific progress, with fountains and manicured gardens surrounding its base. Impressive, Naruto commented as they approached the main entrance. He was now dressed in civilian clothes provided by Winston, dark jeans, a blue button-down shirt, and a jacket that concealed some of his ninja gear. Though not as subtle as I'd expect from someone conducting secret dimensional experiments. That's corporate America for you, Helen replied. She too had changed, wearing a professional outfit rather than her super suit. Hide in plain sight behind legitimate business. They were greeted in the lobby by a perfectly poised public relations representative named Camilla, whose practiced smile never quite reached her eyes. Mr. Deaver's office informed us you'd be joining today's innovation tour, she said, handing them visitor badges. Dr. Vertex sends his regrets that he couldn't greet you personally, but he's currently engaged in critical research. We understand completely, Helen replied with equal polish. We're particularly interested in the quantum energy division. Winston mentioned some exciting developments in that area. Of course, Camilla nodded, leading them toward a secure elevator. We'll be visiting our theoretical applications lab, where that work is centered. As they followed, Naruto extended his senses, a technique that didn't require visible chakra manipulation. The building's energy patterns felt strange. Not quite like the rifts, but with a similar resonance, as if the entire structure was subtly vibrating at a frequency just beyond normal perception. Something's not right here, he murmured to Helen, quiet enough that only she could hear. She gave the barest nod, having learned to trust his instincts. The tour began predictably enough, showcases of consumer technology, medical innovations, clean energy initiatives. Their group included various investors, academic representatives, and other corporate partners, all suitably impressed by the slick presentations and futuristic prototypes. And now, Camilla announced as they entered a large laboratory space, we come to our theoretical applications division, where quantum dynamics is pioneering research into harnessing quantum vacuum energy. The lab was impressive, a circular chamber with workstations arranged around a central platform. Above the platform hovered what appeared to be a miniature version of the rifts Naruto had encountered, contained within a complex energy field. This is a quantum vacuum extraction point, a scientist explained to the group. By creating a controlled microsingularity, we can tap into the virtually unlimited energy that exists between dimensional boundaries. Naruto tensed. The microsingularity was unmistakably a stable version of the rifts that had been appearing around the city. Fascinating, Helen said, playing her role perfectly. And perfectly safe, I assume. Absolutely, the scientist assured her. The containment field prevents any crossover effects. We're simply siphoning excess energy from the quantum foam that exists in the space between realities. "And what's the practical application?" another visitor asked. "Clean, unlimited energy production," the scientist replied proudly. A single stabilized extraction point could theoretically power the entire West Coast with zero emissions or resource depletion. As the presentation continued, Naruto casually drifted toward the edge of the group, using the others as visual cover as he extended his senses more aggressively. Beneath them, deep in the building's foundation, he detected a massive concentration of the same energy, far larger than the demonstration model. He made eye contact with Helen, who had noticed his movement. With subtle gestures he'd taught her over the past few days, he indicated downward, then held up his hands to suggest something large. She understood immediately. While the guide was answering questions, Helen casually stretched her neck a few inches, not enough for others to notice, but enough to whisper to Naruto across the room. "Basement levels?" He nodded, then pointed to himself and made a shadow clone hand sign. Helen shook her head minutely. "Too risky here, with cameras likely monitoring every angle." The tour moved on to the next apartment, but Naruto had seen enough. The theoretical research was a carefully constructed cover for something much more substantial. They needed to get to the lower levels. Their opportunity came as they passed a restricted elevator bank. Helen pretended to stumble, accidentally falling against a security guard stationed nearby. As she apologized profusely, her hand deftly plucked the access card from his belt, concealing it in her elastic palm. "I'm so embarrassed," she said with convincing chagrin. "Do you mind pointing me toward the restroom? I think I twisted my ankle." The guard, flustered by her close proximity, pointed down a side corridor. "First door on the right, ma'am." "Thank you so much. My colleague will help me," she added, gesturing to Naruto, who immediately offered his arm for support. Once around the corner and out of sight, Helen straightened, revealing the access card. Not exactly subtle, but effective. "How long before they notice it's missing?" Naruto asked. "Not long," she admitted. "Which means we need to move quickly." They located a service stairwell that the card unlocked, revealing access to the lower levels. As they descended, the strange energy Naruto had sensed grew stronger, pulsing like a heartbeat. "Whatever they're hiding, it's big," he whispered. "How many floors down can you sense it?" Helen asked. "At least 5 below the public levels. Maybe more." They continued down, passing doors marked with increasingly restrictive security warnings. At the lowest level accessible with their stolen card, they found a heavy steel door labeled simply, "Nexus Project, authorized personnel only." "This is it," Naruto said. "The energy signature is strongest here." Helen pressed the card against the scanner, but a red light flashed in denial. "Higher clearance needed." Naruto examined the door. "I could break it down, but that would definitely trigger alarms." "Let me try something," Helen suggested, examining the card reader carefully. She stretched her fingers to impossible thinness, inserting them into the tiny gap between the reader and its housing. With careful manipulation, she bypassed the electronic lock, causing the light to switch from red to green. The door slid open silently, revealing a darkened observation gallery overlooking an enormous chamber below. They stepped inside, the door closing automatically behind them. What they saw left them both speechless. The chamber was at least 100 feet in diameter, dominated by a massive machine that resembled a particle accelerator wrapped around what could only be described as a controlled rift, similar to the one they'd seen upstairs, but exponentially larger and pulsing with ominous energy. Scientists in protective gear moved around the lower level, taking readings and adjusting equipment. "The Nexus engine," Helen whispered, recognizing the name from the door. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he studied the machine. "It's designed to force open dimensional boundaries. But there's something wrong with how they're doing it, the energy feels corrupted, unstable." In the center of the chamber, suspended within the controlled rift, was something that made Naruto's blood run cold, a creature clearly not from either of their worlds. It resembled a translucent jellyfish the size of a small car, with pulsating internal organs and dozens of tentacle-like appendages that seem to phase in and out of visibility. They're not just opening rifts, Helen realized with horror. They're capturing things from other dimensions. Specimen 42 remains stable, a scientist's voice echoed through the chamber. Energy absorption rate at 62% and climbing. Excellent, replied a new voice, cultured, precise, with an undercurrent of cold intensity. Increase extraction parameters to 75%. The speaker stepped into view below them, a tall, gaunt man with silver-streaked dark hair and aristocratic features. He moved with the confident authority of someone accustomed to complete control. Vertex, Helen whispered. The creature in the containment field writhed as the machine's settings changed, its translucent body glowing more brightly as energy was visibly siphoned from it. They're not just studying it, Naruto realized, disgust evident in his voice. They're draining it, harvesting its dimensional energy. Sir, one of the scientists called out, the specimen is showing signs of destabilization. Cellular integrity declining. Push it further, Vertex ordered without hesitation. We need to determine maximum yield before molecular collapse. The creature's movements became more frantic, its glow intensifying painfully as its body began to distort. This is wrong, Naruto said, his hands clenching into fists. That's a living being. We need to stop this, Helen agreed, but we also need evidence. The DSD won't be able to act without proof. Naruto spotted security cameras throughout the observation gallery. Can you disable those without being noticed? Helen nodded, stretching her arms to reach multiple cameras simultaneously, carefully repositioning them to face away from their location. Done, but they'll notice eventually. That's enough time. Naruto formed a hand sign, whispering, Shadow Clone Jutsu. A perfect copy of himself appeared beside him in a puff of smoke that he carefully kept minimal. Gather all the information you can, he instructed his clone. Then disperse to transfer the memories back to me. The clone nodded and moved silently around the gallery, examining control panels and documents while the original Naruto continued watching the horrific experiment below. The creature's glow had become blindingly intense, its form beginning to collapse inward as Vertex's machine extracted its energy. Critical threshold approaching, a scientist announced. Molecular cohesion failing at 87% extraction. Maintain parameters, Vertex ordered coldly. With a silent flash of light, the creature imploded, its body collapsing into a singularity point before disappearing entirely. A surge of energy fed back through the machine, causing temporary alarms before the system stabilized. Total energy yield, 4.2 terajoules, a technician reported. 15% improvement over specimen 41. Vertex nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. Prepare the Nexus engine for the next extraction sequence. I want to test the targeting algorithm on the coordinates from our recent probe data. Naruto and Helen exchanged alarmed glances. He's going to open another portal, Helen whispered. Probably bigger than before. The shadow clone returned, having completed its investigation. Found the project files, it reported quietly. They're using these captured beings to refine their targeting system. They're looking for something specific, a source of energy they call the prime dimensional catalyst. Me, Naruto realized. My chakra. The sphere must have transmitted data before we disabled its communications. The clone continued, there's more. They've developed a way to track the energy signature back to its source dimension. They're not just bringing things here, they're planning to send something through. Before they could discuss further, alarms suddenly blared throughout the facility. Red emergency lights began flashing in the gallery and the chamber below. Security breach detected, an automated voice announced. Unauthorized access in Observation Gallery B. Time to go, Helen said, already moving toward the exit. They must have noticed the cameras. The shadow clone dispersed in a puff of smoke, its gathered information transferring instantly to Naruto. He processed the new memories quickly, schematics of the Nexus engine, research notes on dimensional energy extraction, and most disturbing, a list of acquired specimens, with their origins and extraction yields. As they reached the door, they found their exit blocked by security personnel in tactical gear, led by none other than Paragon of the Paradigms. "I warned you about protocol," the hero said, his expression grim. "You're both coming with us." Naruto quickly assessed their options. The narrow corridor offered limited fighting space, and while he could easily overpower the security team, doing so would potentially expose Helen to danger. "This isn't what it looks like," Helen began, automatically falling into diplomatic mode. "It's exactly what it looks like," Paragon countered. "Unauthorized infiltration of a secure government facility. Corporate espionage against a federal contractor. They're torturing and killing interdimensional beings," Naruto said flatly. "Harvesting their energy like batteries." Something flickered in Paragon's eyes, doubt, perhaps, or concern. But his stance remained firm. "That's for the proper authorities to investigate. DSD has jurisdiction here." "And convenient that you arrived so quickly," Helen noted. "Almost as if you knew we'd be here." Paragon didn't respond to the implication, instead gesturing to his team. "Secure them both. Use the metahuman dampeners on Elastigirl." Naruto had endured enough. With speed that left the security team stunned, he formed a Rasengan in his palm, not fully powered, but enough to make his point. The swirling ball of chakra illuminated the corridor with blue light. "We're leaving," he stated simply. "What you do with the information we've discovered is up to you, but we won't be detained while more beings suffer." Paragon's gauntlets powered up in response, glowing with threatening energy. "Don't make this worse for yourselves." A tense standoff ensued, neither side willing to make the first move. Then, unexpectedly, the lights throughout the facility flickered and died, plunging them into momentary darkness before emergency systems activated. "Power failure in sectors 3 through 7, an automated voice announced. Backup systems engaged." In the confusion, Naruto sensed a familiar energy signature, the strange resonance he'd felt from Echidna. A moment later, she simply stepped out of the air itself, appearing between the two groups. "How tedious," she sighed, regarding the standoff with mild amusement. "Always fighting amongst yourselves while greater threats loom." Another dimensional intruder, Paragon identified, shifting his aim toward her. "Stand down and identify yourself." Echidna ignored him completely, addressing Naruto and Helen instead. "I've given you a distraction. The building systems will reset in approximately 2 minutes. I suggest you use that time wisely." "Why are you helping us?" Naruto demanded, not lowering his Rasengan. "Because Vertex's meddling threatens the boundaries between all realities, not just yours and this one," she replied cryptically. "And because the two of you together represent something interesting." "Enough talk," Paragon snapped, firing a warning blast from his gauntlet that Echidna simply stepped around, the energy passing harmlessly through where she had stood a moment before. "So impatient," she chided. To Naruto and Helen, she added, "The northwest stairwell is currently unmonitored. Make haste." Without waiting for their response, she faded from view, not teleporting or moving, but simply becoming less present until she disappeared entirely. The momentary distraction was all they needed. Helen stretched her arms down the corridor, grabbing a pipe on the ceiling and catapulting herself over the security team. Naruto followed with a chakra-enhanced leap that carried him clear of Paragon's attempted grab. They ran down the corridor, alarm klaxons still blaring around them. Security personnel pursued, but Naruto created 3 shadow clones to delay them while he and Helen located the northwest stairwell Echidna had mentioned. "This way," Helen called, spotting the exit sign. They burst through the door into an empty stairwell that spiraled upward through the building's core. "Can you get us to the roof?" Naruto asked as they ascended rapidly. "Planning to jump off?" Helen replied, only half joking. "Something like that," he confirmed with a grim smile. They encountered no resistance as they climbed, suggesting echidna's interference with the building systems extended to security as well. When they finally reached the roof access, they emerged into open air, and found themselves surrounded by quantum dynamic security helicopters, their searchlights creating pools of harsh white light on the helipad. "End of the line," came Paragon's voice through a loudspeaker as he descended from one of the aircraft. "There's nowhere left to run." Naruto looked at Helen. "Do you trust me?" She met his gaze steadily. "Yes." Without another word, he scooped her into his arms and ran straight for the edge of the building. Behind them, shouts of alarm and orders to stop echoed across the rooftop. "Hold on tight," Naruto advised as they reached the perimeter. And then they were falling, plummeting from the 70-story tower toward the streets below. Helen instinctively wrapped her elastic limbs around Naruto, preparing to cushion their landing, but he had other plans. "Multi-shadow clone jutsu," he called out, forming the hand sign despite their freefall. Dozens of Narutos appeared in mid-air, creating a chain of bodies that stretched from their position all the way to a nearby rooftop. Each clone grabbed the ankles of the one above, forming a living rope that swung them in a wide arc away from Quantum Dynamics Tower and toward safety. As they landed on the distant rooftop, the clone chain dispersed in a massive cloud of smoke that provided perfect cover for their escape. That, Helen declared as Naruto set her down, was the most insane escape plan I've ever been part of. And I've had some doozies. Naruto grinned, the adrenaline of their escape momentarily overshadowing the grim discoveries they'd made. Shadow clones have their uses. But his expression quickly sobered as the implications of what they'd witnessed sank in. Vertex isn't just experimenting with dimensional energy. He's systematically extracting it from living beings, refining his process with each specimen. And now he's targeting my world specifically. Helen nodded grimly. "We need to get this information to Winston and figure out our next move. Quantum dynamics will be on high alert now, and we've likely burned our bridge with the DSD." "Not necessarily," came a voice from behind them. They turned to find Agent Carson stepping out of the shadows, her expression unreadable. "I'd say you've just confirmed our worst suspicions about Vertex." "You followed us?" Helen asked, immediately on guard. "I had you under surveillance since the park incident," Carson admitted unapologetically. "Standard procedure for persons of interest." "Then you saw what they're doing down there," Naruto said. "The creature they destroyed." Carson nodded grimly. "We've suspected Vertex was exploiting dimensional entities, but lacked concrete evidence. His government contracts provide significant protection from traditional investigation methods." "And the paradigms?" Helen asked. "They seemed pretty comfortable running interference for him." "They follow orders," Carson replied, her tone suggesting she didn't necessarily approve. "And right now, their orders come from people who value Vertex's research." "People above you," Naruto surmised. "For the moment." Carson approached them, hands carefully visible to show she meant no threat. "The evidence you've gathered changes things. I need everything you saw, everything you learned." Naruto exchanged a look with Helen before responding. "On one condition. You help us shut down the Nexus engine permanently, not study it, not repurpose it, but destroy it." Carson considered this for a long moment. "I can't promise that unilaterally. But I can promise to present the full dangers to those with the authority to make that decision." "Not good enough," Helen said firmly. "We've seen how these things go. Today's dangerous technology becomes tomorrow's strategic asset. Meanwhile, innocent beings from other dimensions are being tortured to death. And the rifts are getting worse," Naruto added. "Each one destabilizes the boundaries between worlds further. If Vertex continues, he could tear a hole between dimensions that can't be closed." Carson sighed, her professional mask slipping to reveal genuine concern. "Off the record? I agree with you both. But I'm working within a system that moves slowly and cautiously, especially when dealing with technology that promises unlimited energy in an energy-starved world. Then perhaps we need to operate outside that system, came another voice, Echidna, stepping once again from seemingly nowhere to join their rooftop conference. Carson reacted instantly, drawing her sidearm. Identify yourself. Put that away, Echidna said dismissively. It would be less than useless against me. She turned to Naruto and Helen. The situation has escalated beyond what either of your worlds can handle through conventional means. The Nexus Engine's activation sequence has begun. What does that mean? Helen demanded. It means, Echidna explained gravely, that Vertex is no longer content with small breaches. He's attempting to create a permanent gateway, one large enough to send collection teams into other dimensions. Including yours, Hokage. Naruto felt a chill run through him at the thought of Vertex's technology being deployed against his people. When? The cycle begins in 12 hours, Echidna replied. Once activated, the dimensional tear will grow exponentially until it becomes self-sustaining. Carson had lowered her weapon, though she kept it ready. How do you know this? Echidna regarded her with something approaching pity. I walk between worlds, Agent Carson. The boundaries between realities are my domain. I feel them stretching, tearing under Vertex's assault. We need to stop him now, Naruto decided, already planning strategies. Not yet, Echidna cautioned. The Nexus Engine is currently building power. Attacking prematurely would risk catastrophic dimensional collapse. There is a window, a moment of vulnerability just before full activation, when the machine can be safely disabled. And you're telling us this out of the goodness of your heart? Helen asked skeptically. Echidna smiled enigmatically. Let's say I have vested interests in maintaining the integrity of the multiverse. Vertex's meddling threatens structures far older and more important than he can comprehend. Carson, who had been silent, studying Echidna with an intelligence operative's calculating gaze, finally spoke. I need to report this to my superiors. If what you're saying is true, your superiors are compromised, Echidna interrupted. Several key decision-makers in your agency have been influenced by Vertex's promises of unlimited energy and technological advancement. They will delay any response until it's too late. That's a serious accusation, Carson replied, though her lack of outright denial spoke volumes. You know I'm right, Echidna pressed. You've seen the pattern, investigations stalled, resources diverted, concerns dismissed. Carson's silence confirmed the truth of these words. Naruto looked to Helen, finding in her expression the same resolve he felt. We need to assemble everyone who can help. Winston, your family, anyone we can trust. Helen nodded. DevTech Tower. It has the resources and security we need to plan this properly. I'll join you, Carson decided, holstering her weapon. If official channels are compromised, then I'll work through unofficial ones. But, she added, fixing Echidna with a hard stare, I want full disclosure from you. Who you are, what you want, and why you're really helping. Echidna's ancient eyes gleamed with amusement. You wouldn't comprehend the full truth, Agent Carson. But I will share what you need to know. She turned to Naruto. You felt it, haven't you? The resonance between your chakra and the Elastic One's abilities? Naruto nodded slowly. When we work together to seal the rifts, something happens, our energies combine into something new. Precisely, Echidna confirmed. What you've stumbled upon is a fundamental truth of the multiverse, that power from different realities, when properly harmonized, can create forces beyond the sum of their parts. It is this very principle that Vertex seeks to exploit through brute mechanical means. And what you want to exploit through us, Helen deduced shrewdly. Echidna didn't deny it. Let's say that I wish to study this phenomenon under more ethical conditions than Vertex provides. We're not lab rats, Naruto stated firmly. No, Echidna agreed. You're something far more interesting. Heroes, each shaped by the unique energies of your respective worlds, now collaborating across dimensional boundaries. Such a partnership hasn't existed in several millennia. The implications hung in the air between them, that they were part of something larger, older, and more significant than they had realized. DevTech Tower, Helen repeated, bringing them back to the immediate concern. We plan there, then stop Vertex before he activates the Nexus engine. As they prepared to depart, Naruto cast one last look toward Quantum Dynamics Tower in the distance, its distinctive helix shape now seeming less like a symbol of progress and more like a corkscrew being driven into the fabric of reality itself. Whatever Vertex's ultimate goal, whatever Echidna's true agenda, one thing was clear: the boundaries between worlds were weakening, and if they failed to stop the Nexus engine, both their realities would pay the price. Chapter 3, Bonds Forged in Fire. The war room at DevTech Tower hummed with tension. Digital displays covered the walls, showing maps of Metroville marked with the locations of previous Rift activities, security footage from Quantum Dynamics, and schematics of the Nexus engine that Winston's team had pieced together from the information Naruto's shadow clone had gathered. So, Winston said, stepping back from the holographic display he'd been manipulating, to summarize what we know, Dr. Vertex has been harvesting energy from dimensional beings, using it to refine his targeting system. The Nexus engine is designed to create a stable, permanent gateway between dimensions, and it's scheduled for full activation in, he checked his watch, 10 hours and 17 minutes. And once it's active, there's no shutting it down, Helen added grimly. She stood with arms crossed, her super suit replacing the civilian clothes she'd worn during their escape from Quantum Dynamics. The tear will become self-sustaining. Bob, who had been silently studying the engine schematics, finally spoke. I could break it. Get me close enough, and I can tear that machine apart. It's not that simple, Mr. Incredible, Agent Carson replied, looking up from her tablet. The Nexus engine contains exotic materials under extreme pressure. A brute force approach could trigger a catastrophic reaction. Besides, Naruto added, Vertex will have increased security after our infiltration. The paradigms are probably there now, along with whatever other forces his government connections can provide. The room fell silent as the magnitude of their task settled over them. They had assembled everyone they could trust, the Parr family, Winston and his sister Evelyn, who had been reluctantly brought in for her technical expertise, Agent Carson, and Lucius Best, Frozone, who had arrived an hour earlier after Helen's emergency call. And, of course, Echidna. The dimensional wanderer stood slightly apart from the others, examining the displays with those ancient, iridescent eyes. She had provided critical details about the Nexus engine's operation but remained enigmatic about her own origins and true motivations. What about a covert approach? Lucius suggested, frost forming briefly around his fingers as he considered options. I could freeze their cooling systems, cause an emergency shutdown. The engine has redundant thermal regulation, Evelyn replied, zooming in on that section of the schematics. You'd need to hit all 4 cooling stations simultaneously, and they're in different sectors of the facility. Violet, who had been quietly observing the discussion, stepped forward. What if we combine approaches? Dad and Frozone create a distraction, while I infiltrate invisibly to reach the engine's control center. Too dangerous to send you in alone, Helen said immediately, maternal instinct evident in her voice despite Violet's proven capabilities. She wouldn't be alone, Naruto interjected. My shadow clones could accompany her, transformed to look like Quantum Dynamics personnel. With her invisibility and my clones, we could reach multiple objectives simultaneously. Bob and Helen exchanged glances, having one of those silent conversations that only couples who truly understood each other could manage. It could work, Bob admitted reluctantly, but I don't like putting Vi in the middle of this. Dad, I'm not a kid anymore, Violet replied with quiet determination. My powers are perfect for this kind of mission. There's something else we need to consider, Agent Carson said, bringing up a new display, satellite imagery showing unusual energy readings around Quantum Dynamics Tower. These signatures don't match the patterns from previous rifts. Something's changed. Echidna stepped closer to the display, her expression darkening. As I feared. The boundary is already weakening. Vertex's preparations have thinned the dimensional membrane to a dangerous degree. Meaning what exactly? Winston asked. Meaning, Echidna explained gravely, that even before full activation, things may begin slipping through, entities attracted to the energy buildup. And not the harmless toads from Naruto's world. What kind of entities are we talking about? Lucius asked, voicing everyone's concern. Echidna's gaze swept the room, settling finally on Naruto. In ancient times, before the dimensional boundaries fully solidified, there existed beings that fed on the energy between worlds. My people called them the Void Collective, entities composed of dimensional energy itself, drawn to disturbances in the multiverse like predators to blood in water. And these void things, Helen began cautiously, how dangerous are they? They consume the very essence that separates realities, Echidna replied. A single mature entity could devour enough dimensional energy to collapse the boundaries between multiple worlds. The implications hung heavy in the air. This was no longer just about stopping Vertex, they were potentially facing an ancient threat awakening to a multiverse-spanning feast. Then we need to move now, Naruto decided, pushing away from the table where he'd been studying the facility layouts. Before any of these void entities can manifest. As if in response to his words, alarms suddenly blared throughout the DevTech building. Winston rushed to a console, fingers flying across the controls. Massive energy spike downtown, he reported, face grim. Pattern matches the quantum signatures from the Nexus engine, but it's not coming from quantum dynamics, it's 2 miles east, near the financial district. Security feeds appeared on the main display, showing chaos unfolding in downtown Metroville. A rift had opened in the middle of a busy intersection, larger than any they'd encountered before, pulsing with violent energy that seemed darker, more malevolent than the previous breaches. And something was coming through. That's not right, Naruto muttered, eyes fixed on the emerging shape. The timing, the location, Vertex wouldn't open a rift publicly like this. It contradicts everything we know about his operation. It's not Vertex, Echidna stated with certainty. The engine's energy has drawn attention. What you're seeing is a void entity creating its own tear in response to the dimensional disturbance. On screen, the shape solidified into a form that defied easy description, a writhing mass of darkness shot through with veins of purple energy, vaguely humanoid but constantly shifting, as if reality itself couldn't decide on its proper form. Tendrils of void-black energy extended from its core, touching nearby objects, which promptly disintegrated into component particles before being absorbed into the entity's mass. It's feeding, Echidna explained, her normally impassive face showing genuine alarm. Converting matter to dimensional energy. We need to contain it, Helen said, already moving toward the exit. Before it reaches populated areas. I'm coming with you, Naruto declared, falling into step beside her. Bob joined them, his expression set in determined lines. Lucius, you're with us. Vi, stay here with Dash and Jack, coordinate with Winston and keep an eye on quantum dynamics. But Dad, Violet began to protest. Not this time, Vi, Bob cut her off gently. If that thing is as dangerous as Echidna says, we need our strongest hitters on site. And I'm going too, Agent Carson added, checking her sidearm before holstering it. The DSD needs eyes on this situation. A weapon designed for humans will be useless against a void entity, Echidna warned. Carson smiled thinly. Who said anything about standard ammunition? She ejected her magazine briefly, revealing rounds that glowed with an unearthly blue light. The DSD has been preparing for interdimensional threats longer than you might think. As they prepared to depart, Naruto found himself momentarily alone with Echidna. You knew this would happen, he accused quietly. I suspected, she corrected. The multiverse seeks balance. Vertex's meddling created a power differential that had to be addressed. By summoning ancient destroyers? They weren't summoned, Echidna replied. They were awakened. There's a difference. Before Naruto could press further, Winston called them over to a secure elevator. I'm sending you with prototype equipment, he explained as they descended to the building's vehicle bay. Communication devices that should work even near dimensional disturbances, and portable energy shields based on the containment field from the reprogrammed sphere. The elevator opened to reveal DevTech's advanced transportation options, including a modified SUV large enough to accommodate everyone, its sleek lines suggesting capabilities beyond the average vehicle. 0 to 60 in 2 seconds, Winston said proudly as they boarded. Quantum-stabilized chassis should protect you from dimensional fluctuations, at least temporarily. Let's hope it's enough, Helen replied, taking the driver's seat. As they sped toward downtown, Naruto found himself in the strange position of heading into battle alongside heroes not from his world, against a threat none of them fully understood. In the Hidden Leaf, he would have approached such a situation with the support of fellow shinobi who understood chakra, who had trained alongside him for years. Here, everything was different, the powers, the strategies, the very laws of physics seemed to operate on principles foreign to his experience. Yet as he glanced around at his companions, he recognized something familiar in their expressions, the determined focus of those committed to protecting innocent lives, regardless of the danger to themselves. Perhaps heroes weren't so different across dimensions after all. Downtown Metroville had transformed into a nightmare landscape in the span of minutes. The void entity's presence warped reality around it, street lamps bent at impossible angles, concrete flowed like water, and gravity itself seemed to fluctuate within a 3-block radius of the rift. Helen brought their vehicle to a halt at the police perimeter, where officers were desperately trying to evacuate civilians while maintaining some semblance of order. Elastigirl. Mr. Incredible. The relief on the police captain's face was palpable as they emerged from the vehicle. Thank God. We're completely out of our depth here. Get your people back another 5 blocks, Bob instructed, automatically taking command of the situation. Nothing conventional will work against that thing. Already figured that out the hard way, the captain replied grimly, gesturing to a demolished police cruiser that appeared to have been turned inside out. Lost 2 good officers before we realized bullets just make it stronger. Naruto stepped forward, studying the void entity from a distance. It had grown since the footage they'd seen at DevTech, now standing nearly 20 feet tall, its amorphous form gradually settling into a more defined shape with elongated limbs and a core of pulsating energy. It's stabilizing, he observed. Adapting to this reality. That's not good, Lucius said, ice already forming around his hands. The more it adapts, the harder it'll be to send back. Can we seal it like the rifts? Helen asked Naruto. He shook his head. The rifts were tears in dimensional fabric. This is a sentient entity composed of dimensional energy itself. Different problem, different solution. Then what do you suggest? Agent Carson asked, the specialized rounds in her weapon glowing more brightly as they approached the distortion field. Naruto closed his eyes briefly, extending his senses. The creature's energy signature was unlike anything he'd encountered, not chakra, not natural energy, but something more fundamental, as if it existed partially outside normal spacetime. We need to disrupt its core, he decided, opening his eyes. It's still forming, still vulnerable. If we can destabilize it before it fully materializes in this dimension, we might be able to force it back through the rift. And how exactly do we do that? Lucius asked. Naruto formed a familiar hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A dozen copies of himself appeared, surrounding the group. My clones will approach from different angles, testing its defenses and reactions. Once we understand its capabilities, we can coordinate a targeted strike. Helen nodded approvingly. Good plan. Bob, Lucius, you two hit it from opposite sides once Naruto's clones have its attention. I'll try to contain any tendrils it extends. Agent Carson, I'll stay at optimal firing distance, Carson finished. These rounds are prototype dimensional disruptors, they should temporarily destabilize whatever they hit. With their roles established, they moved into position. Naruto's clones spread out, approaching the void entity from all directions. As they entered the distortion field, reality warped around them, colors shifted, sound became distorted, and physical movement required intense concentration. The entity noticed their presence immediately. It swiveled what passed for a head, a darker concentration of energy within its upper mass, toward the nearest clone. A tendril of void black energy lashed out with shocking speed, passing through the clone and dispersing it instantly. It can detect chakra, Naruto reported, receiving the dispersed clone's memories. And its touch disrupts energy patterns completely. 2 more clones attempted to approach, one using a Rasengan as a potential weapon. The entity responded by extending multiple tendrils, not just toward the immediate threats but in all directions, including toward the police barricade where civilians were still being evacuated. Incoming! Helen shouted, stretching her body to intercept the tendrils headed toward the civilians. She formed a barrier with her elastic form, but when the void energy made contact, she screamed in pain. The tendril didn't disintegrate her as it had the clone, but the contact clearly caused intense agony. Helen! Bob shouted, abandoning the plan to rush to his wife's side. He grabbed her stretched form and pulled her away from the tendril's reach just before it could fully connect. Helen collapsed against him, her body returning to normal proportions but with an alarming discoloration where the tendril had touched, as if that section of her was partially transparent, the elasticity temporarily disrupted. "I'm okay," she gasped, though clearly she wasn't. "It disrupted my molecular cohesion somehow." The entity, seemingly encouraged by the effect it had on Helen, grew more aggressive. It extended dozens of tendrils now, creating a forest of void energy appendages that swept through the area, disintegrating everything they touched. "Change of plan," Naruto called out. "We need to contain it first, then worry about the core." He summoned more clones, having them form a perimeter. Each clone began channeling chakra in a specific pattern, preparing for a large-scale technique. "I need time to prepare a containment jutsu," Naruto explained to the others. "Can you keep it distracted?" Lucius nodded, ice already forming in massive sheets as he created barriers between the entity and nearby buildings. "On it." Bob gently set Helen aside, ensuring she was safely behind cover. "Stay here," he instructed, his voice gentle but brooking no argument. "I'm going to help Frozone." Carson took up position beside Helen, her weapon trained on the entity. "I'll protect her. Go." As Bob charged toward the entity, Naruto closed his eyes, entering Sage mode to enhance his perception of natural energy. Through this heightened awareness, he could sense the dimensional distortions more clearly, and something unexpected caught his attention. The entity wasn't simply destroying matter, it was converting it to energy and channeling it back through the rift, as if feeding something on the other side. "It's not alone," Naruto realized, eyes snapping open to reveal the distinctive toad-like pupils of Sage mode. "It's connected to something larger, like a probe or scout." The entity suddenly paused in its destruction, its amorphous form shifting toward Naruto. It seemed to recognize the Sage energy he was channeling, finding it either interesting or threatening. Bob and Lucius seized the opportunity, coordinating a simultaneous attack from opposite sides. Bob hurled a large chunk of debris directly into the entity's core while Lucius fired a concentrated beam of ice at the same target. The combined assault momentarily disrupted the creature's form, causing it to ripple like disturbed water. "It's vulnerable," Naruto called out. "My clones are ready." Around the perimeter, his shadow clones completed their preparations, slamming their palms to the ground in perfect synchronization. Sealing technique, dimensional boundary cage. Lines of energy shot from each clone, creating a geometric pattern that surrounded the void entity. The lines connected, forming a three-dimensional lattice that contracted around the creature, forcing it to condense. The entity reacted violently, its tendrils lashing against the energy lattice. Where they touched, the ceiling lines sizzled and weakened. "It's breaking through," one clone shouted. Naruto gritted his teeth, pouring more chakra into the technique. "We need to reinforce the seal. I can't hold it alone." Helen, who had partially recovered, stretched her arm toward Naruto from her position behind cover. "Like before, use my elasticity." Understanding immediately, Naruto grabbed her extended hand. As before, their energies resonated, creating that strange hybrid power that transcended the individual abilities of either world. The ceiling lattice changed, the pure chakra lines now interwoven with strands of Helen's elastic energy, more flexible, more adaptive to the entity's attempts to break free. The cage contracted further, compressing the void creature toward the rift from which it had emerged. "It's working," Bob called out, watching as the entity's mass began to shift back toward the dimensional tear. But the creature had one final defense. As it was forced toward the rift, it released a pulse of void energy that expanded outward in all directions, a last desperate attack that shattered Naruto's clones, knocked Bob and Lucius off their feet, and broke the connection between Naruto and Helen. The ceiling cage faltered, and the entity began to reform. "No!" Naruto snarled, refusing to accept defeat. He reached deep within himself, connecting to the enormous reserves of chakra that Kurama provided. Golden energy flared around him as he entered his six-path sage mode, illuminating the distorted landscape with warm light that seemed to temporarily stabilize the reality fluctuations. "Naruto," Kurama's voice resonated within him, stronger now than during his previous attempts at communication. "This creature exists between dimensions. Our chakra alone cannot bind it. Then what can?" Naruto asked aloud, watching as the entity continued to reconstitute itself. "Not what, who," the fox replied. "The elastic woman. Her power resonates with the dimensional fabric differently than chakra. Together, you might create a binding strong enough." Naruto nodded, understanding instinctively what needed to be done. "Helen," he called out. "I need you, all of you this time, not just your hand." Helen, still recovering from the entity's touch, nevertheless pushed herself up. "What do you need me to do?" "Surround it completely, like you did with the rifts," Naruto instructed, golden chakra flowing around him in visible waves. "I'll channel my chakra through your entire body." Bob looked alarmed. "That's too dangerous. You saw what its touch did to her." "It's our only chance," Helen replied, determination replacing pain in her expression. "If that thing fully materializes, it could destroy the entire city." Before Bob could protest further, Helen stretched herself upward and outward, her elastic form expanding to create a dome around the reforming entity. The effort was visible on her face, maintaining such an extended shape while still recovering from the void energy's disruption pushed the limits of her abilities. "Now, Naruto," she called out. Naruto didn't hesitate. He channeled his six paths chakra outward, directing it through the connection they'd established. Golden energy flowed across Helen's stretched form, transforming her usual red and black coloration into a luminous amber as the chakra infused her molecular structure. The sensation was unlike anything Helen had experienced. Her elasticity, always a natural extension of herself, now felt supercharged, as if each molecule of her body had awakened to new possibilities. She could sense the dimensional boundaries Naruto had spoken of, could feel how her extended form interacted with the fabric of reality itself. The void entity sensed the danger immediately. It lashed out with its remaining tendrils, striking Helen's elastic barrier, but where before its touch had caused disruption and pain, now her chakra-infused form absorbed the attacks, the golden energy neutralizing the void energy on contact. "It's working," she called out, her voice strangely resonant, as if speaking from multiple locations simultaneously. "I can feel it weakening." Naruto closed his eyes in concentration, directing the flow of chakra to reinforce Helen's barrier. Through their connection, he could sense her newfound awareness of the dimensional boundaries, and realized she was instinctively adapting her elasticity to exploit weaknesses in the entity's structure. Push inward, he instructed. Compress it toward the rift while I prepare the final seal. Helen complied, her elastic form contracting around the increasingly desperate entity. As she compressed it, Naruto began forming complex hand signs with blurring speed. What's happening to her? Bob asked Echidna, who had arrived silently during the battle and now stood observing with intense interest. Something remarkable, Echidna replied, her ancient eyes reflecting the golden light. Their powers are synchronizing at a fundamental level. He's not simply lending her his energy, they're creating something new together. Inside the elastic dome, Naruto completed his sequence of hand signs. 6 paths sealing technique, dimensional reversion. The golden chakra covering Helen's form condensed into intricate patterns, symbols and characters from Naruto's world that spiraled inward toward the trapped entity. The void creature's form began to lose cohesion, its mass breaking apart as the sealing technique forced it back through dimensional boundaries. With a final pulse of combined energy, Helen and Naruto completed the seal. The void entity collapsed inward, drawn back through the rift, which shrank rapidly until it winked out of existence with a thunderclap of displaced air. Helen's elastic form returned to normal as she collapsed, exhausted but unharmed. The golden chakra receded, though faint traces of it seemed to linger in her suit, creating subtle patterns that slowly faded. Bob was at her side instantly, cradling her with gentle strength. Helen. Are you okay? She nodded weakly, managing a smile. That was intense. Like being stretched across multiple dimensions at once. Naruto dropped to one knee, his own golden aura fading as he returned to normal. The expenditure of chakra, especially while maintaining such a complex connection with Helen, had depleted even his enormous reserves. You did it, Lucius said, approaching with Agent Carson. That thing's gone. For now, Naruto replied grimly. But it was connected to something larger, something that's still out there, watching. Carson surveyed the devastation around them. The entity had left a path of destruction through several city blocks, buildings partially disintegrated, streets warped and twisted, lampposts bent into impossible shapes. The DSD will need to quarantine this area, she said. The dimensional residue could have unpredictable effects. Echidna stepped forward, examining the spot where the rift had been. The boundary is thin here now. It will be easier for others to break through at this location. She turned to Naruto. The Void Collective knows about you now, about both of you. They've tasted your combined power, and they'll be interested. Interested how? Helen asked, slowly regaining her strength. The Void Collective consumes dimensional energy, Echidna explained. What you two created together, that hybrid force, represents a new form of power they've never encountered. They'll want to understand it, and devour it. Naruto exchanged a look with Helen, both recognizing the implications. Their unexpected partnership had created something unique, something powerful enough to repel a void entity, but also something that might attract more of them. So we've painted targets on our backs, Naruto concluded. More like beacons, Echidna corrected. But this may work to our advantage. If we can predict where they'll emerge next, we can be ready for them, Helen finished. As emergency services began to arrive, media helicopters circled overhead. The story would be impossible to contain now, dimensional invaders, void entities, the unexpected partnership between Elastigirl and a mysterious blonde stranger with golden energy powers. We need to get back to Dev Tech, Bob said, helping Helen to her feet. Regroup and figure out our next move. Vertex is still planning to activate the Nexus engine in, he checked his watch, less than 9 hours. And now we have void entities to deal with too, Lucius added. Great. As if one world-ending threat wasn't enough. As they made their way back to their vehicle, Naruto found himself walking beside Helen, both of them moving more slowly than usual due to their exertions. That was unlike anything I've experienced, she admitted quietly. When your chakra flowed through me. I could sense things beyond normal perception. The boundaries between worlds, the fabric of reality itself. Naruto nodded. It's similar to Sage Mode, connecting to energies beyond the physical. But what we did together was something new. Even Kurama was surprised. Kurama, the fox spirit? Yes. He was able to communicate more clearly during our connection. Something about our combined energies strengthened our bond as well. Helen considered this. Do you think we could replicate it? Control it better next time? With practice, Naruto agreed. Though I'd prefer not to have void entities as training partners. That drew a tired laugh from Helen. Agreed. But if more are coming, we'll be ready, Naruto assured her, his natural optimism reasserting itself. This is what heroes do, right? Adapt and overcome. Helen smiled, recognizing in him the same resilient spirit that had carried her through countless battles. Right. The atmosphere at DevTech Tower had changed dramatically by the time they returned. Winston had transformed the war room into a full crisis command center, with staff monitoring news reports, dimensional energy readings, and quantum dynamics activity simultaneously. You're all over the news, Violet informed them as they entered, pointing to multiple screens showing footage of their battle. They're calling him the Golden Guardian. She nodded toward Naruto with a small smile. Creative, Naruto remarked dryly. Though I prefer Hokage. The public needs recognizable labels, Winston explained, looking harried but focused. And right now, they need reassurance. That footage of you two working together is actually helping calm the panic. Indeed, the news channels were replaying the moment when Helen and Naruto's powers had combined, her elastic form illuminated by his golden chakra as they forced the void entity back through the rift. Even without context, the visual was undeniably inspiring, heroes from different worlds uniting against a common threat. What's the latest on quantum dynamics? Bob asked, helping Helen to a chair where Dash immediately brought her water and a protein bar. Winston's expression darkened. They've gone into complete lockdown. Security perimeter established, military vehicles seen entering the compound. Our sensors show energy readings from the Nexus engine continuing to build. And the paradigms? Helen asked. On site, Evelyn replied, bringing up surveillance footage showing Paragon and his team patrolling the quantum dynamics perimeter. Looking very official and self-important, as usual. Carson, who had been conferring quietly with someone via her communication device, rejoined the group. I've spoken with what few DSD contacts I can still trust. Most of the division has been placed under the direct authority of General Warren, who happens to be one of Vertex's strongest supporters in the military. Convenient, Lucius commented sarcastically. So official channels are completely closed to us, Helen summarized. Any attempt to approach quantum dynamics will be treated as hostile. That's not the worst of it, Winston added grimly. He tapped a command into the central console, bringing up a new display, a series of energy readings from around the city. We've detected microfractures in the dimensional boundary at 7 locations. They're not full rifts yet, but the membrane is weakening citywide. After effects from the void entity? Naruto suggested. Partially, Echidna answered, studying the readings. But also preparation. The collective isn't random, they're strategic. These fractures form a pattern. She gestured, and Winston obligingly connected the points on the map, revealing a geometric shape surrounding the downtown area. A containment circle, Naruto realized, recognizing the pattern from ancient sealing techniques. They're creating their own dimensional boundary, cutting off a section of your city from the rest of this reality. The implications were chilling. If successful, the Void Collective could effectively isolate a portion of Metroville, making it easier to consume completely without resistance from the outside. How long before these microfractures become actual rifts? Bob asked. Hours, perhaps, Echidna replied. Coinciding with the Nexus engine's activation. The timing is unlikely to be coincidental. You think the Void Collective is responding to Vertex's machine? Helen asked. Or working with it, knowingly or not, Echidna suggested. Dimensional energies interact in complex ways. The engine's power signature could be drawing them like moths to flame, or it could be actively destabilizing boundaries in a pattern that serves their purposes. Naruto had been silent, absorbing this information while attempting to formulate a strategy. In the hidden leaf, he would have had the collective wisdom of the village elders, the analytical brilliance of Shikamaru, the Hyuga's Byakugan to monitor multiple threats simultaneously. Here, he had new allies with different strengths, but also a growing sense that time was running out. We need to split our focus, he finally said. One team to stop Vertex and shut down the Nexus engine, another to disrupt the containment pattern the Void Collective is creating. Agreed, Helen said. But we're stretched thin already. Even with all of us working together, we have help, Naruto interrupted, an idea forming. The reprogrammed sphere, it contains data on dimensional signatures, right? Could it identify these microfractures and potentially help seal them? Winston brightened. Actually, yes. We've upgraded its systems based on the data you've provided. It could theoretically detect and temporarily stabilize weak points in the dimensional boundary. Good. Then we deploy multiple spheres, one at each fracture point. They maintain containment while small teams address the Nexus engine. I can replicate the sphere's essential functions into smaller drones, Evelyn offered unexpectedly. When everyone looked at her in surprise, she shrugged. What? End of the world trumps professional rivalries. How many could you build in, say, 6 hours? Winston asked his sister. With DevTech resources? 7, maybe 8 functional units. Naruto nodded. That works. Now for the quantum dynamic strike team. Before he could continue, one of Winston's technicians called out, Sir, we're detecting a new energy signature. Different from the void entity, but definitely interdimensional. All eyes turned to the main display, which showed a new disturbance forming, not in the city, but within DevTech Tower itself, specifically, in the adjacent laboratory where the reprogrammed sphere was being studied. Security feeds showed the sphere suddenly activating, spinning rapidly as it projected a beam of blue light that expanded into what appeared to be a small, stable rift, but unlike the violent tears they'd encountered previously, this portal seemed controlled, its edges clearly defined. And then, impossibly, a familiar face appeared within it. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto exclaimed, instantly recognizing his former teacher and predecessor as Hokage. The silver-haired ninja's image was slightly distorted, as if viewed through rippling water, but clearly visible. His visible eye widened in recognition. Naruto. Kakashi's voice came through with static interference. We've been searching everywhere. Where are you? Another dimension, Naruto replied, already running toward the laboratory with the others following. How are you contacting me? We traced your chakra signature using a modified summoning technique, Kakashi explained, his image fluctuating as they entered the lab. Shikamaru theorized that your unique chakra would leave a trail across dimensional boundaries. But the connection is unstable, we can't maintain it for long. Naruto approached the portal cautiously, reaching out but stopping short of touching it. Is everyone alright? The village? We're fine, Kakashi assured him. Concerned about you. We detected massive chakra expenditure from your location recently. Were you in battle? Yes, against something called a void entity. Kakashi-sensei, there's a scientist here creating rifts between dimensions, weakening the boundaries between worlds. And something worse is taking advantage, ancient beings that feed on dimensional energy. Kakashi's expression grew serious. We've noticed disturbances here as well. Strange energy signatures appearing throughout the land of fire. Hinata reported seeing tears in the chakra fabric with her Byakugan. This confirmed Naruto's worst fears, the effects weren't limited to this dimension. Vertex's meddling was damaging the boundaries on both sides. We're working to stop it, Naruto promised. I've made allies here. He gestured to the Parr family and the others who had entered the lab behind him, heroes of this world who understand the threat. Kakashi studied the group with his analytical eye. Interesting. Their chakra patterns are unlike anything in our records. They don't use chakra, Naruto explained. Their abilities work differently. But we've found ways to combine our powers effectively. The portal began to fluctuate more violently, the image of Kakashi breaking up into static fragments before stabilizing again. The connection is failing, Kakashi warned. Naruto, we're working on a way to bring you back. Shikamaru and the research division are analyzing the dimensional disturbances, looking for a pattern we can exploit. Tell them to be careful, Naruto cautioned. The beings causing these rifts, the Void Collective, they're drawn to dimensional energy. Any attempt to create a stable passage might attract them. Understood. We'll proceed with caution. Kakashi's image fragmented again, reforming with visible effort. Is there anything you need from our side? Information, resources? Naruto considered quickly. Yes, the Elder Toad scroll on dimensional sealing techniques. If you can somehow transfer that knowledge, it might help us create more permanent solutions here. Kakashi nodded. I'll send Sai to Mount Mayaboku immediately. He looked past Naruto to the others. To Naruto's allies, thank you for helping our Hokage. Know that the hidden leaf stands ready to assist however we can. Helen stepped forward. We'll get him home safely, I promise. The connection was failing rapidly now, Kakashi's image dissolving into patterns of light. Naruto, he called, his voice breaking up, whatever happens, remember who you are. The will of fire burns even across dimensions. With those words, the portal collapsed, the sphere's energy beam retracting as it settled back into its normal operational mode. For a moment, everyone was silent. Then Winston spoke, his voice hushed with awe. We just established direct communication with another dimension. Do you know what this means for science? It means Vertex isn't the only one who can create stable passages between worlds, Naruto said, his mind racing with new possibilities. And it means my people are aware of the threat, they can help us from their side. But the connection was temporary, Helen pointed out. And it required your unique chakra signature as an anchor point. True, Naruto admitted. But it proves something important. With the right approach, dimensional travel doesn't have to damage reality itself. There are safer methods than Vertex's brute force approach. Echidna, who had observed the exchange with unusual intensity, finally spoke. The reprogrammed sphere must have detected the chakra probe from your world and facilitated the connection. Interesting. It's learning, adapting to new dimensional signatures. Can we replicate the effect? Bob asked. Create our own stable portals instead of just responding to rifts? Perhaps, Echidna replied, though her tone suggested caution. But attempting to do so without proper understanding could further weaken the already damaged boundaries. Naruto turned to Winston. How quickly can Evelyn modify the sphere's programming to share with the drone replicas? A few hours, Winston estimated, looking to his sister for confirmation. Evelyn nodded. I'll need to streamline the code, but the essential functions can be transferred. Do it, Naruto decided. And prepare the drones for deployment to the microfracture points. Meanwhile, we need to finalize our plan for quantum dynamics. As the group moved back to the war room to continue their preparations, Helen fell into step beside Naruto, noticing the mix of emotions on his face. Seeing your teacher, that must have been reassuring, she said quietly. Naruto nodded, a small smile breaking through his serious expression. Kakashi-sensei always shows up when you need him most. Chronically late to everything else, but never when it really matters. You miss them, Helen observed. It wasn't a question. Yes, Naruto admitted. But knowing they're working from their side helps. And honestly, he glanced around at the Parrs, at Winston and Lucius, at the team that had formed around him in this strange world. "I've found good allies here too." Helen smiled. "Friends, not just allies." Naruto considered this, then nodded. "Friends. Something about facing world-ending threats together tends to accelerate relationships." "Tell me about it," Helen laughed. "Bob and I fell in love while stopping a runaway train." Her expression grew more serious. "Naruto, that thing we did against the void entity, the way our powers combined, I've been thinking about it. If we could control it better, direct it more precisely. It could be the key to stopping both threats," Naruto finished. "I was thinking the same thing. But it'll take practice, and we don't have much time." "Then we'd better make the most of what we have," Helen replied with determination. "Let's see what we can do in 6 hours." The training facility deep within DevTech Tower had been designed to test the limits of superhero abilities in a controlled environment. Reinforced walls, adaptive obstacles, and monitoring systems that could track the minutest changes in energy outputs made it the perfect place for Naruto and Helen to explore their unique power combination. "Okay," Helen said, stretching her arms experimentally. "Last time, your chakra flowed through my elastic form, creating a kind of hybrid energy field. But it was reactive, responding to the immediate threat." "Right," Naruto agreed. "This time, let's try to direct it more consciously. I'll start with a smaller amount of chakra, and you focus on channeling it through specific parts of your body." Bob, Lucius, and Violet observed from the control room, monitoring the energy readings while Winston and Evelyn continued their work on the drone replicas elsewhere in the building. "Ready?" Naruto asked, holding out his hand. Helen nodded, extending her arm to grasp his. The contact immediately created a resonance between them, a subtle vibration that both could feel at a cellular level. Naruto closed his eyes, carefully directing a stream of chakra through their connection, not the overwhelming flood from their battle with the void entity, but a controlled flow that Helen could potentially manipulate. "I can feel it," Helen murmured, watching as her stretched arm began to glow with a soft golden light. "It's like having another set of muscles I never knew existed." "Try to direct it," Naruto suggested. "Imagine the energy moving where you want it to go." Helen concentrated, focusing on her outstretched arm. Slowly, the golden glow intensified in her hand while fading from the rest of her arm, demonstrating a level of control over the chakra flow that impressed Naruto. "That's it," he encouraged. "Now try to shape it." With careful concentration, Helen formed her glowing hand into different configurations, stretching fingers, expanding her palm, even creating complex shapes that her normal elasticity would have struggled to maintain. "The chakra is reinforcing her molecular structure," Naruto observed, allowing more precise control and greater stability. "The energy readings are fascinating," Violet called from the control room. "It's like Mom's frequency and Naruto's are harmonizing, creating a third signature that's distinct from both." Emboldened by their success, Naruto gradually increased the chakra flow. Helen's entire body began to glow with the golden energy, her super suit seemingly absorbing and channeling the chakra alongside her physical form. "Let's try something more complex," Helen suggested. She stretched upward and outward, expanding her body into a dome similar to how she had contained the void entity, but this time with deliberate, precise control over every aspect of her form. The chakra-infused elastic barrier hummed with energy, creating a perfect hemisphere that pulsed with golden light. Within the dome, the air itself seemed to shimmer, as if the hybrid energy was affecting the very fabric of local reality. "Remarkable," Lucius murmured, watching the displays that showed energy readings spiking far beyond normal parameters. "They're creating some kind of localized dimensional field." Naruto, maintaining the chakra flow, stepped inside the dome Helen had created. The sensation was immediate and profound. Within the shared energy field, his connection to natural energy intensified dramatically, as if Helen's elastic properties somehow amplified the sensory aspects of Sage Mode. "I can sense the dimensional boundaries more clearly," he reported, eyes shifting to their Sage Mode appearance. It's like having a map of weak points and stable regions. And I can feel the structure of space itself, Helen added, her voice carrying that strange resonant quality from before. Where it can bend, where it resists, where connections might form. In the control room, alarms suddenly began to sound. Violet rushed to check the readings, her eyes widening in surprise. "Guys, you're actually creating a dimensional microbubble," she called out. "The space inside that dome is partially disconnected from normal spacetime." Naruto and Helen exchanged startled looks, immediately understanding the implications. If they could create controlled dimensional bubbles, they might be able to counteract both the Nexus engine and the Void Collective's rifts. "Let's try to stabilize it," Naruto suggested, carefully modulating his chakra flow. Helen nodded, concentrating on maintaining the perfect hemispheric shape while allowing Naruto's chakra to flow evenly throughout her extended form. Together, they focused on the dimensional bubble they had inadvertently created, attempting to strengthen its boundaries without expanding its size. The golden glow deepened, patterns appearing within it that resembled both chakra sealing symbols and the natural geometric forms that characterized Helen's elastic stretching at a molecular level. The hybrid energy stabilized, the alarms in the control room falling silent as the readings settled into consistent patterns. "They've done it," Bob said with quiet amazement. "Created a stable dimensional pocket." Naruto carefully withdrew some of his chakra, testing whether the bubble could maintain integrity with reduced energy input. To his satisfaction, the field remained stable, suggesting that once established, the hybrid energy could become self-sustaining to some degree. "This could be the key," he said to Helen, excitement building in his voice. "If we can create stable dimensional pockets, we might be able to contain the void entities more permanently, maybe even redirect the Nexus engine's energy into controlled channels instead of letting it tear random holes between worlds." Helen slowly retracted her form, allowing the dimensional bubble to dissipate gently rather than collapse. As she returned to normal proportions, the golden glow faded from her body, though traces of it lingered longer than before, suggesting that her elastic molecular structure had retained some of Naruto's chakra. "That was incredible," she said, slightly breathless from the exertion but clearly exhilarated by the discovery. "It felt like having access to a whole new dimension of my powers." The others joined them on the training floor, Bob immediately moving to Helen's side with barely concealed concern. "Are you all right?" he asked, noticing the faint golden traces still visible in her suit. "Better than all right," she assured him with a smile. "This changes everything, Bob. We've been fighting these dimensional threats defensively, but now we might have a way to take the initiative." "The energy you two generated was off the charts," Violet reported, tablet in hand showing the recorded data. "And the dimensional bubble was stable, completely isolated from regular spacetime while maintaining a controlled connection. Like an airlock between dimensions," Lucius added thoughtfully. "A buffer zone where different rules apply." Naruto nodded, understanding the analogy. "That's exactly what we need, a way to interact with dimensional boundaries without weakening them. If we can create these bubbles at strategic locations, we could neutralize the microfractures the Void Collective is creating," Helen finished, their thoughts once again in perfect synchronization. "And potentially create a controlled environment around the Nexus engine that would prevent its energy from tearing random holes between worlds. Which still leaves the question of how we get past the military perimeter, the paradigms, and whatever other security Vertex has established," Bob pointed out, ever the pragmatist. Before anyone could respond, Winston's voice came through the facility's communication system. "Everyone to the war room, now. We've got a problem, a big one." The main display in the war room showed a city-wide map with multiple pulsing red points, no longer microfractures, but active rifts forming simultaneously across Metroville. News feeds showed chaos erupting at each location as strange phenomena manifested, gravity distortions, temporal anomalies, and in at least 3 locations, entities beginning to emerge. "It's happening faster than we predicted," Winston explained grimly. "The dimensional membrane is failing citywide. The Nexus engine must be entering its final preparation phase," Echidna observed. These rifts are symptomatic of cascading boundary failure. Carson, who had been coordinating with her remaining DSD contacts, looked up from her communications device. Military and DSD response teams are deploying, but they're completely unprepared for this scale of incursion. What about our drones? Naruto asked. 7 operational units, Evelyn reported, entering the room with a control tablet. Ready for deployment, but we'll have to prioritize locations, we can't cover all the active rifts. Naruto studied the map, his strategic mind assessing priorities. We target the vertices of the containment pattern first, these 7 points. He indicated the locations where the geometric pattern Echidna had identified connected. Disrupting the pattern will slow the Void Collective's attempt to isolate part of the city. And the other rifts? Helen asked. The paradigms and military units can contain those temporarily, Naruto replied. They can't close them permanently, but they can buy us time to deal with the source. Which brings us back to quantum dynamics, Bob said. While everyone's distracted by these rifts, we make our move on the Nexus engine. The plan was logical, but Helen noticed something in Naruto's expression, a reluctance that hadn't been there before. What is it? She asked. You're thinking something else. Naruto sighed, facing the difficult truth he'd been avoiding. These rifts, they're not just random. The pattern, the timing, it's too deliberate. The Void Collective isn't just responding to Vertex's machine, they're using it. Using it how? Lucius asked. As a door, Echidna answered before Naruto could respond. A door that swings both ways. Vertex believes he's creating a gateway to extract energy from other dimensions, but what he's actually building is an invitation. An invitation for what? Winston asked, though his tone suggested he already feared the answer. The Void Emperor, Naruto said grimly, the name coming to him with sudden certainty. The entity we fought was just a scout, a fragment of something much larger, much more powerful. These rifts, this pattern, they're preparing for its arrival. Echidna's ancient eyes widened slightly, genuine surprise visible for perhaps the first time since they'd met her. You sensed it, she said to Naruto. Through your sage abilities. He nodded. During our battle with the Void Entity, I felt a presence behind it, something vast and ancient, directing its actions. And just now, when Helen and I created our dimensional bubble, I could feel it more clearly, waiting, watching from the spaces between worlds. The room fell silent as the implications sank in. They weren't just fighting Vertex's reckless scientific ambition or even individual void entities, they were facing a coordinated invasion from a power that existed beyond dimensional boundaries. So what do we do? Bob finally asked, voicing the question on everyone's mind. If stopping Vertex won't be enough, it's still step one, Naruto insisted. The Nexus engine is the catalyst. Without it, the Void Emperor can't create a stable passage large enough to enter this dimension fully. So we stick to the plan, Helen concluded. Deploy the drones to disrupt the containment pattern, then strike quantum dynamics to shut down the Nexus engine. With one modification, Naruto added. Helen and I need to be at the engine when it's shut down. Our combined power, the dimensional bubbles we can create, might be necessary to contain the backlash and prevent catastrophic boundary collapse. The plan was risky, depending on a power they'd only just discovered and barely controlled. But as they all recognized, they had run out of safer options. We deploy in 30 minutes, Naruto decided, his voice taking on the authoritative tone of the Hokage, a leader accustomed to making difficult decisions in crisis situations. Evelyn, prepare the drones. Winston, we'll need transportation to the 7 rift points and to quantum dynamics. Already arranged, Winston confirmed. I've modified several vehicles with the same quantum-stabilized technology as the SUV you used earlier. Carson, can your DSD contacts provide any intelligence on quantum dynamics' current security layout? Helen asked. The agent nodded. Limited, but better than going in blind. I'll have it uploaded to your communication devices before departure. As the group dispersed to make final preparations, Naruto found himself momentarily alone with Echidna, who had been watching the proceedings with her usual enigmatic expression. "You're not telling us everything," he said quietly, not a question but a statement. "No one ever tells everything, Hokage," she replied. "But I've told you what you need to know." "Have you?" Naruto challenged. "Because I get the feeling you have a personal stake in this situation that goes beyond protecting dimensional boundaries." Echidna's ancient eyes seemed to look through him, as if seeing something beyond physical form. "My people were the original guardians of the dimensional boundaries," she finally said. "We maintained the balance, ensured that entities like the Void Collective remained contained within their proper domains. And now? Now I am the last," she admitted, something like genuine sorrow briefly crossing her features. "The others fell long ago, some to time, others to the very forces they sought to contain. I have walked between worlds for millennia, maintaining what balance I could alone." "And the Void Emperor?" Her expression hardened. "An old adversary. One I cannot face directly without risking the very boundaries I seek to protect. Our energies are incompatible. Direct conflict between us would tear holes in reality that might never heal. So you need proxies," Naruto realized. "Helen and me, our combined power represents a third option, something neither you nor the Emperor can generate alone." "You understand quickly," Echidna acknowledged. "Yes, your hybrid energy exists outside the established dimensional paradigm. It could potentially neutralize the Void Emperor's influence without the catastrophic side effects of my direct intervention." "You could have just asked for our help," Naruto pointed out. "Instead of these half-truths and manipulations." Echidna smiled sadly. "Would you have believed me? A stranger claiming to be an ancient dimensional guardian, asking you to fight a universe-spanning entity on faith alone. Besides," she added, "some things must be discovered, not told. The power you and Helen have created together is stronger precisely because you developed it yourselves, through necessity and cooperation." Before Naruto could respond, Helen rejoined them, now fully suited up and ready for deployment. She sensed the tension between them immediately. "Everything okay here?" she asked, gaze shifting between Naruto and Echidna. "Just getting clarity on our interdimensional allies' true agenda," Naruto replied, not breaking eye contact with Echidna. "It seems we're part of a much older conflict than we realized." Helen's expression showed no surprise. "I figured as much. Anyone who walks between dimensions doesn't show up by coincidence." She addressed Echidna directly. "Will knowing your real motivations change what we need to do today?" Echidna considered the question. "No. Stopping Vertex and containing the Void Collective remains the immediate priority, regardless of the larger context. Then we can discuss ancient dimensional politics after we save both our worlds," Helen decided practically. "The drones are ready, and the teams are assembling." Naruto nodded, accepting the pragmatic approach. Whatever Echidna's true agenda, the immediate threats were real and urgent. "Let's go." Metroville had descended into controlled chaos. Emergency services struggled to evacuate citizens from affected areas while military and DSD personnel established perimeters around the growing rifts. The paradigms had split their forces, each member attempting to contain dimensional anomalies at separate locations. From DevTech Tower, 7 teams deployed simultaneously, each transporting one of Evelyn's modified drones to a vertex point in the Void Collective's containment pattern. Dash and Violet, despite their parents' concerns, had insisted on participating, their powers perfectly suited for the quick placement and protection of the drones. Remember, Naruto instructed via their communication network as the teams approached their targets, the drones need to be positioned exactly at the coordinates we've provided. Even a few meters off could compromise the disruption pattern. Got it, Violet confirmed from her position in the east quadrant of the city. I'm approaching my target now, heavy DSD presence, but I can slip past them invisibly. Same here, Dash reported, his voice betraying his excitement despite the gravity of the situation. Military has the whole area blocked off, but they'll never see me coming. Bob, who had taken responsibility for the most dangerous location, a rift near the harbor where multiple void tendrils had already emerged, provided a more measured update. Harbor situation deteriorating. These tendrils are trying to establish some kind of permanent anchor point. Moving in with Lucius to clear a path for drone deployment. Meanwhile, Naruto, Helen, and Agent Carson approached Quantum Dynamics Tower in a vehicle modified with Winston's quantum-stabilized technology. The building looked dramatically different from their previous visit, the distinctive helix structure now pulsed with visible energy that coursed upward like lightning in slow motion. A military perimeter surrounded the facility, with tanks and armored personnel carriers establishing defensive positions. Subtle, Helen remarked dryly as they observed from a safe distance. At least they're not pretending this is normal scientific research anymore. Carson studied the deployment through specialized binoculars. Standard containment protocol. They're not trying to stop whatever's happening inside, just making sure nothing gets out that they don't approve. Or nothing gets in that might interfere, Naruto added. Like us. Their communication devices chimed simultaneously, Winston coordinating from DevTech Tower. All teams in position. Drones ready for synchronized activation on your command. Naruto and Helen exchanged glances. This was the moment of truth. If the drone disruption failed, the Void Collective's containment pattern would complete, potentially trapping a section of the city in a dimensional bubble of their own making. Activate, Naruto ordered. Across Metroville, the 7 drones powered up simultaneously, each emitting a focused beam of energy directly into the rifts they had been positioned to counteract. The effect was immediate and visible even from a distance. The rifts contracted, their wild energy patterns stabilizing into more controlled configurations. It's working. Winston reported excitedly. The containment pattern is destabilizing. Dimensional readings show a 60% reduction in boundary deterioration citywide. That buys us time, but not a solution, Naruto reminded them. The Nexus engine is still building toward activation. We need to move now, while they're focused on the rift disruptions. Carson pointed toward the eastern side of the quantum dynamics compound. Service entrance there. Minimal guard presence compared to the main gates. Can we get close enough without being spotted? Helen asked, noting the open terrain surrounding the facility. Naruto formed a familiar hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 perfect copies of himself appeared in the vehicle's back seat. My clones will create diversions at different points along the perimeter. During the confusion, we approach from the blind spot Carson identified. The plan was simple but effective. Naruto's clones transformed their appearance to match maintenance workers, then approached different sections of the perimeter, creating carefully controlled accidents that drew security attention, one triggering a nearby fire hydrant, another causing an electrical junction box to short-circuit, the third simply walking openly toward the main gate as a direct distraction. As predicted, security forces redirected to these multiple disturbances, creating the opportunity Naruto, Helen, and Carson needed. They moved quickly across the open ground, Helen using her elasticity to help them scale the perimeter fence while Carson disabled a security camera with a precisely aimed shot. Once inside the compound, they moved with practiced efficiency toward the service entrance. Carson's DSD credentials, while potentially compromised, still functioned to get them through the initial security door. Beyond that, Helen's infiltration skills and Naruto's shinobi training allowed them to avoid patrols and security measures as they made their way deeper into the facility. The Nexus engine will be in the lowest level, Carson whispered as they navigated maintenance corridors. Same location you observed during your previous visit. Their communication devices suddenly crackled with urgent updates from the field teams. Something's wrong. Violet's voice came through, tense with effort. The rift is fighting back against the drone, adapting to its frequency. Similar reports came from the other teams, the initial success of the drones was proving temporary as the rifts began to adjust to the countermeasures, growing more resistant with each passing minute. "They're learning," Naruto realized with growing alarm. "The Void Collective is analyzing our technology and adapting to it. How long will the drones hold?" Helen asked Winston. 20 minutes at current degradation rates," came the grim reply. "Maybe less if the adaptation accelerates. Then we have 20 minutes to reach the Nexus engine and shut it down," Naruto concluded. They increased their pace, moving with greater urgency despite the increased risk of detection. They had nearly reached the secure elevator that would take them to the lower levels when alarms suddenly blared throughout the facility. Red emergency lights began flashing in the corridors, and security doors slammed shut around them. "That's not because of us," Carson said, checking her tactical tablet. "Energy spike from the Nexus engine, massive power fluctuation. They're starting the activation sequence early," Helen realized. "Vertex must know about our drone countermeasures." Naruto closed his eyes briefly, extending his senses toward the levels below. What he felt made his blood run cold, a swirling maelstrom of corrupted dimensional energy, far larger and more unstable than anything they'd encountered previously. "We need to move now," he said urgently. "The engine isn't just activating, it's overloading. I can feel the boundaries starting to rupture." With no more time for stealth, Helen stretched her arms to the ceiling panels, pulling herself up to access the elevator shaft. Naruto and Carson followed, descending rapidly toward the lowest levels where the Nexus engine awaited. What they found when they finally reached the massive chamber was worse than they had imagined. The Nexus engine had transformed since their previous observation. What had been a controlled scientific apparatus was now a writhing mass of technological horror, metal components fusing with organic-looking structures that pulsed with sickly purple energy. At its center, where a controlled rift had once been contained, now yawned a massive tear in reality itself, a wound in spacetime that revealed glimpses of something vast and ancient moving on the other side. And standing before it, arms outstretched as if in welcome, was Dr. Elias Vertex. But he was changed, his tall, gaunt form now elongated to inhuman proportions, his skin taking on a translucent quality that revealed swirling energies beneath. When he turned to face them, his eyes were pools of void-black nothingness. "You're too late," he said, his voice resonating with unnatural harmonics. "The gateway opens. My patron comes." "He's been corrupted," Naruto observed grimly. "The Void Emperor has been influencing him from the beginning." "Influenced?" "No," Vertex laughed, the sound echoing strangely as if coming from multiple locations simultaneously. "Enlightened. Shown the true nature of reality, that all boundaries are illusions, all separations temporary. The Emperor comes not to destroy, but to unify." "By consuming everything," Helen countered, stretching her limbs into a combat stance. "We've seen what your unification looks like, worlds torn apart, beings devoured for their energy." Vertex smiled, the expression terrible on his transformed face. "Such limited perspective. The consumption you fear is merely redistribution. All energy returns to the void eventually. We simply accelerate the inevitable." "We're wasting time," Carson said, raising her specialized weapon. "We need to shut down the engine now." She fired a burst of the glowing blue rounds directly at the machine's main power coupling. The shots hit their target perfectly, but instead of disrupting the energy flow, they were absorbed into the corrupted machinery, causing it to pulse more brightly. "Conventional weapons won't work," Naruto warned. "The engine has evolved beyond physical technology. It's becoming a living conduit." Vertex laughed again. "Yes. You begin to understand. The Nexus engine was never merely a machine, it is an evolution, a transformation of crude matter into transcendent energy conduit." He gestured, and suddenly the chamber was filled with quantum dynamic security personnel, but like Vertex himself, they were changed, their forms elongated and partially translucent, moving with unnatural synchronization. "Stop them," Vertex ordered simply, turning back to the growing rift. Our guest arrives momentarily. The corrupted security team surged forward. Naruto immediately created shadow clones to intercept them while Helen stretched her body to create barriers protecting Carson, who had taken cover behind research equipment, continuing to fire at the engine's vulnerable points despite the diminishing returns. Helen. Naruto called out as he engaged multiple opponents simultaneously. We need to try the dimensional bubble technique. It might contain the rift long enough to disrupt the connection. She nodded, understanding immediately. Stretching to his side, she took his hand, initiating the now familiar resonance between their energies. Golden chakra flowed from Naruto into her elastic form, illuminating her from within as their powers synchronized. The corrupted security personnel reacted instantly to the golden light, recoiling as if in pain or fear. Even Vertex turned from his communion with the rift, his void-black eyes narrowing at the sight of their combined power. The anomaly, he hissed. The Emperor warned of this, a hybrid energy that exists outside the natural order. Stop them now. The corrupted guards redoubled their efforts, but Naruto's clones held them back while he and Helen completed their energy fusion. Her body expanded outward, taking on that golden luminescence as she stretched to encircle the massive rift, creating a dome similar to the one they had formed in the DevTech training facility, but on a much larger scale. The effort was tremendous. Helen's face showed the strain of extending her elastic form around a tear in reality nearly 30 feet across, while simultaneously channeling Naruto's chakra throughout her molecular structure. Naruto himself poured everything he had into their connection, drawing on Kurama's vast reserves to fuel the technique. Naruto, the Nine Tails spoke within his mindscape, whatever is coming through that rift, it's ancient and powerful. I sense malevolence beyond anything we've faced before. I know, Naruto replied aloud, concentration never wavering. But so are we. The golden elastic barrier closed around the rift, creating a contained dimensional bubble that separated the tear from the surrounding reality. Immediately, the wild energies began to stabilize, the violent fluctuations settling into more controlled patterns. But Vertex was not idle. Seeing his gateway being contained, he moved with inhuman speed to the engine's central control array, his elongated fingers dancing across interfaces that responded to his touch as if alive. You cannot stop the inevitable, he called out, his voice distorting further as his transformation progressed. The Emperor has waited eons for this moment, the reunification of all dimensional energy under void dominion. The engine responded to his commands, power surging through its corrupted components. The rift within Helen's elastic barrier pulsed violently, expanding against her containment field. I can't hold it much longer, she called out, her voice strained. Something massive is pushing through. Carson, who had been systematically targeting secondary systems around the chamber, suddenly called out, the coolant regulators. If we overload them, the quantum containment field will collapse. But that could trigger a catastrophic dimensional implosion. Naruto objected. Not if your bubble contains it, Carson countered. It's our only option, the engine itself is too corrupted to shut down conventionally. Naruto met Helen's gaze through her stretched, glowing form. They didn't need words to communicate, both understood the desperate gamble they were considering. Do it, Helen decided. I'll hold the containment as long as possible. Carson didn't hesitate. She fired her remaining rounds into the coolant regulation systems, causing immediate alarms as temperature indicators spiked into critical ranges. Simultaneously, Naruto created 3 shadow clones that targeted the backup systems, ensuring complete regulatory failure. Vertex screamed in rage, his form elongating further as he abandoned any pretense of humanity. No. You don't understand what you're doing. The dimensional collapse will, whatever warning he intended was cut short as the Nexus engine's containment systems failed catastrophically. Superheated quantum material erupted from multiple breach points, vaporizing portions of the chamber while creating localized reality distortions. Within Helen's elastic bubble, the rift contracted violently, then expanded with explosive force. The strain on her containment field was immense, Naruto could see her molecular structure beginning to destabilize under the pressure, golden light flickering as their combined technique approached its limits. "Helen," he called out, channeling every last reserve of chakra into their connection. "Hold on." Through their bond, he felt her determination, her absolute refusal to yield despite the pain and exhaustion. Her elastic form contracted slightly, compressing the dimensional energy inward rather than allowing it to expand outward. The rift, caught between the collapsing engine and Helen's compression, began to fold in upon itself, a dimensional implosion that created a vacuum effect, drawing the surrounding energy back toward its center. Vertex, now barely recognizable as anything once human, was caught in this gravitational pull. He clawed desperately at the floor as his transformed body was dragged toward the imploding rift. "You've doomed us all," he shrieked, his voice no longer his own. Without controlled release, the dimensional backlash will, his words ended as his body was pulled into the contracting tier, disappearing into whatever lay beyond. The rift continued to collapse, drawing in the corrupted components of the Nexus engine and the surrounding energy field. "I can't contain the implosion much longer," Helen warned, her golden-infused form visibly straining against forces that threatened to tear her molecular structure apart. Naruto made a split-second decision. "Then we direct it. Like we practiced, shape the bubble into a channel." Understanding immediately, Helen reconfigured her elastic field, transforming the spherical containment into a directional funnel. The implosion's energy, instead of expanding outward catastrophically, was channeled upward through the facility, following the path of least resistance that Helen and Naruto created with their hybrid energy field. The effect was like a reverse lightning bolt, a column of concentrated dimensional energy that shot upward through the quantum dynamics tower, following the building's distinctive helix structure. As it reached the upper levels, it burst through the roof and continued into the sky, where it dispersed harmlessly into the upper atmosphere. In the chamber below, the Nexus engine collapsed in upon itself, its components crushed to subatomic particles as the dimensional tear finally sealed with a thunderclap of displaced air. Helen's elastic form retracted rapidly, her golden glow fading as she collapsed into Naruto's waiting arms. The strain had been enormous. He could see small fractures in her molecular structure, areas where the elastic properties had been temporarily damaged by exposure to raw dimensional energy. "Did we stop it?" she asked weakly. "The engine is destroyed," Carson confirmed, emerging from her protected position to survey the devastation. "And the rift is closed." But, before she could complete her thought, their communication devices activated with urgent updates from the field teams. "The rifts are closing," Winston reported excitedly. "All 7 vertices are contracting, the dimensional readings are stabilizing city-wide." "It worked," Naruto breathed, relief washing over him despite his exhaustion. "Without the Nexus engine powering them, the Void Collective's rifts can't maintain stability." His relief was short-lived. A new voice came through the communications, Echidna, who had remained at DevTech Tower to monitor the dimensional fluctuations. "Do not celebrate yet," she warned, her usually composed voice tense with urgency. The Nexus engine's destruction created a massive energy discharge. That energy had to go somewhere. "We channeled it upward," Helen explained, her strength slowly returning. "Away from populated areas." "Yes," Echidna acknowledged, "but in doing so, you created something unexpected, a dimensional beacon. The energy signature of your combined power, amplified by the engine's collapse, has drawn attention from across the multiverse." "What kind of attention?" Naruto asked, though he already feared the answer. "The Void Emperor," Echidna confirmed grimly. "You prevented its entry through the Nexus engine's gateway, but you've inadvertently revealed your location, and your power, to it directly. It comes now, not through a machine's crude portal, but through the thinned boundaries your beacon has illuminated." As if in response to her warning, the entire building shuddered. Above them, where the energy channel had pierced through the structure, a new disturbance was forming, not a rift, but a controlled dimensional aperture, its edges precise and deliberate in a way that suggested conscious creation rather than chaotic tearing. We need to get out of here, Carson urged, already moving toward the exit. This entire facility could collapse at any moment. Naruto helped Helen to her feet, supporting her as they followed Carson toward the emergency stairwell. Behind them, the chamber where the Nexus engine had stood began to fold inward, reality itself collapsing like paper being crumpled by an invisible hand. They ascended rapidly, passing floors where confused and frightened personnel were evacuating. Unlike the corrupted security team they had faced below, these people appeared normal, suggesting that Vertex's influence had been limited to those in direct proximity to the engine. As they emerged from the building into the chaos of the compound, military forces were already pulling back, recognizing the imminent structural failure of the tower. The distinctive helix design was warping visibly, sections phasing in and out of normal spacetime as dimensional stress took its toll. But it was the sky above that commanded everyone's attention. Where Naruto and Helen's energy channel had dispersed, a new phenomenon was forming, a perfect circle of absolute darkness, as if someone had cut a hole in the fabric of reality itself. Unlike the chaotic rifts they had encountered previously, this aperture was precisely formed, its edges smooth and controlled. And something was emerging, a presence more sensed than seen, a vast consciousness pressing against the boundaries of perception itself. The Void Emperor, Naruto breathed, recognizing the ancient malevolence he had sensed during their battle with the lesser entity. As military vehicles sped away and evacuation orders echoed across the compound, Naruto's communicator activated with Winston's voice. All teams report in. The situation at Quantum Dynamics, the Nexus engine is destroyed, Naruto reported, never taking his eyes off the forming aperture above. But we have a new problem. The Void Emperor is coming through, directly this time, not through a machine. There was a moment of silence before Winston responded. All field teams are reporting their rifts are fully closed. Whatever you did worked for those, at least. Winston, Helen said, her voice stronger now as her natural regenerative abilities began to heal the molecular damage. We need everyone to regroup. If this Void Emperor is as powerful as Echidna claims, already coordinating, Winston assured her. Bob and Lucius are on their way to your position. Violet and Dash are returning to DevTech with the drones. Naruto noticed Agent Carson a short distance away, speaking urgently into her own communication device. When she returned, her expression was grim. The DSD is implementing Protocol Omega, she informed them. Full military withdrawal from a 3-mile radius around Quantum Dynamics, followed by, she hesitated, strategic neutralization options. They're going to bomb it? Helen asked incredulously. Dimensional containment weapons, Carson clarified. Designed specifically for catastrophic breaches. But they won't work against something like the Void Emperor, they'll just give it more energy to consume. Above them, the aperture had fully formed, a perfect circle of void-black emptiness approximately 50 feet in diameter, hovering directly over the warping remains of Quantum Dynamics Tower. The air around it seemed to bend inward, light itself being drawn toward the darkness. And then, with deliberate slowness, something began to emerge, not a physical form as they understood it, but a presence that manifested as a distortion of reality around the aperture. Where it touched, colors inverted, sound warped, and the fundamental laws of physics seemed to rewrite themselves according to alien principles. We can't fight that, Helen whispered, momentarily overwhelmed by the sheer otherworldliness of the entity. Not directly. Naruto, however, was studying the aperture with the analytical eye of a shinobi who had faced seemingly insurmountable foes before. It's maintaining a controlled entry, he observed. Carefully managing its transition between dimensional states. That takes concentration and energy. Meaning we might be able to disrupt it, force it to either commit fully to this dimension or retreat back to its own. Before they could discuss further, a DevTech vehicle screeched to a halt nearby. Bob and Lucius leaped out, both stopping short at the sight of the dimensional aperture and the entity emerging from it. What in the name of, Lucius began, ice instinctively forming around his hands. The Void Emperor, Naruto explained quickly. The real threat we've been preparing for. Bob moved immediately to Helen's side, noting her weakened condition with concern. Are you okay? I'll be fine, she assured him, though the lingering fractures in her molecular structure were still visible to those who knew what to look for. But we need a plan, fast. As the group conferred, Echidna suddenly appeared beside them, not arriving by conventional means but simply stepping into existence as if crossing an invisible threshold. It's worse than I feared, she said, her ancient eyes fixed on the emerging entity. The Emperor has found a direct path, no need for mechanical assistance or lesser entities to prepare the way. Thanks to our energy signature, Naruto acknowledged grimly. Our combined power created a beacon it could follow. Yes, Echidna confirmed. But that same power might be our only defense. The dimensional bubble you created, it exists outside the Emperor's dominion. It neither belongs to your world nor mine, but to a new space between realities. You want us to trap it, Helen realized. Create a bubble around it like we did with the rift. Not trap, Echidna corrected. Contain, long enough for me to implement a more permanent solution. And what solution is that? Naruto asked, suspicion evident in his tone. After their earlier conversation, he remained wary of Echidna's ultimate agenda. The ancient dimensional traveler finally tore her gaze from the aperture, meeting Naruto's eyes directly. A rebalancing. My people maintain the boundaries between worlds through sacrifice, giving of our own essence to strengthen the dimensional membranes when necessary. You're going to sacrifice yourself, Naruto realized. Echidna nodded solemnly. It is what I was created for, in the end. But I cannot do it while the Emperor manifests directly. Our energies in proximity would cause catastrophic dimensional cascade. I need you to contain it, isolate it within your hybrid bubble, so that I can work from outside. Before they could discuss further, the military perimeter surrounding them suddenly erupted in chaos. Vehicles were lifted into the air, soldiers thrown aside by invisible forces as a wave of distortion rippled outward from the aperture. The Void Emperor had noticed them. Unlike the lesser entity they had fought before, the Emperor did not manifest physically. Instead, reality itself seemed to bend around a central absence, a perfect negation of existence that moved with deliberate purpose toward them. Now or never, Helen said, turning to Naruto. Despite her weakened state, determination blazed in her eyes. One more dimensional bubble. Naruto nodded, taking her hands in his. The biggest one yet. As the Void Emperor approached, reality warping around its non-presence, Naruto and Helen initiated their connection, his chakra flowing into her elastic form, creating that unique resonance that transcended the individual properties of either power. Golden light enveloped them both, spreading outward as Helen stretched her molecularly enhanced form into a rapidly expanding dome. But unlike their previous attempts, this time Naruto added something new, the specific energy of Sage Mode, allowing their bubble to interface directly with natural energy and dimensional boundaries. The Void Emperor reacted immediately to their combined power, its advance halting as it assessed this unexpected resistance. The distortion field around it intensified, reality bending more severely as it focused its attention on the growing golden dome. It recognizes the threat, Echidna observed from outside the forming bubble. Good, its attention is fixed on you, not on the broader dimensional boundaries. Inside the expanding dome, Naruto and Helen worked in perfect synchronization, their powers blending more seamlessly than ever before. The strain was enormous, especially for Helen, whose molecular structure was still recovering from the earlier damage, but their shared determination never wavered. The bubble expanded further, its boundaries approaching the edges of the Emperor's distortion field. Where they touched, reality itself seemed to shudder, two incompatible forms of dimensional energy contesting for dominance. Almost there, Naruto encouraged, pouring more chakra into their connection. Just a little more. With a final surge of effort, Helen extended the bubble completely around the Emperor's manifestation, enclosing it within their hybrid dimensional field. The effect was immediate, the wild distortions calmed, contained within the ordered structure of their created space. Outside the bubble, Echidna moved with newfound urgency, circling the golden dome while trailing her fingers along its surface. Where she touched, iridescent patterns formed, symbols in a language so ancient it predated human civilization. "Hold it steady," she called to them. "What I do now cannot be undone or interrupted." Inside the bubble, the Void Emperor's response to containment was terrifying. No longer constrained by the need to maintain a controlled manifestation in normal reality, it expanded into a form that defied comprehension, a vast, multidimensional presence that seemed to exist in several states simultaneously. Interesting, came a thought that was not speech, resonating directly in their minds. A hybrid space. A new domain neither void nor solid. The Elastic One and the chakra wielder, together creating what neither could alone. "It's communicating," Helen gasped, struggling to maintain the bubble as the Emperor's presence pressed against it from within. "Your containment is impressive but temporary," the Emperor continued, its thought voice like the collapse of civilizations. "I have consumed energies beyond your comprehension. Devoured entire dimensional planes. Your resistance, while novel, is ultimately futile." "Maybe so," Naruto replied, facing the incomprehensible entity without fear, "but will hold you here as long as necessary." The Emperor's response was not in words but in action. It pulsed, expanding violently against the bubble's boundaries. Helen cried out as her molecular structure strained to adapt, the golden light flickering momentarily before stabilizing. "I can't hold it much longer," she warned, pain evident in her voice. "Whatever Echidna's planning, she needs to hurry." Outside, Echidna had completed her circuit of the bubble, the ancient symbols now forming a complete pattern that surrounded the golden dome. She stood with arms outstretched, her form beginning to shimmer and dissolve at the edges, as if she were unraveling at a fundamental level. "It is done," she called to them, her voice already taking on an ethereal quality. "When my sacrifice is complete, the dimensional boundaries will temporarily solidify beyond even the Emperor's ability to penetrate. You must push it back through its own aperture during that moment." Inside the bubble, the Emperor seemed to sense Echidna's actions. Its assault on the boundaries intensified, portions of the golden dome beginning to crack under the pressure. "The last guardian sacrifices herself," it observed with what might have been amusement. "How predictable. Her death will merely delay the inevitable." "Maybe," Naruto replied, reinforcing the weakening sections of the bubble with focused chakra, "but sometimes a delay is all that's needed to change the course of history." The Emperor pulsed again, this time targeting the specific connection between Naruto and Helen, the source of the hybrid energy that maintained the bubble. Both felt it as an attack on their very consciousness, an attempt to sever the unique bond they had formed. In that moment of shared assault, something unexpected happened. Their connection deepened beyond the physical, beyond the merging of chakra and elasticity, into a true joining of purpose and will. Through this enhanced bond, Helen gained insight into Naruto's world, flashes of the hidden leaf village, the faces of his precious people, the struggles and triumphs that had shaped him. Similarly, Naruto glimpsed Helen's journey, her life as both superhero and mother, the balance she maintained between extraordinary abilities and human connections. This deepened understanding strengthened their combined power. The golden light intensified, the cracks in the bubble healing as their hybrid energy evolved into something more resilient, more fundamentally connected to the fabric of both their realities. Outside, Echidna's sacrifice reached its culmination. Her form dissolved entirely, transforming into pure energy that spread outward in a wave of iridescent light. Where it touched, dimensional boundaries solidified, rifts healed, and the natural order reasserted itself with renewed strength. The wave passed through the golden bubble without disrupting it, the hybrid space they had created existing harmoniously with Echidna's reinforcing energy. But its effect on the Void Emperor was immediate and dramatic. The entity contracted, its vast presence suddenly constrained by the reinforced boundaries of reality. "Now," came Echidna's voice, though she no longer existed in any conventional sense. "Push it back while it's weakened." Naruto and Helen didn't hesitate. With perfect synchronization, they reconfigured their bubble, transforming it from a containing dome into a directed channel, similar to what they had done with the Nexus engine's energy, but with even greater precision and control. The Void Emperor resisted, fighting against the constricting pressure of their hybrid field and Echidna's dimensional reinforcement. But caught between these opposing forces, it could not maintain its manifestation in this reality. This is not defeat, it projected as its presence began to retract toward the aperture above. Merely postponement. I have existed since before your realities solidified, and I will endure long after they dissolve. We will meet again, Chakra Wielder. Elastic One. Your hybrid power has intrigued me. With those final ominous thoughts, the Emperor's presence was forced completely back through the aperture, which contracted rapidly until it winked out of existence, leaving behind only a lingering distortion in the air that gradually faded. The golden bubble collapsed as Helen and Naruto finally released their technique, both dropping to their knees in exhaustion. Around them, reality settled back into its normal patterns, the wild dimensional fluctuations calming as Echidna's reinforcing energy completed its work. Is it over? Bob asked, rushing to Helen's side as their bubble dissipated. For now, Naruto confirmed, his voice hoarse with fatigue. The Emperor is banished back to its own domain, and the dimensional boundaries are reinforced, temporarily, at least. And Echidna? Lucius asked, looking around for the mysterious woman. Gone, Helen said softly. She sacrificed herself to strengthen the boundaries, became pure energy to reinforce the multiverse itself. Carson approached, her tactical tablet displaying readings from around the city. All dimensional anomalies are resolving. Whatever she did, it worked, reality is stabilizing across the board. As they gathered their strength and prepared to depart, Naruto paused, sensing something familiar in the settling energies around them. Where Echidna had been, a small point of light remained, not her consciousness or form, but a deliberate construct she had left behind. He approached it cautiously, Helen following his gaze and joining him. The point of light expanded slightly at their proximity, revealing itself as a tiny, stable portal, similar to the one that had connected Naruto to Kakashi, but permanent rather than temporary. A doorway, Helen realized. She left you away home. Naruto studied the miniature portal with both wonder and suspicion. Not just a doorway, a bridge. See how it responds to both of us? It's key to our hybrid energy signature. Indeed, the small portal pulsed with golden light when they stood together, responding to the unique resonance they had created. Through it, they could glimpse the forests of the Land of Fire, a clear view of Naruto's world. She planned this all along, Naruto said, though without rancor. Created a stable passage that only our combined power can activate. A gift, Helen suggested. Or payment for our help. As the others joined them, the tiny portal continued to pulse gently, a promise of connection rather than separation. Unlike the violent rifts or the Emperor's aperture, this passage felt natural, harmonious with the fabric of both realities. This changes everything, Naruto said quietly. A stable connection between our worlds that doesn't damage the dimensional boundaries. A bridge rather than a tier, Helen agreed. But one that requires both of us to operate. The implications hung between them, that their unexpected partnership had created not just a temporary solution to an interdimensional threat, but a permanent link between two realities that had never been meant to connect. As emergency services finally approached the devastated quantum dynamics compound and the sun began to set over Metroville, the small group of heroes stood contemplating a future suddenly broader than any had imagined, a future where the boundaries between worlds were not barriers to be feared, but bridges to be carefully maintained. Chapter 4, Worlds at War. 3 days after the defeat of the Void Emperor, an uneasy peace settled over Metroville. The dimensional rifts had closed, quantum dynamics lay in ruins, and the immediate threat appeared to have passed. But for those who had faced the Emperor directly, the victory felt incomplete, like the eye of a storm rather than its conclusion. Naruto stood atop DevTech Tower, watching the sunrise paint the city skyline in hues of gold and amber. The crisp morning air carried the scent of rebuilding, concrete dust, fresh paint, and the distinctive aroma of coffee from cafes reopening after the evacuation. Humanity was resilient, already reclaiming spaces that had been warped by dimensional chaos days earlier. Couldn't sleep either? Helen asked, stretching her arm to place a steaming cup of coffee beside him before stepping fully onto the rooftop. She wore casual clothes, a simple sweater and jeans rather than her super suit, but the subtle golden patterns that had become permanent features of her molecular structure were visible when the light hit her just right. "I keep sensing something," Naruto admitted, accepting the coffee gratefully. "Not quite a threat, but a disturbance. Like ripples in a pond that hasn't fully settled." Helen nodded, understanding immediately. Since their combined effort against the Void Emperor, the connection between them had lingered, not the direct fusion of energies they had created deliberately, but a resonance that allowed for a deeper understanding than words alone could convey. "The bridge Echidna left us," she said, gazing toward the laboratory where the small, stable portal was housed. "It's been fluctuating. Winston's team recorded 3 energy spikes overnight." Naruto wasn't surprised. The tiny doorway between dimensions had proven more complex than initially thought, responding not only to their combined presence but also to conditions in both connected worlds. "Kakashi sent a message through yesterday," he told her. "Small rifts are appearing throughout the land of fire, nothing stable enough for passage, but enough to cause concern. They've established a perimeter around the village." Helen leaned against the railing beside him, their shoulders nearly touching. "You're worried about them?" It wasn't a question, but Naruto nodded anyway. "My people aren't prepared for dimensional threats. They understand chakra, physical enemies, even gods in some cases, but threats to reality itself? That's outside their experience. Unlike your illustrious career of dimension hopping." Helen teased gently, drawing a reluctant smile from him. "Fair point," he conceded. "But at least I had you to explain this world's rules." They fell silent for a moment, both contemplating the invisible connection between realities that now seemed permanently linked. The bridge Echidna had created offered Naruto a path home, but using it wasn't as simple as stepping through. Every test they'd conducted suggested that traversing the bridge required their combined energy signature to stabilize the passage. "Winston thinks he's close to a solution," Helen said, sensing the direction of his thoughts. "The modified drones might be able to replicate enough of our hybrid energy pattern to maintain the bridge temporarily. And if it doesn't work? If the only way to keep the connection stable is for us to be on opposite sides?" The question hung between them, a possibility neither wanted to confront directly. In the days following the Emperor's defeat, their partnership had evolved beyond tactical necessity into a genuine friendship, one complicated by the knowledge that their worlds existed in separate dimensions. "Then we figure something else out," Helen replied with the practical determination that characterized her approach to superheroics. "That's what heroes do, right?" Before Naruto could respond, his senses flared in warning. A disturbance in the natural energy around them, subtle but unmistakable, pulled his attention skyward. Above Metroville's downtown district, the air seemed to ripple momentarily, like heat rising from sun-baked pavement. Helen followed his gaze, her own enhanced senses, a lingering effect of their energy fusion, detecting the anomaly. "Please tell me that's not what I think it is." The ripple expanded, then collapsed into a pinpoint of light that pulsed once before disappearing. Not a rift forming, but something else, a probing, perhaps, testing the dimensional boundaries Echidna had reinforced with her sacrifice. "We should get back inside," Naruto said, already moving toward the roof access door. "Wake the others." That was no natural fluctuation. Helen stretched her arm to the emergency alarm panel near the door, triggering DevTech's alert system. Within minutes, the building's war room would be fully operational, its systems monitoring every unusual energy signature across the city. As they descended to the research levels, Helen's communicator chimed with incoming reports from the field teams Winston had established to monitor dimensional activity. The Parr family had temporarily relocated to DevTech's residential level, allowing for immediate response to any recurrence of the rifts. Energy spike downtown, Helen reported as they entered the monitoring center. Similar to the Emperor's signature but much smaller scale. Winston's team is already tracking it. Bob looked up from the central display, where he had apparently been reviewing data with Winston since before dawn. Multiple spikes now, not just downtown. 7 locations forming the same geometric pattern as before. The containment circle, Naruto realized, immediately recognizing the configuration. But the Emperor was forced back through its aperture. This has to be something else. Or someone else, came a familiar voice from the laboratory entrance. Agent Carson stepped into the monitoring center, looking considerably more haggard than when they had last seen her. Dark circles under her eyes suggested she hadn't slept in days. Dar. Vertex's body was never recovered from the Nexus engine chamber. A chill ran through the room as the implications sank in. Vertex had been pulled into the collapsing rift during their battle at quantum dynamics, his form already partially transformed by the Void Emperor's influence. You think he survived? In the void between dimensions? Winston asked, incredulous. We don't think, we know, Carson replied grimly. She placed a data drive on the central console. These images were captured by DSD satellites 30 minutes ago. Winston inserted the drive, and the main display filled with orbital photography of Metroville. At first glance, nothing seemed unusual, until Carson directed him to enhance a specific quadrant. There, she said, pointing to what appeared to be a distortion in the atmosphere above the city. That's not cloud formation or atmospheric phenomena. Enhanced and color shifted, the image revealed a massive shape partially phased into normal reality, a structure that resembled the double helix design of quantum dynamics tower, but twisted and elongated to impossible proportions. It existed in a state of semi-manifestation, visible only through specialized imaging techniques. What are we looking at exactly? Bob asked, studying the bizarre formation. We believe it's Vertex, or what's left of him after the Emperor's influence and dimensional exposure, Carson explained. Our analysts think he's become a hybrid entity, partially existing in our dimension and partially in the void. Omnivertex, Naruto murmured, recalling the scientist's final transformation as the Nexus engine collapsed. Neither fully here nor fully there, but able to influence both. Exactly, Carson confirmed. And he's attempting to recreate the containment pattern the Void Collective established, but from the other side of the dimensional boundary. Helen moved closer to the display, tracing the pattern with her finger. If he succeeds, what happens? We're not sure, Carson admitted. But considering his partial transformation and connection to the Void Emperor, nothing good. Possibly a second attempt at creating a permanent gateway between dimensions. The conversation was interrupted as Violet and Dash entered the monitoring center, followed by Lucius, who had been staying at DevTech to assist with the ongoing situation. Energy spikes are increasing in frequency, Violet reported, immediately assessing the data displayed on the auxiliary screens. And there's something else, the bridge Echidna created is responding to the pattern. Its stability is fluctuating in direct correlation with the energy spikes. Naruto closed his eyes briefly, extending his senses toward the small portal that connected to his world. Through their residual connection, Helen felt his concern sharpen into alarm. It's not just fluctuating, he said, eyes snapping open. It's being used, as a reference point, a template for something larger. Vertex is studying Echidna's bridge, Winston realized. Learning how she created a stable passage between dimensions. Which means we need to secure it, Bob concluded. If Vertex can duplicate or expand that technology, it may already be too late for that, came a new voice, familiar to Naruto, though no one else in the room had heard it before. All eyes turned toward the laboratory entrance, where a figure stood that should have been impossible, a tall, silver-haired man in distinctive green flak jacket and mask that covered the lower half of his face. His forehead protector was pulled down over his left eye, but his right regarded the assembled heroes with calm intelligence. "Kakashi-sensei!" Naruto exclaimed, momentarily too shocked to move. The former Hokage nodded in greeting. "Naruto. It seems your dimensional problems have become our dimensional problems as well." His visible eye crinkled slightly, what passed for a smile beneath his mask. "You always did have a talent for finding trouble of universal proportions." "How did you?" Naruto began, but Kakashi cut him off with a raised hand. "The bridge you and your elastic friend created has been stabilizing on our side. Shikamaru theorized that whatever anchors it in this dimension must have a counterpart in ours." He glanced around the room, taking in the advanced technology and the assembled superheroes with the measured assessment of a veteran shinobi. "I volunteered to test the passage once our sensors indicated it had stabilized enough for physical transfer. But that should have been impossible without Naruto and Helen present on this side," Winston objected, already checking readings on the bridge's status. "Perhaps under normal circumstances," Kakashi agreed. "But the energy spikes you've been detecting have changed the equation. Something is deliberately amplifying the connection between our worlds, using the bridge as a template but expanding its parameters." The implications were chilling. If Vertex had found a way to manipulate Echidna's bridge from the dimensional void, he might be able to create multiple stable passages, controlled gateways that served his purposes rather than chaotic rifts that damaged reality itself. "Sensei, what's happening in the Hidden Leaf?" Naruto asked, the Hokage in him immediately concerned for his village. Kakashi's expression grew more serious. "Dimensional disturbances throughout the Land of Fire. Strange entities materializing and disappearing. And as of 12 hours ago, a direct manifestation above the Hokage monument, a structure resembling a twisted tower that exists partially in our reality and partially elsewhere." "Just like here," Helen said, pointing to the satellite imagery of the helix structure above Metroville. "He's creating anchors in both dimensions simultaneously. Preparing for something bigger," Naruto concluded. "The containment pattern, the amplification of Echidna's bridge, the anchor structures, it's all groundwork." "For what?" Bob asked, voicing everyone's concern. Carson, who had been analyzing the satellite data more closely, looked up with growing alarm. "The energy signatures are changing. The pattern isn't just a containment circle anymore, it's a transfer matrix." "In English, please," Lucius requested. "He's not trying to contain a section of our city," Carson explained grimly. "He's trying to exchange it, create a dimensional swap that would transplant a portion of Metroville into the ninja world, and vice versa." The room fell silent as the full implications sank in. Such a swap wouldn't merely breach the boundaries between dimensions, it would fundamentally alter the fabric of both realities, potentially causing catastrophic failures in the surrounding regions. The combined stress on both dimensional membranes would be devastating, Winston calculated, running simulations on a secondary display. Even if the swap itself succeeded, the boundary damage would create cascading failures throughout both universes. Reality itself would begin to unravel from the point of exchange. Which might be exactly what the Void Emperor wants, Helen realized. Remember what it said before Echidna forced it back, that it consumes dimensional energy. A catastrophic failure like this would create an all-you-can-eat buffet. Vertex is either knowingly serving the Emperor's agenda, or he's being manipulated, Naruto concluded. Either way, we need to stop this before the transfer matrix completes. "How long do we have?" Bob asked, always focused on actionable information. Winston consulted the energy progression charts. "Based on the current rate of manifestation, less than 6 hours before the matrix reaches critical stability." "Then we need to move now," Kakashi said, his calm voice carrying the authority of a leader accustomed to making life-or-death decisions. "Disrupt the pattern before it completes." "We tried that approach with the drones last time," Violet reminded them. "The void entities adapted to our countermeasures within minutes." True, Naruto acknowledged. But this time we know more about what we're facing, and, he glanced at his former teacher with newfound hope, we have allies from both worlds. Kakashi nodded, understanding immediately. I came through alone to assess the situation, but Shikamaru has assembled a response team ready to deploy once I confirm the passage is stable. Shinobi with specific skills suited to dimensional threats, based on what you've shared through our limited communications. So we coordinate a two-pronged attack, Helen proposed, military strategy coming naturally to her after years of superheroics. Teams in both dimensions targeting the anchor points simultaneously. If we can disrupt the pattern on both sides, we might be able to collapse the entire transfer matrix, Naruto finished. But we'd need perfect synchronization between worlds, and we'd need to target all 14 points at exactly the same time. 7 here, 7 in your world, Winston calculated. With the teams we've established plus Kakashi's shinobi reinforcements, we could theoretically cover all locations. There's another problem, Carson interjected. The DSD has detected unusual energy signatures at each of the 7 points in our world. Not just dimensional distortions, but what appear to be sentient entities, similar to the Void Scouts we encountered before, but more evolved, more stable in our reality. Guardians, Naruto realized. Vertex is protecting his transfer matrix. Bob cracked his knuckles, the sound surprisingly loud in the tense atmosphere. Then we go through them. Wouldn't be the first time we've faced impossible odds. As the group began formulating their strategy, dividing into teams and assigning targets, Naruto pulled Kakashi aside for a private word. "Sensei, how bad is it really in the village?" he asked, knowing his former teacher would give him the unvarnished truth. Kakashi's visible eye held a gravity that confirmed Naruto's fears. The dimensional disturbances are causing chakra fluctuations throughout the region. The barrier team is working around the clock to maintain stability, but it's a losing battle. Whatever is happening exists beyond traditional shinobi countermeasures. And the villagers? Safe for now. Shikamaru implemented an evacuation protocol for civilians to outlying shelters. Kakashi placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, a rare gesture from the typically reserved shinobi. They miss their Hokage, but they understand you're fighting this threat from its source. Naruto nodded, gratitude and determination warring in his expression. We'll end this today, Sensei. One way or another. I believe you will, Kakashi replied, his eye crinkling in a genuine smile. You found remarkable allies in this world. That elastic woman in particular, her energy signature is unlike anything in our records, yet it harmonizes with your chakra in ways that shouldn't be possible. Helen, Naruto supplied, glancing toward where she was conferring with Bob and Winston over tactical displays. Her abilities come from different principles than chakra, but when combined, you create something new, Kakashi finished. Something that exists beyond either of your individual powers. Shikamaru would find the theoretical implications fascinating, if we weren't facing imminent dimensional collapse. Their conversation was interrupted as Helen stretched her neck across the room, extending it to where they stood with the casual ease of someone completely comfortable with her extraordinary abilities. Strategy sessions ready, she informed them. Winston's divided the teams and mapped approach vectors to all 7 targets in our world. We need Kakashi's input on the corresponding locations in yours. As they rejoined the main group, the atmosphere had shifted from anxious analysis to focused preparation. Winston had transformed the central display into a 3-dimensional tactical map showing both Metroville and, based on information Kakashi had provided, a rough approximation of the Hidden Leaf Village and surrounding territories. We've identified the 7 anchors in our world, Winston explained, highlighting pulsing red points on the Metroville section of the map. Each is generating a specific frequency that, when combined with its counterpart in the ninja world, creates a stable harmonic for dimensional transfer. The good news, Carson added, is that destroying any pair of corresponding anchors should weaken the entire matrix. The bad news is that Vertex will likely concentrate his defensive efforts on protecting them. Which is why we hit all 14 simultaneously, Bob concluded. No chance for him to reinforce weak points if they're all under attack at once. Kakashi studied the tactical display, his analytical mind quickly grasping the strategy. I can have 7 teams of shinobi in position within 2 hours. Each led by a jonin with specific skills suited to these types of threats. 2 hours works with our timetable, Winston confirmed. That gives us time to deploy our teams and set up the communication relay through the bridge. Communication relay? Naruto questioned. Winston nodded toward where Evelyn was working at an auxiliary station. Your sister's been developing a way to transmit signals through Echidna's bridge, allowing real-time coordination between our teams in both dimensions. If it works, Evelyn qualified, not looking up from her calculations. Dimensional boundaries play havoc with traditional communication wavelengths. I'm having to develop entirely new protocols based on the hybrid energy signature you two generate. Naruto glanced at Helen, who shrugged with a small smile. Apparently our party trick has scientific applications beyond making golden bubbles. The next hour passed in organized chaos as teams were assembled and equipped. Bob and Lucius would take one anchor point, Violet and Dash another. Agent Carson would lead a team of trusted DSD operatives to a third. The remaining 4 would be handled by specialized teams Winston had been training since the first dimensional incursions, former NSA agents equipped with technology derived from their encounters with the void entities. Helen and Naruto, meanwhile, would remain at DevTech Tower, not out of the action, but serving as the crucial link between dimensions. Their hybrid energy was necessary to maintain the enhanced bridge that would allow Kakashi to return to the ninja world and coordinate the simultaneous strike on all 14 anchors. I don't like sending you into this fight without me, Naruto told Kakashi as his former teacher prepared to return through the bridge. As Hokage, I should be leading our forces. You are leading, Kakashi replied calmly. Just from a different position than usual. Your role here, maintaining the connection between our worlds, is more important than your presence on any single battlefield. The logic was sound, but it didn't ease Naruto's frustration at being unable to directly protect his village. He had spent his entire life working to become Hokage specifically so he could defend those precious to him. Besides, Kakashi added with characteristic dry humor, I'm quite capable of following your strategic direction, Hokage-sama. After all, I did train you. That drew a reluctant smile from Naruto. Just make sure Shikamaru has everyone in position exactly on schedule. The timing has to be perfect. Synchronization is Shikamaru's specialty, Kakashi reminded him. Though he'll complain about how troublesome dimensional warfare is the entire time. As Kakashi stepped toward the laboratory where the bridge awaited, Helen approached, extending her hand to the silver-haired shinobi. It was an honor meeting you, she said. Naruto speaks highly of his sensei. Kakashi accepted the handshake, his visible eye studying her with thoughtful interest. The honor is mine. Take care of our Hokage, he has a village waiting for his return. A pause, then with surprising insight, he added, though I suspect that return may be more complicated than any of us initially thought. Before either could respond to this cryptic observation, he turned and walked into the laboratory where Echidna's bridge pulsed with steady blue light. As Naruto and Helen followed, they saw the tiny portal expanding in response to their proximity, growing from the size of a dinner plate to a doorway just large enough for a person to step through. Ready when you are, Winston called from the monitoring station. Bridge stability at 97%, well within safe parameters for transfer. Naruto and Helen stood on either side of the portal, each placing a hand near its edge without touching directly. Immediately, the familiar resonance built between them, their energies harmonizing and flowing into the bridge structure, stabilizing and expanding it further. Kakashi gave a final nod before stepping through the glowing passage. For a brief moment, he seemed to exist in both dimensions simultaneously, one foot in DevTech Tower, the other already on the soil of the Hidden Leaf Village. Then he was gone, the portal contracting slightly but remaining larger than its original size. Transfer complete, Winston confirmed, studying the readings. Bridge stability holding at 85%, sufficient for communication signals but not quite enough for physical passage without your direct reinforcement. Which means no backup from the ninja world unless we're here to let them through, Helen concluded. And no way for me to return home unless you help stabilize the passage, Naruto added quietly. The unspoken implication hung between them, that their unique partnership had become not just tactically valuable but fundamentally necessary for any interaction between their worlds. The bond they had formed, initially created out of necessity, now represented the only stable connection between two dimensions that had never been meant to intersect. Let's focus on stopping Vertex, Helen said, practical as always. Once the transfer matrix is neutralized, we can figure out the long-term implications of interdimensional commuting. Naruto smiled at her deliberate lightness, appreciating the attempt to ease the weight of their situation. Agreed. One apocalypse at a time. As they returned to the monitoring center, Winston was coordinating the deployment of teams to their assigned anchor points. Satellite imagery showed the dimensional distortions growing more pronounced at each location, reality itself beginning to warp as the transfer matrix approached completion. All teams report ready positions within 30 minutes, Winston informed them. Evelyn's communication relay is online, allowing real-time tactical coordination with Kakashi's forces. And Vertex? Naruto asked. Any sign of direct manifestation? Carson shook her head, reviewing the latest DSD intelligence. Still operating from the dimensional void, as far as we can tell. The anchor structures and guardian entities appear to be automated extensions of his influence rather than direct projections. Which means he's conserving energy for something bigger, Helen surmised. The actual transfer, perhaps. Or something worse, Naruto suggested grimly. Don't forget, he was partially transformed by the Void Emperor's influence. His goals may have evolved beyond his original scientific ambitions. The dimensional bridge pulsed suddenly, drawing their attention back to the laboratory. The communication relay Evelyn had established crackled to life, Kakashi's voice emerging through static interference. Naruto, can you hear me? We have a situation developing at the Hokage monument. Winston adjusted the signal, reducing the interference. We read you, Kakashi. What's happening? The anchor structure is evolving, changing from a passive collector to what appears to be a transmission array. Shikamaru believes it's preparing to establish direct communication with its counterpart in your world. Communication? Helen repeated, exchanging concerned glances with Naruto. Or something more. As if in answer to her question, the main display suddenly flickered, the tactical map dissolving into static before reforming into a new image, Dr. Vertex, or what remained of him after his transformation. His form had continued to evolve since their last encounter, becoming a horrific fusion of human and void energy. His elongated body pulsed with veins of purple-black power, and his eyes had become pools of dimensional darkness. Greetings, heroes, he said, his voice distorted and layered as if speaking from multiple locations simultaneously. How considerate of you to gather in one place to witness the culmination of my work. Vertex, Helen acknowledged coldly. Or whatever you've become. The transformed scientist smiled, a terrible sight on his inhuman face. I have transcended such limited identities. The being you knew as Elias Vertex was merely a shell, a temporary vessel for evolution. You may address me as Omnivertex now, a more fitting designation for one who exists across multiple planes of reality simultaneously. Cut the megalomaniac speech, Naruto challenged. We know what you're doing with the transfer matrix. It won't work, the dimensional stress would tear both our worlds apart. Such limited vision, Omnivertex sighed, mock disappointment in his distorted voice. The transfer is merely a means, not an end. The resulting dimensional fractures are precisely the point. You're deliberately trying to damage reality, Winston realized with horror. But why? Liberation, came the immediate reply, Omnivertex's expression taking on an almost religious fervor. The boundaries between dimensions are artificial constructs, prison walls erected by entities like your departed friend Echidna to contain what they feared. The Void Collective, Helen concluded. You're trying to create enough dimensional damage to free the Emperor permanently. The Emperor has shown me truths beyond your comprehension, Omnivertex confirmed. The multiverse is meant to be a single, unified reality, dimensions flowing into one another in perfect harmony. The artificial separations you protect so zealously are abominations against natural order. Naruto studied the transformed scientist with growing concern. The influence of the Void Emperor had clearly corrupted not just Vertex's body but his mind, twisting his scientific curiosity into fanatical devotion to a cause that would ultimately consume both their worlds. The Emperor isn't interested in harmony, Naruto countered. It feeds on dimensional energy, the very essence that gives each reality its unique properties. Your unification is just another word for consumption. Omnivertex's expression darkened, the void energy pulsing more violently through his transformed body. Your hybrid power makes you dangerous, a threat the Emperor recognizes. Why do you think I accelerated my timetable? Your combined energy signature represents a potential counterbalance to dimensional convergence. Is that why you're attacking us now? Helen asked. To eliminate the threat we pose. Attack? Omnivertex laughed, the sound like shattering glass across multiple frequencies. This is merely a courtesy call, a chance for you to witness history from a privileged position. The transfer matrix is already beyond your ability to stop. The display split suddenly, showing simultaneous feeds from all 7 anchor points in Metroville. At each location, the dimensional distortions had manifested into physical structures, twisted, organic-looking towers that pulsed with the same purple-black energy that flowed through Omnivertex's form. And guarding each tower was a void entity, not the chaotic, formless creatures they had encountered previously, but evolved, stabilized manifestations with defined shapes and apparent purpose. My guardians await your teams, Omnivertex informed them with evident satisfaction. Though I confess to some disappointment. I had hoped for a more innovative response than a simple frontal assault on my anchor points. The casual revelation that he knew their plans sent a chill through the monitoring center. If Vertex had been monitoring their communications, their coordinated strike might already be compromised. Naruto, however, maintained his composure. Years as Hokage had taught him the value of appearing confident even when facing unexpected setbacks. If you're so certain of victory, why bother contacting us at all? Why not simply proceed with your transfer matrix? For the first time, something like uncertainty flickered across Omnivertex's transformed features. The Emperor values efficiency. Your hybrid energy could be integrated into the process rather than wasted in futile resistance. He's afraid of us, Helen realized, her voice low enough that only those immediately around her could hear. Or more specifically, afraid of what our combined power represents. Naruto nodded slightly, having reached the same conclusion. Their unique energy signature, neither chakra nor metahuman ability but something new that transcended both, existed outside the Emperor's experience and control. I'll make you an offer, Vertex, Naruto said, deliberately using the scientist's original name. Shut down the transfer matrix now, and will help you reverse the Emperor's influence. You were a brilliant scientist once, before the void corruption twisted your mind. For a fleeting moment, something almost human flickered in Omnivertex's void black eyes, a ghost of the man he had been before transformation. But it passed quickly, replaced by cold certainty. Your time has expired, he declared. The transfer begins in 1 hour. Choose how you wish to experience the birth of a unified reality, as witnesses or as obstacles to be removed. The transmission cut abruptly, the display returning to the tactical map showing all 14 anchor points pulsing with increased energy output. Well, that was informative, Kakashi's voice came through the communication relay, confirming he had witnessed the exchange from the ninja world. And concerning. The anchor structures here have accelerated their development. Shikamaru estimates less than an hour before they reach critical mass. Same here, Winston confirmed, checking the latest readings. The transfer matrix is approaching completion faster than our original calculations predicted. Then we stick to the plan but accelerate the timeline, Helen decided. All teams converge on their targets immediately. No waiting for the scheduled synchronization. And hope that Vertex's confidence makes him careless, Naruto added. He knows we're targeting the anchors, but he may not expect how we plan to do it. For the past hour, while strategy sessions had been the visible focus of their preparations, Naruto had been quietly instructing the field teams in a modified version of the sealing technique he and Helen had used against the void entity. It wouldn't have the same power as their direct combination, but with proper application, it might disrupt the anchor structures long enough for Kakashi's shinobi to strike the corresponding points in the ninja world. All teams, deploy now, Helen ordered through the command system. Proceed directly to targets and prepare for simultaneous engagement on my mark. As acknowledgements came in from the field teams, Naruto turned to Winston. We need to enhance the bridge connection immediately. Kakashi needs to hear the full plan before his teams engage. Winston nodded, leading them back to the laboratory where Echidna's bridge pulsed with steady blue light. As Naruto and Helen took their positions on either side, channeling their energies to strengthen the connection, they felt a distinct change in the portal's resonance, a resistance that hadn't been present before. Something's interfering with the bridge, Helen reported, feeling the disruption through her elastic senses. Vertex must be targeting Echidna's connection directly. He's trying to isolate us from the ninja world, Naruto realized, pushing more chakra into the bridge to maintain stability. Cut off coordination between our teams. Despite their efforts, the portal fluctuated wildly, the blue light darkening to purple at the edges as void energy attempted to corrupt the connection. Through the distorted passage, they could barely make out the shape of Kakashi and several other shinobi gathered in what appeared to be the Hokage office. Yuto. Kakashi's voice came through broken and distorted. The anchors are, static interrupted his transmission. Immediate action, more interference. Evacuating Central District, we're losing them, Winston warned, monitoring the bridge's stability readings as they plummeted toward critical levels. Vertex is directly attacking the connection. Naruto met Helen's eyes across the fluctuating portal, a silent understanding passing between them. Without hesitation, they both stepped closer, placing their hands directly into the bridge energy rather than simply channeling from a distance. The effect was immediate and intense. Their combined power surged through Echidna's creation, pushing back the corrupting influence of void energy. The bridge stabilized, its light returning to clear blue, but now infused with the golden resonance of their hybrid energy. Bridge stability returning to acceptable parameters, Winston reported, though his expression remained concerned. But at a cost, the readings suggest you're directly supporting the entire dimensional passage with your combined energy now. Meaning if we withdraw, it collapses completely, Helen surmised, feeling the strain of maintaining the connection even as she spoke. Kakashi. Naruto called through the stabilized bridge. Can you hear us? The silver-haired shinobi's image came into focus on the other side, his visible eye widening slightly at the sight of Naruto and Helen with their hands physically immersed in the portal energy. We hear you, he confirmed. Though we nearly lost the connection entirely. The anchors here have begun a final activation sequence, reality around the village is already warping. Same situation here, Naruto informed him. Vertex revealed himself, or what he's become. He's calling himself Omnivertex now, and he's deliberately trying to damage the dimensional boundaries to free the Void Emperor permanently. Kakashi absorbed this information with the calm efficiency of a veteran shinobi. Then our priority becomes clear, prevent the transfer matrix from completing at all costs. He glanced to someone off-screen, then back to Naruto. Shikamaru has positioned our teams at all 7 anchor points. They await your signal. We need to coordinate with our teams here first, Helen said, the strain of maintaining the bridge evident in her voice despite her attempts to conceal it. The plan has changed slightly. Instead of simply destroying the anchors, we're going to attempt to seal them using a modified version of the technique Naruto and I developed. Understood, Kakashi replied. How much time do you need? Winston checked the tactical displays showing their teams approaching their assigned targets. All teams will be in position within 10 minutes. The modified sealing tags they're carrying should disrupt the anchor's energy patterns long enough for your shinobi to strike the corresponding points. 10 minutes, Kakashi repeated, already turning to relay orders to the ninja gathered behind him. We'll be ready. As the connection stabilized into a sustainable pattern, Naruto and Helen carefully withdrew their hands from the portal energy, maintaining their position close enough to reinforce it if necessary. The bridge remained open but contracted slightly, settling into a new equilibrium that clearly depended on their proximity to function. That was risky, Winston admonished, though his expression showed more concern than disapproval. Direct contact with dimensional energy could have serious side effects. No choice, Helen replied simply. We need that connection to coordinate the attack. As they returned to the monitoring center, Carson was receiving updates from her DSD teams in the field. Her expression grew increasingly grave as she processed the information. The Void Guardians are more evolved than we anticipated, she reported. They've developed specific countermeasures against conventional attacks. Team 3 had to retreat after their weapons proved completely ineffective. They're adapting, Naruto concluded. Learning from each encounter. Worse than that, Carson added. They seem to be anticipating our strategies, positioning themselves to block optimal approach vectors, targeting communication equipment first. It's as if they know our playbook. Or they're being directly controlled by someone who does, Helen suggested. Vertex may be more integrated with these entities than we realized. The implications were concerning. If Vertex could directly manipulate the Void Guardians in real time, their carefully planned simultaneous strike might face unexpected resistance at every target. We need to change tactics, Naruto decided. If Vertex is anticipating our conventional approach, we need something unexpected. He turned to Winston. The hybrid energy signal, can you broadcast it through the communication network to all our teams simultaneously? Winston considered this, already calculating possibilities. Theoretically, yes. We've been studying the resonance pattern your combined energy creates. With Evelyn's modifications to our transmitters, we could send a harmonic template that might temporarily replicate some properties of your hybrid field. Do it, Naruto instructed. If the Void Guardians are extensions of Vertex's consciousness, they might share his vulnerability to our combined energy signature. As Winston and Evelyn rushed to implement this new approach, Helen noticed something troubling on the main tactical display. The anchor structures weren't simply maintaining their positions. They were growing, extending tendrils of void energy into the surrounding environment. Buildings, streets, even the air itself seemed to warp where these tendrils touched, reality beginning to thin as the transfer matrix approached completion. We're running out of time, she observed grimly. Even if our teams reach their targets, they may not be able to get close enough for the sealing tags to work effectively. Naruto studied the tactical display, his strategic mind rapidly assessing options. We need a distraction, something significant enough to draw Vertex's attention away from the anchors, even briefly. Like what? Bob asked, having returned from prepping the field teams. We've committed all our resources to the anchor strikes. Naruto and Helen exchanged glances, a plan forming between them that required no words to communicate. Through their residual connection, each understood what the other was thinking, and the risks involved. Not all our resources, Naruto said. We still have the original hybrid energy source right here. You're suggesting a direct confrontation with Omnivertex, Carson realized. Draw him into manifesting more fully in our dimension where he might be vulnerable. Exactly, Helen confirmed. If he's as concerned about our combined power as he seemed during our conversation, he might not be able to resist responding to a direct challenge. And where exactly would this confrontation take place? Bob asked, clear concern in his voice as he looked at his wife. We don't even know if Vertex can fully manifest in our dimension anymore. The bridge, Naruto answered. It's the one place where dimensional boundaries are already weakened in a controlled way. If we channel enough of our hybrid energy through it, we might be able to force Vertex to respond, either by coming to us or by redirecting his attention from the anchors. The plan was dangerous, potentially catastrophic if miscalculated. Forcing a confrontation near Echidna's bridge risked damaging the very connection they needed to coordinate with the ninja world. It could work, Winston admitted reluctantly. Vertex clearly sees your hybrid energy as a threat to his plans. A significant power demonstration might trigger his direct intervention. Or it could accelerate his timetable, Carson cautioned. Push him to activate the transfer matrix before we're ready to counter it. It's a risk we have to take, Naruto decided, the authority of the Hokage evident in his tone. Our teams can't get close enough to the anchors with those guardians in place. We need to divide Vertex's attention. Helen nodded in agreement, her expression resolute despite the danger they were proposing. Bob, coordinate with the field teams. Make sure they're ready to move the moment the guardians show any sign of distraction or weakness. Bob clearly wanted to object, to protect his wife from what was obviously a high-risk gambit, but years of partnership had taught him to respect her decisions as a hero. Be careful, was all he said, though his eyes conveyed everything else he wanted to express. With their plan set, Naruto and Helen returned to the laboratory where Echidna's bridge continued to pulse with steady blue light. The portal had stabilized somewhat, but interference patterns still flickered across its surface, evidence of Vertex's ongoing attempts to corrupt or control the connection. We need to push more power through than ever before, Naruto explained as they took positions on either side of the bridge. Not just to stabilize it, but to create a beacon that Vertex can't ignore. Helen nodded, stretching her arms slightly in preparation. Like moths to a flame, except we're the flame, and the moth is a dimensionally corrupted scientist with god delusions. Despite the gravity of their situation, Naruto smiled at her characterization. Exactly. Ready? As I'll ever be for dimensional showdowns with void entities, she replied, matching his smile with one of her own. They began gradually, establishing their familiar resonance before channeling energy into the bridge. The portal responded immediately, expanding and brightening as their hybrid power flowed through it. But instead of simply stabilizing the connection, they pushed further, transforming the portal from a passive doorway into an active beacon, its energy signature broadcasting across dimensional boundaries. Through their enhanced connection, Naruto could sense Kakashi and the other shinobi on the other side, their chakra signatures clear despite the dimensional separation. Beyond them, he felt the anchor structures in the ninja world, 7 points of wrongness that distorted the natural energy flow around the hidden leaf village. And somewhere between dimensions, something vast and malevolent took notice of their activity. He's responding, Helen reported, her elastic senses detecting subtle changes in the dimensional fabric around them. The void energy patterns are shifting, redirecting toward our position. Winston, monitoring from a safe distance, confirmed her assessment. Energy fluctuations at all 7 anchor points, the guardians are showing decreased activity. Whatever you're doing, it's working. All teams, prepare to advance, Bob's voice came through the command system. Be ready to deploy sealing tags on my mark. The bridge pulsed violently, its blue light suddenly shot through with veins of purple-black energy, the unmistakable signature of void corruption attempting to penetrate their hybrid field. Naruto and Helen pushed back, their combined power forming a golden barrier around the portal that resisted the intrusion. He's trying to come through directly, Naruto realized, feeling the pressure against their energy field. Using our beacon as a pathway. Good, Helen replied, determination evident despite the strain of maintaining their defense. That's exactly what we wanted, his attention focused here instead of on the anchors. The void corruption intensified, the purple-black energy coalescing into tendrils that probed and pushed against their golden barrier. Through the distorted portal, they could see the ninja world shimmering beyond, and something else, a shape forming in the space between dimensions. Vertex is manifesting, Winston reported, his instruments registering massive energy spikes. Partial materialization detected at the dimensional interface. The laboratory around them began to warp subtly, reality bending as Omnivertex's presence pushed against the boundaries between worlds. Equipment rattled on tables, lights flickered, and the air itself seemed to thicken with tangible pressure. Teams advancing on all targets, Bob reported from the command center. Guardian resistance minimal, they're redirecting energy toward your position. Tell them to hurry, Helen called back, her voice strained as she poured more of herself into maintaining their barrier against Vertex's increasingly focused assault. We can't hold his attention forever. The portal suddenly expanded violently, its structure changing from a simple doorway to a complex, multidimensional aperture that filled half the laboratory. Within this expanded opening, a form took shape, Omnivertex, his transformed body now even further evolved into a horrific fusion of human and void entity. His elongated limbs pulsed with purple-black energy, and what had once been his face was now a twisting vortex of dimensional distortion with void-black eyes as its only recognizable feature. Impressive, his voice resonated directly in their minds rather than through conventional sound. Few beings have ever drawn me into direct manifestation against my will. We're just full of surprises, Helen replied, her elastic form glowing with golden energy as she maintained her side of the barrier. And we've got plenty more for you, Vertex. That name no longer has meaning, the entity replied. I have transcended such limited identity. I am becoming one with the void itself. You're being consumed by it, Naruto countered, channeling more chakra to strengthen their defense. Whatever the Emperor promised you, it lied. There is no transcendence, only absorption. Something like uncertainty flickered across Vertex's distorted features. The boundaries must fall. All dimensions were one at the beginning, they must return to unity. Unity under the Emperor's consumption, Helen challenged. That's not reunification, it's annihilation. Everything that makes each world unique would be devoured. For a moment, Vertex seemed to hesitate, the human intellect that had once driven his scientific curiosity briefly resurfacing through the void corruption. The knowledge. The understanding of all realities. Sealing tags deployed at targets 1 through 4, Bob reported through the communication system. Teams at targets 5 through 7 encountering increased resistance, Guardians beginning to return. Naruto felt the shift immediately, Vertex's attention splitting between their confrontation and the threat to his anchor structures. The pressure against their barrier lessened slightly as void energy redirected to reinforce the distant Guardians. He's dividing his focus, Naruto told Helen. Now's our chance, we need to push him back fully into the dimensional void, cut off his connection to both our worlds simultaneously. How? Helen asked, maintaining her position despite the exhaustion beginning to show in her face. We can barely hold him at bay with both of us at full power. Not by force, Naruto replied, a plan forming as he recalled ancient sealing techniques. By separation. If we can't overpower him directly, we can isolate him, create a dimensional bubble like we did before, but inverted. Instead of containing something within our reality, we push him outside of it entirely. Helen grasped the concept immediately, her quick tactical mind adapting to the new approach. Cut him off from both worlds at once. But we'd need to coordinate with Kakashi's team, ensure they sever his connection from their side at exactly the same moment. The bridge is right here, Naruto pointed out. We can communicate directly. Indeed, through the distorted portal beyond Vertex's manifesting form, they could still see the ninja world, and Kakashi, who had clearly been monitoring their confrontation. The silver-haired shinobi nodded once, understanding passing between teacher and student despite the dimensional barriers. All field teams report sealing tags successfully deployed, Bob announced triumphantly. Anchors showing signs of energy disruption. Vertex roared, a sound that existed beyond conventional hearing, vibrating through reality itself. No. The transfer matrix must complete. His form began to destabilize, portions of it stretching back toward the dimensional void while others pushed more forcefully against Naruto and Helen's barrier. Now! Naruto called, simultaneously to Helen and to Kakashi through the bridge. Inversion seal. Their combined power shifted from a defensive barrier to an active containment field, but unlike their previous technique, this one pushed outward instead of enclosing. The golden energy of their hybrid field expanded in a precisely calculated pattern, forcing Vertex's partially manifested form away from both dimensional anchors simultaneously. On the other side of the bridge, Kakashi and a team of Konoha's sealing specialists implemented a complementary technique, a modified 5-element seal that resonated with the hybrid energy Naruto and Helen were generating, creating a synchronized exclusion effect from both worlds. Caught between these opposing forces, Omnivertex's form began to compress and distort, his connection to both dimensions weakening as he was forced back into the void between worlds. His void-black eyes widened in what might have been fear, perhaps the first genuine emotion to penetrate the Emperor's corrupting influence. "You cannot exile me permanently," he projected, his mental voice already growing fainter. "The Emperor finds paths between all realities. We will return." "Not today," Naruto replied with grim satisfaction as the inversion seal reached completion. With a final surge of their combined power, Helen and Naruto closed the dimensional pathways Vertex had been using to maintain his presence. The purple-black energy of void corruption dispersed, forced back into the space between realities. Vertex's distorted form collapsed inward, compressed into a singularity point before disappearing entirely, banished to the dimensional void, cut off from both worlds simultaneously. The expanded bridge contracted rapidly, returning to its original size as the pressure of Vertex's presence disappeared. The laboratory settled back into normal reality, equipment stabilizing and lights returning to full brightness. "Vertex is gone," Winston confirmed, checking his instruments with evident relief. No trace of void energy detected within scanning range. "And the anchors?" Helen asked, her elastic form retracting to normal proportions as she released the hybrid energy field. "All 7 reporting complete disruption," Bob replied jubilantly. "The sealing tags worked, they've neutralized the transfer matrix entirely." Through the now stabilized bridge, Kakashi's voice came through clearly, "Confirmation from all teams, anchor structures here are collapsing. The dimensional distortions around the village are receding. The victory should have felt complete, Vertex banished, the transfer matrix neutralized, both worlds saved from imminent dimensional catastrophe." Yet something in Naruto's expression remained troubled as he studied the bridge connecting their worlds. "What is it?" Helen asked, sensing his concern through their residual connection. "The bridge," Naruto replied quietly. "It's changed." Winston approached, scanning the portal with handheld instruments. "He's right. The dimensional structure has been altered at a fundamental level. The energy signature is different." "Different how?" Bob asked, joining them in the laboratory now that the immediate crisis had passed. "It's more integrated with both dimensional membranes," Winston explained, studying the readings with growing concern. "More stable in some ways, but also more essential." "What does that mean exactly?" Helen pressed. Winston looked up from his instruments, his expression grave. "It means the bridge isn't just connecting our worlds anymore, it's become part of what defines them. If it were to collapse completely, both dimensions could be critically damaged," Naruto finished, understanding immediately. "Echidna's bridge has become a structural support for both realities. The implications settled over them like a physical weight. What had been a potential doorway home for Naruto had transformed into something far more significant, a dimensional keystone that now helped maintain the integrity of both worlds. "So I can't close it," Naruto said quietly. "Even if I wanted to go home permanently. Closing it might devastate both dimensions," Winston confirmed. "At minimum, it would create catastrophic boundary instabilities similar to what Vertex was trying to achieve." Through the bridge, Kakashi had been listening to this exchange. Shikamaru suspected as much, he said, his calm voice belying the seriousness of the situation. The dimensional stress caused by Vertex's activities has fundamentally altered how our realities interact. The bridge has become a pressure valve of sorts, relieving boundary tension that would otherwise build to dangerous levels. So what does this mean for? Helen began, then hesitated, glancing at Naruto. For travel between our worlds. The bridge remains functional, Winston assured them. In fact, it's more stable than before in terms of passage. But it requires constant maintenance, a regular flow of your hybrid energy to remain balanced. Meaning I can go home, Naruto concluded, but I can't stay there permanently. I would need to return regularly to help Helen maintain the bridge. And I would need to do the same if I ever visited your world, Helen added, understanding the symmetry of their situation. We're both anchored to this connection now. The realization was bittersweet. Naruto had gained a path home, but not the clean return he had initially hoped for. His life would now be divided between worlds, between his responsibilities as Hokage and his new obligation to maintain the dimensional bridge that protected both realities. I need to return to the village, he said finally. At least temporarily. They need to know what's happened, what this new reality means for all of us. Helen nodded, understanding without need for further explanation. I'll help stabilize the passage. How long will you need? A few days, Naruto replied. Enough time to brief the council, check on the village's recovery, and... He hesitated, thinking of his friends, his precious people who had been waiting for his return. And say some temporary goodbyes. The weight of this new responsibility settled between them, an unexpected bond that transcended friendship or tactical alliance. They were now dimensional partners in the truest sense, their unique connection became essential to the continued stability of both their worlds. As the others withdrew to give them space, Naruto and Helen approached the bridge once more. With practiced synchronization, they channeled their hybrid energy into the portal, expanding it to allow physical passage. The golden light of their combined power flowed through the dimensional doorway, creating a stable path between worlds. I'll be waiting, Helen said simply as Naruto prepared to step through. He nodded, understanding all that remained unspoken between them. I know. With a final glance at the world that had become his second home, Naruto stepped through the bridge, returning to the hidden leaf not as a permanently restored Hokage, but as something new, a guardian of the boundaries between worlds, with one foot forever in each reality. Behind him, Helen maintained her position, her elastic form glowing with golden light as she preserved the connection that now bound their destinies together across dimensional boundaries. The bridge between worlds pulsed with steady energy, a visual representation of the bond they had forged in the crucible of interdimensional crisis. In the command center, Winston watched the readings with thoughtful concern. The bridge is stable, he reported to Bob and the others. But something else is happening, look. On the main display, satellite imagery showed the locations where the 7 anchor structures had stood. The void energy had dispersed, the transfer matrix neutralized, but at each point, a tiny spark of golden light remained, pulsing in perfect synchronization with the bridge in DevTech Tower. Resonance points, Winston realized. The hybrid energy from the ceiling tags has created miniature bridges, not large enough for physical passage, but enough to maintain dimensional balance across a wider area. A network, Bob concluded. They're creating a network of stabilization points. Which means they won't have to bear the entire burden alone, Lucius added, understanding the significance. The dimensional support is being distributed. As this new development was being discovered in Metroville, Naruto emerged into the Hokage office of the Hidden Leaf Village, greeted by Kakashi, Shikamaru, and several other shinobi who had been coordinating the defense of their world. Their expressions showed relief at his return, but also recognition that something fundamental had changed. Welcome home, Hokage-sama, Shikamaru said formally, though his shrewd eyes assessed Naruto with characteristically careful observation. Though I suspect, home has become a more complicated concept than when you left. Naruto smiled wryly at his advisor's perception. You have no idea, Shikamaru. We have a lot to discuss, about dimensions, boundaries, and a bridge that now connects our world to another. As he began explaining the new reality they faced, Naruto could still feel the connection to Helen across dimensions, a resonance that transcended physical separation. Whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them as they had faced Vertex and the Void Emperor. Together, their powers combined into something greater than either could achieve alone. The bridge between worlds pulsed with steady golden light, no longer just a passage between dimensions, but a symbol of an unexpected partnership that had saved both realities from consumption by the void. Chapter 5. Beyond the boundary. The Hidden Leaf Village welcomed its Hokage with a mixture of joy and uncertainty. Word of Naruto's return spread quickly through the streets, but so too did whispers of change, that something about their leader was different, that he had brought back more than just himself from the other world. Standing atop the Hokage monument, Naruto gazed over the village he had sworn to protect. The familiar landscape of tiled rooftops, training grounds, and the faces of past leaders carved into stone filled him with a complicated warmth. This was home, had always been home, but now it was only part of the equation, one side of a bridge he was bound to maintain. The council is assembled, Shikamaru said, approaching from behind with his characteristically unhurried gait. They're anxious to hear a full report on what happened during your interdimensional adventure. Naruto nodded, still looking out over the village. How much have you told them already? The essentials. Dimensional rifts, void entities, a scientist corrupted by ancient forces. Shikamaru moved to stand beside his Hokage, his analytical eyes studying the subtle changes in his friend. The golden energy that occasionally shimmered beneath Naruto's skin when he moved in certain light, the way his chakra felt more expansive yet somehow more controlled. I left the complicated parts for you. Like the fact that I can't stay permanently, Naruto said quietly. That I'm now connected to another world in ways even I don't fully understand. Something like that. Shikamaru sighed, watching clouds drift above the village. The elders won't like it. They believe a Hokage belongs to the village completely. And what do you think? Shikamaru was silent for a moment, considering. I think the will of fire transcends boundaries, even dimensional ones. If protecting our world now requires maintaining a connection to another, that's just our new reality. Naruto smiled, grateful for his advisor's pragmatism. How troublesome, right? Extremely, Shikamaru agreed with a small smirk. But then, you've never done anything the easy way. Together they descended from the monument toward Hokage Tower, where the village council and clan heads had gathered. As they walked, Naruto could feel the bridge connection, a gentle, constant resonance linking him to Helen across dimensional boundaries. The sensation was like a subtle pulse beneath his normal chakra flow, a golden thread stretching into infinity. The council chamber fell silent as Naruto entered, all eyes turning to the Seventh Hokage. Some gazes held concern, others curiosity, and a few, particularly among the older members, thinly veiled disapproval. They had all been briefed on the dimensional crisis, but seeing their leader marked by foreign energy made the situation suddenly, unavoidably real. Hokage-sama, Hamura Mitokado, one of the village elders, began formally. We welcome your return and request a complete accounting of what transpired during your absence. Naruto surveyed the room, noting the presence of all major clan heads, Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Inuzuka, Aburame, alongside the civilian council representatives and military leaders. At the back, partially shadowed, stood Sasuke, recently returned from one of his own journeys. His expression, as always, revealed little, but his presence spoke volumes. Thank you for gathering on such short notice, Naruto began. What I'm about to share will change how we understand our world and our place in it. For the next hour, Naruto detailed everything, the initial rift that pulled him to Metroville, the partnership with Helen Parr and her family, the threat of Vertex and the Void Emperor, the creation of their hybrid energy, and finally, the transformation of Echidna's bridge into a structural support for both dimensions. So you're saying this connection cannot be severed? Koharu Utatane, the other elder, asked with evident concern. That you must regularly travel to this other world to maintain it? Yes, Naruto confirmed. The bridge requires the specific energy Helen and I create together. Without regular maintenance, dimensional instabilities would threaten both our worlds. And these, superheroes, Hayashi Hyuga said carefully. They have abilities comparable to chakra but operating on completely different principles. Different but complementary, Naruto explained. Their powers come from genetic variations, technological enhancement, or in Helen's case, a molecular structure that allows extreme elasticity. When combined with chakra, these abilities create something new, a hybrid energy that can directly influence dimensional boundaries. The strategic implications are significant, Shikamaru added, supporting Naruto's explanation. The network of stabilization points provides a defensive framework against future dimensional incursions. If the Void Emperor attempts to breach our reality again, we'll detect it immediately. Discussions continued, questions flying from all corners of the room, about security protocols for the bridge, about potential cultural exchange, about the long-term impact on the Hokage's duties. Through it all, Naruto maintained a calm certainty that belied the complexity of their situation. This bridge connection, Sasuke finally spoke, his voice cutting through the chamber's nervous energy. You said it requires both you and this Elastigirl to maintain it. What happens if one of you is incapacitated or killed? The question silenced the room. It was direct, practical, and highlighted the vulnerability inherent in their new reality. The bridge would begin to destabilize, Naruto admitted. The network of smaller stabilization points would delay catastrophic failure, but eventually, both dimensions would suffer severe boundary degradation. Then your survival, and hers, has become essential to our world's continued existence, Sasuke concluded, his mismatched eyes holding Naruto's gaze. Your duty as Hokage now extends beyond our village, beyond our dimension. Yes, Naruto acknowledged. But it also gives us opportunities we never had before, knowledge, allies, and defenses against threats we previously couldn't comprehend. The council members exchanged uneasy glances, the full weight of this new reality settling over them. For a society built on isolation and self-sufficiency, the concept of dimensional interdependence represented a fundamental shift in worldview. I propose a compromise, Shikamaru offered, sensing the council's hesitation. The Hokage maintains regular contact with both worlds, dividing his time as needed to fulfill all responsibilities. Meanwhile, we establish a specialized ANBU division focused on dimensional security, trained to work directly with the, what did you call it? The DSD from their world. Naruto nodded appreciatively. Agent Carson would welcome the coordination. She's already proposed something similar from their side. After further discussion, the council reluctantly accepted the new arrangement. As the meeting concluded, members filed out, murmuring among themselves about what this would mean for the village's future. Only Sasuke remained, waiting until they were alone before approaching his old friend. So, he said with characteristic directness, you've managed to complicate your life even further. Impressive, even for you. Naruto laughed despite himself. Some things never change. And some things do. Sasuke nodded toward the faint golden energy that occasionally shimmered beneath Naruto's skin. This connection with the elastic woman, it's more than just functional, isn't it? Naruto's smile faded, replaced by something more thoughtful. What do you mean? I mean I know you, Uzuratanki. You form bonds easily, but this. Sasuke gestured vaguely at Naruto's altered chakra signature. This is different. Your energies have synchronized on a fundamental level. It was necessary to defeat the Void Emperor, Naruto explained, though he knew Sasuke wouldn't accept the simplification. Necessary, perhaps. But now permanent. Sasuke studied his friend with those penetrating eyes that had always seen too much. Have you told Hinata what this means? The question struck like a physical blow. In the chaos of dimensional threats and world saving, Naruto had pushed certain personal complications to the periphery of his thoughts. His marriage to Hinata had been strained even before his unexpected journey, his duties as Hokage leaving little time for family life. This new responsibility would only complicate matters further. Not everything, Naruto admitted. She knows I'm back temporarily, that I'll need to return to maintain the bridge. The rest is difficult to explain. You should try, Sasuke advised, uncharacteristically gentle. Before she feels it for herself. The Byakugan sees more than just chakra pathways. With those words, Sasuke departed, leaving Naruto alone with thoughts that had been simmering since his return. The connection to Helen wasn't simply practical or tactical, it had become something deeper, a resonance that transcended normal bonds. Not romantic, exactly, but intimate in ways that defied conventional categorization. Across dimensions, Helen Parr stood in the DevTech laboratory, hands extended toward the bridge as she channeled her elastic energy to maintain its stability. 3 days had passed since Naruto's departure, and while Winston's instruments showed the connection remained strong, she could feel subtle fluctuations that the machines couldn't detect, emotional ripples traveling through their shared resonance. The readings suggest he'll be returning soon, Winston observed, studying the bridge's energy patterns. The hybrid signature is intensifying on both sides. Helen nodded, feeling the change herself as a warming of the golden energy that had become a permanent part of her molecular structure. He's needed there longer than we expected. His world was more affected by the dimensional disturbances than we realized. Bob entered the laboratory, carrying fresh coffee for both of them. In the days following Naruto's departure, he had watched his wife with quiet concern, noting how she would occasionally pause mid-sentence, her attention drawn to something only she could feel through the dimensional connection. The stabilization network is holding well, he reported, handing Helen her cup. Carson's team has established monitoring stations at all 7 anchor points. No signs of void energy or dimensional weakening. Good, Helen replied, accepting the coffee gratefully. Though I can't shake the feeling we're missing something. The Void Emperor was too confident, too certain of eventual victory. Naruto mentioned the same concern before he left, Winston recalled. That our victory felt incomplete somehow. The bridge pulsed suddenly, its blue-gold energy expanding as the dimensional passage prepared for transfer. Helen stepped back, her senses already detecting Naruto's approaching presence on the other side. The portal widened, and Naruto stepped through, dressed in his traditional Hokage robes and hat, carrying a scroll case slung across his back. The formal attire surprised Helen, who had grown accustomed to seeing him in his standard orange and black combat gear. Welcome back, she greeted, noting the subtle tension in his posture. Official business? Naruto removed the Hokage hat, running a hand through his blonde hair. Something like that. The council had questions. Many questions. I imagine they're not thrilled about sharing their leader with another dimension, Winston surmised, checking the bridge readings as it stabilized following the transfer. They're adjusting to the idea, Naruto replied diplomatically. Shikamaru helped them understand the necessity, and Kakashi-sensei reminded them that unusual arrangements are something of a tradition for Konoha's leadership. Helen sensed there was more he wasn't saying, but didn't press. Through their connection, she could feel a complicated tangle of emotions, duty, determination, and something like guilt simmering beneath the surface. We've made progress while you were gone, she said instead, leading him from the laboratory toward the monitoring center. The stabilization network is fully operational. Carson's team has established a dimensional early warning system based on the hybrid energy signature. As they walked, their proximity naturally strengthened the bridge connection, golden energy flowing more vibrantly between them. The sensation was simultaneously comforting and disconcerting, a reminder of their unique bond and the responsibilities it entailed. I brought something, Naruto said, patting the scroll case. The Elder Toad's writings on dimensional theory. They're incomplete and mostly theoretical, but they contain sealing techniques specifically designed for boundary reinforcement. Winston's eyes lit up with scientific enthusiasm. That could be invaluable. If we can incorporate traditional sealing methods with our technological monitoring systems, we might be able to create a more permanent stabilization framework, Naruto finished. One that doesn't require our constant attention to maintain. Helen caught the implication immediately. You're looking for a way to make the bridge self-sustaining. Naruto nodded, his expression careful. For emergencies, at least. If something happened to either of us, both worlds would need protection from catastrophic boundary failure. It was logical, practical even, but Helen sensed an undercurrent to his proposal, a desire to reduce their interdependence, to regain some autonomy that their hybrid connection had compromised. The family's waiting upstairs, she said, changing the subject. Dash has been practicing his hand signs ever since you showed him that basic transformation technique. Naruto's expression lightened. Has he managed to transform anything yet? Only his hair, and I'm pretty sure that was just temporary dye, Helen replied with a smile. But his determination is impressive. The rest of the day passed in a careful dance of technical discussions and personal connections. Naruto worked with Winston and Evelyn to analyze the Elder Toad scrolls, translating ancient shinobi wisdom into terms the scientists could incorporate into their dimensional monitoring systems. Meanwhile, Helen coordinated with field teams maintaining the stabilization network, the golden energy in her elastic form allowing her to sense dimensional fluctuations with greater precision than any instrument. By evening, they had developed a preliminary framework for a more permanent stabilization system, one that would store small amounts of their hybrid energy at each network point, creating a self-reinforcing grid that could theoretically maintain dimensional integrity without their constant attention. It's not perfect, Winston cautioned as they reviewed the design. The stored energy would eventually deplete without periodic renewal. But it could provide a buffer, weeks, maybe months of stability if necessary. Better than nothing, Naruto acknowledged. And we can continue refining the system as we learn more about how our energies interact with the dimensional boundaries. As the workday concluded, the Parr family invited Naruto to dinner at their home, a gesture of normalcy in their decidedly abnormal circumstances. Around the dinner table, conversation flowed naturally, with Dash enthusiastically demonstrating his attempts at ninja techniques while Violet asked thoughtful questions about chakra theory and its parallels to her own invisibility powers. It's like the opposite of what I do, she mused, creating a small field of invisibility around her hand. I bend light around objects, making them unseeable. Your genjutsu techniques make people see things that aren't there. Different approaches to similar outcomes, Naruto agreed. In my world, there are Hyuga clan members who can see chakra pathways. I wonder how they would perceive your powers. Probably as a weird empty space, Violet theorized. A blind spot in their vision. The evening continued pleasantly, but Helen noticed Naruto growing quieter as it progressed, his attention occasionally seeming to drift across dimensions. When Bob invited everyone to watch a movie, Naruto politely excused himself, citing a need for meditation to help stabilize his chakra after the dimensional transfer. Helen found him later on the rooftop terrace, sitting cross-legged under the stars in a meditative pose, though his eyes were open, gazing toward the city skyline. "Mind some company?" she asked, settling beside him without waiting for an answer. "Or does meditation require solitude in your world?" "Depends on what you're meditating on," Naruto replied with a small smile. "Right now, I'm just listening." "To what?" "The dimensional boundaries." He closed his eyes briefly. "They have a rhythm, a pattern. Like a heartbeat, but slower, deeper." Helen extended her senses, allowing her elastic perception to mesh with the residual hybrid energy they shared. After a moment, she felt it, a subtle pulsation in reality itself, as if the membrane between dimensions was breathing. "I feel it," she said quietly. "It's alive, almost." That's what the Elder Toad scrolls suggested. Dimensions aren't just places, they're living systems with their own rules, their own cycles. He opened his eyes, turning to face her directly. Which is why tampering with them is so dangerous. Like what we're doing with the bridge, Helen observed. Like what we've been forced to do, Naruto corrected gently. But yes. Even with the best intentions, we're altering something fundamental about both our worlds. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, both sensing the dimensional pulse that surrounded them, invisible to ordinary perception but unmistakable through their enhanced awareness. Something happened in your village, Helen finally said, not a question but an invitation to share. Naruto sighed, his formal Hokage robes rustling in the night breeze. Many things. Political complications, security concerns, personal matters. The usual when you tell your entire governing council that their leader is now permanently connected to another dimension. And your family? Helen asked carefully, aware she was broaching territory they had tacitly avoided discussing in detail. She knew he was married, had children, these basic facts had emerged during their time working together, but the implications of his new dimensional responsibilities for those relationships had remained unaddressed. Complicated, Naruto admitted after a long pause. Hinata understands duty. She's from a clan that prioritizes responsibility above personal concerns. But understanding something and living with it are different challenges. Helen nodded, thinking of her own marriage, the compromises and adjustments required when superhero responsibilities collided with family life. Bob and I went through something similar when I returned to active hero work. Finding balance isn't easy, even without dimensional complications. It was already difficult before all this, Naruto confessed. Being Hokage means long hours, constant crises, limited family time. Adding regular trips to another dimension makes an already challenging situation nearly impossible, Helen finished for him. Something like that. Naruto looked up at the stars, so similar yet subtly different from those above his own world. And then there's this connection between us. It's difficult to explain to someone who hasn't experienced it. Helen understood immediately. The hybrid resonance they shared transcended normal human bonds, neither fully professional nor purely personal, but something unique that existed in the space between categories. How could anyone truly understand it without feeling it directly? Have you told her everything? About the hybrid energy, the permanent changes to your chakra? Some of it, Naruto said. The practical aspects, the necessity. But the feeling of it, the way it changes perception. He shook his head. Words aren't adequate. Another comfortable silence fell between them, filled with the unspoken understanding that flowed through their connection. Neither needed to verbalize the strange intimacy of their situation, how they could sense each other's emotional states across dimensional boundaries, how the merging of their energies had created something neither had anticipated. We'll figure it out, Helen finally said, her practical nature reasserting itself. The stabilization network, the bridge maintenance, the personal complications, all of it. That's what heroes do, right? Adapt and overcome. Naruto smiled at her, echoing his own words from days earlier. Right. As they sat together beneath alien stars, neither suspected that the peace they had fought so hard to establish was already being undermined, that across the dimensional boundaries, ancient forces were regrouping for a final, devastating assault. In the void between dimensions, where reality was malleable and time flowed differently, what remained of Elias Vertex drifted like a tattered flag in cosmic winds. His consciousness, once brilliant and defined, had become fragmented, pieces of identity scattered across the interdimensional void. The transformation into Omnivertex had not been completed before his banishment, leaving him in a state of perpetual becoming, neither fully human nor fully void entity. But he was not alone in this in-between space. Disappointing, came the thought voice that existed beyond conventional sound, vast, ancient, and utterly alien. Your physical form failed to maintain cohesion during banishment. The hybrid energy, Vertex's fractured consciousness replied, struggling to maintain even this tenuous communication. It was stronger than anticipated. More fundamental to dimensional structures than our calculations suggested. The Void Emperor's presence shifted around him, not moving in any direction comprehensible to three-dimensional thought, but rather existing more or less intensely in different regions of the void. It had no true form here, in its native non-space, but rather existed as a conscious absence, a perfect negation of reality itself. The Hokage and the Elastic One have created an anomaly, the Emperor acknowledged. Their combined essence exists outside established dimensional parameters. Fascinating. And problematic. The bridge they maintain, Vertex managed, his thoughts becoming more coherent as he drew void energy into his fragmenting consciousness. It's vulnerable during transition phases. When either passes through, dimensional boundaries temporarily thin to accommodate transfer. The Emperor's attention focused more intensely, the void around Vertex's remnants darkening to absolute absence. Explain. Their hybrid energy stabilizes the passage during transit, but creates momentary stress points elsewhere in the dimensional membrane. Microscopic tears that heal almost instantly, but not quite instantly. Understanding passed between them, not through words but through direct conceptual transfer. The Emperor grasped the opportunity Vertex had identified, a millisecond vulnerability during transition, too brief for conventional detection but potentially exploitable by beings that existed partially outside normal time-space. Your scientific mind remains useful, despite your physical failure, the Emperor acknowledged. This weakness will be exploited. The boundaries will fall. I require reconstitution, Vertex's consciousness pleaded, feeling himself continuing to disperse into the void. My fragmentation accelerates. Soon I will lack coherence to maintain even this communication. The Emperor considered this request with the dispassionate calculation of a being that had existed since before dimensions solidified into discrete realities. Vertex's usefulness continued to outweigh the energy cost of preserving him, if only barely. Partial reconstitution granted, came the decision. Sufficient for function, not for independence. Void energy coalesced around Vertex's scattered consciousness, drawing his fragments back into a more unified whole. Not enough to recreate his physical form, but sufficient to prevent further dissolution into the void. The process was agonizing. What remained of his human mind experienced it as being simultaneously compressed and stretched across incompatible realities. When it concluded, Omnivertex existed in a new state, a semi-stable consciousness tethered directly to the Emperor's will, able to perceive dimensional boundaries and potentially influence them, but no longer possessing independent existence. The next transfer approaches, the Emperor communicated. The Hokage will return to his world soon. Prepare. Together, they extended their perceptions across the dimensional void, focusing on the bridge that connected the ninja world with Metroville. The once tiny passage had evolved into a complex structure that transcended simple doorway analogies. It had become a living connection between realities, pulsing with the hybrid energy that Naruto and Helen had unwittingly made permanent. And within that elegant structure, Omnivertex identified exactly what they needed, the microscopic stress fractures that formed during transition, healing almost instantly but creating momentary vulnerabilities in the dimensional boundary. Almost imperceptible. Almost unexploitable. Almost. For beings that existed in the spaces between moments, these fleeting openings might be enough. The following morning brought renewed focus on the stabilization network. Winston had worked through the night, integrating concepts from the Elder Toad scrolls with DevTech's dimensional monitoring technology. The result was a theoretical framework for a more resilient system, one that might eventually reduce their dependence on direct maintenance of the bridge. The key insight from your world's sealing techniques, Winston explained as they gathered around holographic displays in the monitoring center, is the concept of sympathetic resonance across dimensional boundaries. These symbols, he highlighted specific patterns from the ancient scrolls, create harmonic frequencies that naturally reinforce reality structures. Like tuning forks that keep dimensional membranes vibrating at their optimal frequency, Helen suggested, stretching her arm to point out similarities between the sealing patterns and the energy signatures of their stabilization points. Exactly, Winston confirmed. If we can encode these harmonic patterns into the stabilization network, it should become partially self-sustaining, drawing ambient dimensional energy to maintain boundary integrity rather than requiring constant infusions of your hybrid power. Naruto studied the proposed modifications with careful attention. These are high-level sealing techniques, some of the most complex in our records. Implementing them correctly would require precise chakra control and intimate knowledge of dimensional theory. Which is why we need you to guide the process, Winston acknowledged. Your experience with both traditional sealing methods and our hybrid energy makes you uniquely qualified to adapt these techniques to our technology. The discussion continued into the technical details, energy transfer rates, dimensional harmonic frequencies, implementation protocols. Through it all, Naruto felt a growing sense of unease, like a storm gathering just beyond the horizon of perception. His sage abilities, enhanced by the hybrid energy, detected subtle fluctuations in the dimensional boundaries, nothing concrete enough to pinpoint, but persistent enough to concern him. Something's not right, he finally said, interrupting a technical explanation from Evelyn. The boundaries feel thinner today. Stressed. Helen immediately extended her senses, her elastic perception merging with the golden energy they shared. After a moment, she nodded. I feel it too. Like pressure building against a dam. Winston quickly checked the monitoring systems. No alerts from the stabilization network. All readings within normal parameters. It's subtle, Naruto insisted. Not a direct pressure, but a resonant frequency. Something testing the boundaries, looking for weaknesses. Carson, who had joined them that morning to coordinate DSD involvement in the stabilization network, frowned at this assessment. Could it be aftereffects from banishing Omnivertex? Perhaps dimensional ripples still settling. Maybe, Naruto conceded, though he didn't sound convinced. But it feels deliberate, focused. Like someone scanning for vulnerabilities. Or something, Helen added grimly. Remember what the Void Emperor said before we forced it back, that it would find another way to return. The monitoring system suddenly came to life, alerts flashing across multiple screens as energy readings spiked across the network. Winston rushed to the main console, fingers flying across controls as he attempted to isolate the source. Dimensional fluctuations detected at all 7 stabilization points, he reported, concern evident in his voice. Pattern suggests coordinated probing, testing our defenses systematically. The Emperor, Naruto concluded. It's looking for a way back in. Helen was already moving toward the equipment lockers, retrieving her super suit. We need to reinforce the stabilization points immediately. If even one fails, it could create a cascade effect, Winston finished. Compromising the entire network. Naruto closed his eyes briefly, extending his senses further. Through the enhanced perception granted by their hybrid energy, he could feel the dimensional boundaries vibrating with unnatural frequency, like a glass being subjected to its resonant pitch, gradually destabilizing toward shattering. It's not just testing, he realized, eyes snapping open. It's already found what it's looking for. This is preparation for something bigger. For what? Carson demanded. The answer came not from Naruto but from the bridge itself. The dimensional passage in the adjacent laboratory suddenly pulsed with violent energy, its steady blue-gold light interrupted by veins of void-black power that crawled across its surface like corrupt vines. The bridge! Winston shouted, instruments registering massive energy spikes. Something's attempting to hijack the connection. They rushed to the laboratory, finding the bridge undergoing a disturbing transformation. The once stable portal was fluctuating wildly, expanding and contracting as competing energies battled for control of the dimensional passage. Through the distorted opening, they could catch glimpses of the Hokage office in the Hidden Leaf Village, and the chaos unfolding there as shinobi responded to the same phenomenon from their side. It's using the bridge as an access point, Naruto realized, already channeling chakra to counter the corruption. The Emperor found a weakness in the connection. Helen immediately moved to the opposite side of the bridge, stretching her arms to encompass the portal's perimeter. Golden energy flowed from her elastic form, meeting Naruto's chakra to reinforce the passage against the void corruption. The transition points, she said as their energies synchronized. When one of us passes through, there's a momentary stress on the dimensional membrane, a microsecond where boundaries thin to allow transfer. Too brief to detect with conventional methods, Naruto agreed, understanding immediately. But the Emperor exists partially outside normal time-space. It could exploit those moments to inject void energy into the connection. Their hybrid power pushed back against the corruption, gradually returning the bridge to its stable state. The void-black tendrils receded, though they didn't disappear entirely, remaining as faint traces along the portal's edges, like an infection temporarily forced into remission rather than cured. Through the stabilized passage, they could see Shikamaru and Kakashi on the other side, coordinating Konoha's response to the incursion. Seeing Naruto, Shikamaru approached the bridge. "This just happened without warning," he reported tersely. "One minute everything was stable, the next we had void energy corrupting the bridge from inside the dimensional passage itself." "Same here," Naruto confirmed. "The Emperor is probing for weaknesses, and it's found one, the transition moments when dimensional boundaries thin to allow passage." "How troublesome," Shikamaru sighed, though his sharp eyes were already calculating implications and countermeasures. "If the bridge itself is vulnerable, what about the stabilization network?" As if in answer to his question, alarms blared throughout DevTech Tower. Winston checked the nearest terminal, his expression darkening. "Multiple breaches detected," he reported. "All 7 stabilization points are showing void energy corruption. The network is failing." Carson was already on her communication device, ordering DSD teams to all stabilization points. "Full containment protocol at all locations. Nothing gets through." "It won't be enough," Naruto said grimly. "Conventional containment can't stop void energy once it's established a foothold in our dimension. We need to purge it completely or it will continue to spread." "Like last time," Helen added. "We need to use our hybrid energy to force it back across the dimensional boundary." "But we can't be in 8 places at once," Winston pointed out. "The bridge and all 7 stabilization points are under simultaneous attack." Naruto exchanged a look with Helen, an idea forming between them through their resonant connection. "We don't have to be physically present at each location," he said. "Not if we can project our hybrid energy through the network itself." Using the stabilization points as conduits, Helen realized, immediately grasping his concept. "Channel our combined power through the central hub, distributing it across the entire network simultaneously." "Theoretically possible," Winston acknowledged. "The network was designed to distribute dimensional energy. But the power requirements would be enormous, you'd have to generate and sustain more hybrid energy than ever before. And maintain the bridge connection at the same time," Shikamaru added from the other side of the portal. "Otherwise, you'd lose coordination with our world just when it's most crucial." The challenge was daunting, perhaps impossible. To generate enough hybrid energy to purge corruption from 8 locations simultaneously while maintaining dimensional coherence across realities, it would push their combined abilities beyond any previous limit. "We don't have a choice," Naruto decided. "The Emperor has found its vulnerability. If we don't address it now, it will continue exploiting these transition points until it forces a permanent breach." Helen nodded, determination hardening her features. "Winston, reconfigure the network hub to function as a distribution matrix for our hybrid energy. Carson, your teams need to secure the perimeters around all stabilization points, keep civilians away from potential dimensional distortions." "Shikamaru," Naruto addressed his advisor through the bridge. "Coordinate with Kakashi-sensei to establish sealing teams at each of the network points on your side. They won't be able to stop the void energy directly, but they can help stabilize the dimensional boundaries once we've pushed it back." As everyone moved to implement these directives, Naruto and Helen remained by the bridge, maintaining their energy input to keep the connection stable. Through their resonant bond, both could feel the growing pressure against the dimensional boundaries, the Void Emperor gradually increasing its influence at all vulnerable points. "This is different from last time," Helen observed quietly, studying the faint traces of void corruption that lingered around the bridge's edges. More methodical, more precise. It's learned from its previous failure. And it's using Vertex's scientific knowledge, Naruto added. The attack pattern follows exact mathematical progressions, targeting structural vulnerabilities in the dimensional membrane with calculated precision. They could feel the clock ticking as Winston and his team rushed to reconfigure the network hub. Every minute allowed the void corruption to spread further, establishing deeper connections across dimensional boundaries. Reports came in from field teams describing similar phenomena at all stabilization points, reality itself beginning to warp as void energy leaked through microscopic tears in the dimensional fabric. Finally, Winston returned to the laboratory. Hub reconfiguration complete. The network is ready to distribute your hybrid energy across all stabilization points simultaneously. And the bridge? Naruto asked. We need to maintain the connection with the ninja world throughout this process. That's the tricky part, Winston admitted. To generate enough power for network-wide distribution, you'll need to fully synchronize your energies, more completely than ever before. But doing so will temporarily reduce your ability to consciously maintain the bridge connection. Meaning it could collapse while we're focusing on the stabilization network, Helen concluded. Or worse, Winston added grimly. The bridge could become fully corrupted during the process, creating a direct conduit for void energy into both worlds simultaneously. The risk was enormous, but alternatives were rapidly disappearing. Already, reports from the field described growing dimensional distortions around each stabilization point, reality thinning dangerously as the Emperor's influence spread. We need a third anchor, Naruto said suddenly, an idea forming. Someone to maintain the bridge connection while we focus on purging the network. But no one else can generate hybrid energy, Winston objected. That's the whole problem. Not generate it, Naruto clarified. Channel it. Someone with exceptional chakra control who could redirect a portion of our hybrid energy specifically to bridge maintenance. Through the portal, Shikamaru had been listening to this exchange. Sakura, he suggested immediately. Her chakra control is precise enough for the most delicate medical ninjutsu. If anyone could redirect energy with that level of specificity. Get her here now, Naruto instructed. And bring Hinata too. Her Byakugan will allow her to see exactly how the energy flows through the dimensional pathways. As Shikamaru departed to summon the Kunoichi, Helen gave Naruto a questioning look. Are you sure about this? Bringing your wife into such a dangerous situation. Hinata is one of our strongest shinobi, Naruto replied simply. And her visual abilities are uniquely suited to this challenge. Personal complications aside, she's exactly who we need right now. Within minutes, Sakura Haruno and Hinata Hyuga stepped through the bridge, the first shinobi besides Naruto and Kakashi to enter Metroville. Both women took in their surroundings with the quick, assessing gaze of experienced ninja, immediately focusing on the task at hand rather than the wonders of another dimension. Naruto-kun, Hinata acknowledged her husband with quiet dignity. Her pale eyes, bearing the distinctive featureless appearance of the Byakugan, showed no surprise at the golden energy that now flowed visibly through his chakra network. Shikamaru explained the situation. How can we help? We need to purge void corruption from the stabilization network, Naruto explained quickly. But doing so requires Helen and me to fully synchronize our energies in a way that might compromise the bridge connection. You need me to maintain that connection during the process, Sakura surmised, already analyzing the energy patterns flowing around them. Redirecting a portion of your combined chakra specifically to bridge stability. Exactly, Helen confirmed. And Hinata's Byakugan can monitor the energy flow throughout the system, identifying any points where void corruption might be resisting our efforts. Hinata activated her bloodline ability fully, veins bulging around her eyes as her vision expanded to perceive chakra pathways and dimensional energies normally invisible to human perception. What she saw caused her to inhale sharply. The corruption is more extensive than you realize, she reported, studying the bridge and the connections radiating outward to the stabilization network. Void energy has infiltrated the molecular structure of the dimensional pathways themselves. It's not just passing through weaknesses, it's altering the fundamental composition of the boundaries. This was worse than they had feared. If the Emperor was transforming the dimensional membranes rather than simply breaching them, conventional containment methods would be useless. The corruption would continue spreading at an atomic level, gradually converting both realities to be more compatible with void energy. Then we need to begin immediately, Naruto decided. Before the transformation progresses further. Winston led them to the network hub, a circular chamber in the heart of DevTech Tower where monitoring systems tracked all 7 stabilization points simultaneously. At the center stood a crystalline structure that pulsed with blue-white energy, the distribution matrix that connected all points in the network. Once you initiate full synchronization, the matrix will distribute your hybrid energy throughout the system, Winston explained. Sakura will need to maintain a constant redirection of power to the bridge, while Hinata monitors for resistance points where void corruption might be concentrating. And if we detect such points? Hinata asked. We'll have to intensify the energy flow to those specific locations, Helen answered. Burn out the corruption before it can adapt or relocate. Preparations completed, they took their positions, Naruto and Helen on opposite sides of the distribution matrix, Sakura stationed near the bridge connection, and Hinata at a monitoring position where her Byakugan could observe the entire energy flow system. DSD teams report dimensional distortions increasing at all stabilization points, Carson announced from the communications console. Reality warping becoming visible to conventional observation. Kakashi's sealing teams are in position, Shikamaru added through the bridge connection. Ready to reinforce dimensional boundaries once the void energy is purged. The moment of truth had arrived. Naruto and Helen exchanged one final glance across the distribution matrix, both understanding without words the risk they were undertaking. Full synchronization of their energies had never been attempted through a mechanical conduit before, and the strain of purging corruption from 8 locations simultaneously would push them to their absolute limits. On 3, Helen said, already extending her elastic form to encompass her side of the matrix. 1. 2. Naruto continued, golden chakra beginning to flow visibly around him. 3. They concluded together, and their energies surged forward, meeting within the crystalline structure. The effect was immediate and spectacular. The matrix flared with blinding golden light as their hybrid energy formed and amplified within its structure. The light pulsed outward through conduits connecting to all 7 stabilization points and the bridge, creating a network of golden energy that traced a geometric pattern throughout Metroville. Sakura moved instantly, her hands blurring through medical ninjutsu gestures modified for chakra redirection. A steady stream of hybrid energy diverted under her precise control, flowing toward the bridge connection to maintain its stability against void corruption. The bridge is holding, she reported, sweat already beading on her forehead from the effort of channeling such alien energy. But the corruption is fighting back, attempting to reroute through secondary dimensional pathways. Hinata's Byakugan tracked these attempts, identifying vulnerability points in real time. Stabilization point 3 showing increased resistance. Void energy concentrating at its southeastern quadrant. Winston adjusted the distribution matrix in response, redirecting additional power to the threatened location. Throughout the chamber, displays showed the battle unfolding across Metroville, golden energy pushing against void corruption at all 7 stabilization points simultaneously. For Naruto and Helen, the experience transcended physical sensation. Their consciousnesses merged within the hybrid energy field, creating a shared perception that encompassed the entire dimensional network. They could feel every point where void corruption had taken hold, sense the Emperor's influence attempting to redirect and adapt to their purging efforts. It's fighting intelligently, Helen's thoughts came to Naruto through their merged awareness. Sacrificing footholds in some locations to strengthen others. Concentrating its power where the dimensional boundaries are naturally thinnest, Naruto agreed. We need to adjust our approach, not just push it back everywhere equally, but cut off its strategic retreats. Together, they modified the energy distribution, creating containment patterns within the network that trapped void corruption in isolated pockets before intensifying the purging power. The strategy worked, preventing the Emperor from simply relocating its influence from one vulnerability point to another. "It's working," Winston reported excitedly. Void corruption reducing at stabilization points 1, 4, and 6. Dimensional integrity improving at those locations. But the Emperor was not without countermeasures. As they successfully purged certain areas, the remaining void energy intensified its assault on others, particularly the bridge connection, recognizing it as the crucial link between worlds. "The bridge is under increased attack," Sakura warned, her hands moving with blurring speed as she struggled to maintain the redirection. "I can't hold it much longer at this intensity." Stabilization points 2 and 5 now showing critical corruption levels, Hinata added, her Byakugan tracking the void energy as it concentrated its assault. "The Emperor is sacrificing its hold on the purged points to strengthen its position at the remaining locations." Through their merged consciousness, Naruto and Helen adjusted again, rerouting power from the successfully cleansed points to reinforce the defense of those still under attack. The distribution matrix glowed with almost unbearable brightness as it channeled unprecedented levels of hybrid energy through the network. "Physical manifestations detected at stabilization point 7, Carson reported urgently. "Void entities beginning to materialize." This was the development they had feared most, the corruption progressing beyond energy infiltration to actual materialization. If void entities established physical presence in Metroville, pushing them back would become exponentially more difficult. "We need more power," Helen's thoughts conveyed through their connection. "We're spreading ourselves too thin across all these points." "Then we concentrate everything on one point at a time," Naruto decided. "Clear them sequentially rather than simultaneously. The others will worsen while we focus elsewhere," Helen cautioned. "Yes, but we'll make actual progress instead of fighting to a stalemate everywhere." Their merged consciousness came to agreement, and they redirected the hybrid energy flow, concentrating its full power on stabilization point 7 where void entities had begun to materialize. The golden light intensified to almost solar brilliance at that location, forcing back the corruption with overwhelming force. "Stabilization point 7 purged," Hinata reported, watching the energy flows with her Byakugan. "Void entities dispelled, dimensional integrity restoring." They moved to the next point, then the next, sequentially cleansing each stabilization point with concentrated force while Sakura fought to maintain the bridge connection against increasing assault. The strategy worked, but each victory came at a cost. The physical strain of generating and directing so much hybrid energy was taking its toll on both Naruto and Helen. Within their merged consciousness, Naruto could feel Helen's elastic molecular structure beginning to destabilize under the pressure. Similarly, Helen sensed Naruto's chakra network approaching dangerous levels of depletion. Their hybrid energy remained powerful, but the vessels channeling it were reaching their limits. "One more point," Naruto encouraged as they successfully purged the 6th stabilization point. "Then only the bridge remains." "If we can hold out that long," Helen replied, her thoughts showing the strain she was under. At the bridge connection, Sakura was reaching her own limits. Redirecting the hybrid energy had become increasingly difficult as void corruption concentrated its assault there, recognizing it as the final vulnerability point once the stabilization network was cleansed. "I can't maintain the redirection much longer," she warned, blood beginning to trickle from her nose with the effort of channeling such powerful, alien energy. "The bridge connection is destabilizing." 30 seconds to complete purge at final stabilization point, Winston reported, monitoring the energy flows through the distribution matrix. "But void corruption at the bridge is approaching critical levels." Through their merged consciousness, Naruto and Helen faced an impossible choice: complete the purge of the stabilization network but potentially lose the bridge, or abandon the nearly completed network cleansing to save the interdimensional connection. "We can't lose the bridge," Helen's thoughts came with absolute certainty. "Without it, both dimensions become permanently vulnerable, exactly what the Emperor wants." "Agreed," Naruto replied. We redirect everything to the bridge, now. With a synchronized mental command, they reversed the energy flow, withdrawing power from the final stabilization point and redirecting it entirely to the bridge connection. The sudden influx of hybrid energy temporarily overwhelmed Sakura's careful redirection, forcing her to leap clear as golden power surged directly into the dimensional passage. The bridge flared with blinding light as hybrid energy collided with void corruption. The conflict between opposing forces created a dimensional shockwave that rippled through both connected worlds, momentarily distorting reality around the passage. In that critical moment, with the dimensional boundaries fluctuating under competing influences, Naruto and Helen pushed beyond their previous limits. Their merged consciousness directed the hybrid energy with surgical precision, targeting not just the visible corruption but the microscopic alterations to the dimensional membrane itself, reversing the molecular changes the Emperor had initiated. The void corruption fought back with everything it had, concentrating all its remaining influence into preserving its foothold in the bridge connection. For a breathless moment, the outcome hung in perfect balance, neither force able to overcome the other. Then, unexpectedly, a third energy signature joined the conflict. Through the distorted bridge, a figure stepped partially into Metroville's reality, Sasuke Uchiha, his Rinnegan glowing with purple light as he channeled its unique dimensional power into the passage. "You look like you could use some help," he said calmly, despite the catastrophic energies swirling around him. "My eye perceives the dimensional fracture points. I can target them directly." The addition of Sasuke's Rinnegan power created an asymmetry in the perfect balance between hybrid energy and void corruption. His ability to perceive and manipulate dimensional boundaries provided the precision targeting they needed to excise the corruption without damaging the bridge itself. With renewed determination, Naruto and Helen channeled their hybrid energy through Sasuke's dimensional focus, creating a three-part harmony of power that the Emperor could not match. The void corruption began to recede, pushed back across dimensional boundaries by their combined effort. "It's working!" Winston exclaimed, watching the readings as void energy signatures diminished throughout the entire network. "The bridge is stabilizing, and the final stabilization point is clearing even without direct attention." Hinata confirmed this observation with her Byakugan. "The void corruption is retreating across all points. The hybrid energy has created a resonant frequency that's self-propagating through the network." This unexpected development gave them the final advantage they needed. The hybrid energy, once established at sufficient strength, created a harmonic pattern that naturally repelled void corruption, exactly the effect they had hoped to achieve with their permanent stabilization system. With one final, synchronized surge of power, Naruto and Helen completed the purge, forcing the Emperor's influence back across dimensional boundaries and restoring the integrity of both the bridge and the stabilization network. The distribution matrix gradually dimmed as the immediate crisis passed, though golden energy continued to pulse through the network at a sustainable level. Naruto and Helen slowly separated their merged consciousness, each returning to individual awareness while maintaining the resonant connection they shared. Exhaustion hit them both simultaneously. Helen's elastic form briefly destabilized as she collapsed, her molecular structure temporarily compromised by channeling such enormous power. Similarly, Naruto dropped to one knee, his chakra reserves depleted to dangerous levels despite Kurama's enormous capacity. "We did it," Helen managed, her voice weak but triumphant as Bob rushed to her side, supporting her as her elastic form gradually restabilized. "Thanks to unexpected assistance," Naruto acknowledged, nodding toward Sasuke, who stood calmly by the bridge as if interdimensional energy battles were a routine occurrence. "I was monitoring the situation from our side," Sasuke explained simply. The dimensional fluctuations became visible even without specialized perception abilities. It seemed like an appropriate moment to intervene. "Your timing was perfect," Naruto told his old friend, gratitude evident despite his exhaustion. "The Rinnegan's dimensional properties were exactly what we needed to target the corruption precisely." As medical teams attended to the exhausted participants, Winston reviewed the data from their successful operation. His expression showed both relief and fascination as he studied the results. "The hybrid energy pattern has established itself throughout the network," he reported. creating a self-sustaining harmonic that naturally repels void corruption. It's exactly the effect we were hoping to achieve with the permanent stabilization system, just implemented under rather more dramatic circumstances than planned. Will it hold? Helen asked, gradually recovering as her elastic form restabilized. Or will the Emperor find another vulnerability to exploit? The pattern appears stable, Winston confirmed cautiously. And more importantly, it's adaptive, evolving in response to attempted intrusions rather than remaining static. The void energy can't simply find a consistent frequency to exploit anymore. It's essentially alive, Hinata observed, her Byakugan still active as she studied the energy flows. Your hybrid power has created a self-aware dimensional defense system. I've never seen anything like it. Sakura, being treated for chakra exhaustion after her incredible effort redirecting the hybrid energy, looked up with professional interest. The molecular structure of the dimensional boundaries has been permanently altered, not damaged, but reinforced. Like scar tissue that's stronger than the original skin. Through the stabilized bridge, Shikamaru reported similar findings from the ninja world. The stabilization points here have established the same harmonic pattern. Dimensional integrity readings are stronger than before the attack. Despite these encouraging reports, Naruto remained thoughtful, his senses extended to feel the dimensional boundaries. The Emperor has been pushed back, but not defeated. It still exists in the void between worlds, waiting for another opportunity. But with significantly reduced access to our dimensions, Helen pointed out. The hybrid energy network actively repels its influence now. A meaningful victory, if not a final one, Sasuke concluded pragmatically. Few threats in either of our worlds can be permanently eliminated, only contained and guarded against. As recovery efforts continued and data analysis confirmed the stabilization of both dimensions, Naruto found himself standing before the bridge with Hinata and Sasuke, three of Konoha's most powerful shinobi contemplating the strange new reality they faced. So this is your life now, Hinata said quietly, not quite a question. Her Byakugan had shown her everything, the permanent changes to Naruto's chakra network, the resonant connection he shared with Helen Parr, the fundamental role their hybrid energy now played in maintaining dimensional stability. Part of it, Naruto acknowledged. I'm still Hokage, still dedicated to the village. But yes, this responsibility transcends traditional boundaries. Your path has always been unique, she replied, her voice holding no accusation, only a sad acceptance. From the moment the Nine Tails was sealed within you, your destiny extended beyond normal limitations. Sasuke, never one for sentimentality, nevertheless recognized the weight of the moment. The village will adapt. It always has. And a Hokage who guards not just the hidden leaf but the very dimensional boundaries that allow it to exist, there's a certain appropriateness to that. As they spoke, Helen approached from across the laboratory, having recovered enough to stand unassisted. She hesitated, sensing the personal nature of their conversation, but Hinata turned to her with quiet dignity. Thank you, the Hyuga woman said, surprising both Naruto and Helen. For fighting alongside my husband to protect both our worlds. Helen, understanding the immense personal cost hidden beneath that simple statement, replied with equal grace. He's an extraordinary partner. Both worlds are fortunate to have him as their guardian. The two women regarded each other with a complex mixture of emotions, respect, gratitude, and the unspoken acknowledgement of how the dimensional crisis had irrevocably altered their lives. Without bitterness or accusation, Hinata recognized what her Byakugan had revealed. The bond between Naruto and Helen transcended conventional relationships, existing at an energetic level beyond choice or control. I should return, Hinata finally said. Himawari was asking for you. I'll tell her you'll be home soon. With a formal bow that encompassed all of them, she turned and walked through the bridge, back to the Hidden Leaf village. She is stronger than either of us, Sasuke observed after she had gone, the statement directed at Naruto but acknowledging Helen's presence as well. Always has been, in the ways that truly matter. Naruto nodded, emotion tightening his throat. The complex personal implications of his new interdimensional responsibilities would require ongoing navigation, conversations and adjustments that couldn't be resolved in a single moment. I should go too, Sasuke decided. The council will want a full report from someone other than Shikamaru, who they suspect of downplaying dramatic events to avoid troublesome paperwork. This drew a small smile from Naruto despite everything. You're probably right. As Sasuke prepared to depart, he paused, turning to Helen with his mismatched eyes, one black, one bearing the concentric circles of the Rinnegan. The Void Emperor will return eventually. When it does, both our worlds will need your combined strength again. We'll be ready, Helen assured him. With a nod of acknowledgement, Sasuke stepped through the bridge, leaving Naruto and Helen alone by the dimensional passage that had irrevocably altered both their lives. So, Helen said after a moment, where do we go from here? The network is stable, the immediate crisis averted. Do you return to being full-time Hokage while I go back to superheroing, with occasional interdimensional check-ins? Naruto smiled at her practical approach to their utterly unprecedented situation. Something like that, I suppose. Though the resonant connection we've established seems to function across dimensions now. I can sense the network's condition from my world, as I imagine you can from yours. Meaning fewer physical trips through the bridge, Helen concluded. Though not zero. The network will still need periodic reinforcement with fresh hybrid energy. And there are other considerations, Naruto added more seriously. Knowledge exchange between our worlds, coordination between security forces, cultural understanding to prevent misunderstandings as awareness of dimensional connections grows. Sounds like we need some kind of interdimensional ambassador program, Helen suggested. Official representatives who can move between worlds with proper training and protocols. The idea had merit. Rather than bearing the entire responsibility themselves, they could establish frameworks for broader cooperation between their worlds, carefully managed to protect dimensional stability while allowing beneficial exchange. Winston would love the technical challenges, Naruto observed. And Shikamaru, despite complaints about how troublesome it would be, would excel at establishing logical protocols. Carson's DSD has already been recruiting agents specifically for dimensional security, Helen added. They could form the core of a specialized force trained to understand both worlds. As they discussed possibilities, Winston approached with the latest data from the stabilization network. You might be interested to know that the hybrid energy pattern has continued to evolve even after the immediate crisis passed. It's creating something like a dimensional immune system, adaptive defenses that learn from each attempted incursion. Meaning the network becomes stronger with each attack, Helen realized. Precisely. And more interesting still, Winston highlighted a particular reading on his tablet. The network appears to be generating small amounts of hybrid energy on its own now. Not enough to maintain itself indefinitely without your input, but enough to extend the time between necessary reinforcements. This development exceeded their most optimistic projections. The hybrid energy they had created together had taken on properties of a living system, adapting, learning, and even reproducing itself in limited ways. So we've created something that will outlast us, Naruto observed, the implications both humbling and hopeful. A permanent connection between worlds that doesn't depend solely on our continued existence. That seems to be the case, Winston confirmed. Though regular reinforcement from the original source, U2, will still optimize its performance. As they absorbed this information, Naruto felt a subtle shift in the dimensional boundaries, not a threat or disruption, but a natural evolution as both worlds adjusted to their new connected reality. The bridge between dimensions pulsed with steady blue-gold light, a visual representation of the harmonic balance they had established. I should return soon, Naruto said, thinking of his village, his family, his responsibilities as Hokage. There's much to explain, arrangements to make, perspectives to consider. Helen nodded, understanding without need for elaboration. And I have a family waiting for me too. A life that needs to continue alongside these new interdimensional responsibilities. Yet neither moved immediately toward their separate worlds. The bond they shared, forged in crisis, tempered by shared sacrifice, and now fundamental to dimensional stability, created a connection that transcended easy categorization. Not romantic love, but something equally profound, a partnership that existed at the level of energy and essence rather than merely emotion or circumstance. "We'll figure it out," Helen said finally, echoing words they had exchanged throughout their journey together. "One day at a time. One dimension at a time," Naruto added with a smile. As the golden light of their hybrid energy pulsed gently through the stabilization network, connecting worlds that had never been meant to touch, both understood that their story was not ending but evolving, transforming into something neither could have imagined when a random dimensional rift first brought them together. 6 months later, the interdimensional monitoring station occupied the top 3 floors of DevTech Tower, its operations center humming with activity as technicians and specialists from both worlds collaborated to maintain the dimensional stability network. Holographic displays showed the 7 primary stabilization points in Metroville and their counterparts in the Ninja world, all pulsing with steady golden energy that had become a familiar sight to those who worked there. Helen Parr, Elastigirl to the public, Director Parr in this facility, stretched her neck to view multiple workstations simultaneously as she conducted her weekly inspection. The integration of traditional shinobi monitoring techniques with DevTech's advanced technology had created surveillance capabilities far beyond what either world could have achieved alone. Energy patterns remained stable across all 14 primary nodes, reported a young Yamanaka clan member who had been selected for the exchange program. The harmonic frequency continues to self-reinforce at optimal levels. "Thank you, Inogen," Helen acknowledged. "And the secondary resonance points?" 23 locations now showing sustained hybrid energy generation, a DevTech analyst answered. Self-propagation rates exceed projections by approximately 12%. The network had continued to evolve over the months since its formation, expanding beyond the original 14 stabilization points to create smaller resonance nodes throughout both dimensions. These secondary points helped distribute the stabilizing effect more evenly across reality, creating a robust immune system against dimensional threats. Director Parr, Carson approached, tablet in hand. The DSD Dimensional Security Corps has completed its first joint training exercise with Konoha's Special Boundary Unit. Results were impressive. Response times to simulated incursions decreased by 60% compared to initial benchmarks. "Excellent," Helen replied. "Forward the full report to both oversight committees. The more concrete evidence we have of successful integration, the easier it will be to maintain funding and support." The political aspects of interdimensional cooperation had proven nearly as challenging as the technical ones. Governments and governing bodies in both worlds had required extensive convincing before accepting the reality of dimensional connections, and even more persuasion to allocate resources to maintaining them. Ambassador Nara is requesting a conference regarding the upcoming cultural exchange initiative, another staff member informed her. Something about troublesome security protocols for civilian visitors. Helen smiled at Shikamaru's predictable complaint. The lazy genius had been the natural choice for Ninja World Ambassador, despite his protests about how troublesome the position would be. His strategic mind and adaptability made him uniquely suited to navigating the complexities of interdimensional diplomacy. "Schedule it for tomorrow morning," she instructed. "And make sure Winston is available, he'll want to discuss the modified containment field for civilian transfer." As she completed her inspection rounds, Helen felt the familiar resonance strengthen, a warming of the golden energy that had become a permanent part of her molecular structure. She turned toward the bridge chamber just as the passage expanded, admitting a figure in white and red robes. Right on time, she greeted Naruto with a smile. The council meeting must have ended early. For once, he agreed, removing the Hokage hat as he stepped fully into Metroville's dimension. Sasuke made an uncharacteristically passionate argument for expanding the exchange program to include medical specialists. The elders were so shocked by his enthusiasm they forgot to raise their usual objections. They moved together through the monitoring station, their proximity naturally strengthening the hybrid energy that flowed through the stabilization network. Staff members acknowledged the Hokage with respectful nods as they passed, the sight of Naruto Uzumaki in Metroville no longer the novelty it had once been. "Bob's bringing the family for dinner tonight," Helen mentioned as they entered her office overlooking the city. Dash is determined to show you his progress with the transformation technique. He claims he can maintain it for almost 30 seconds now. Impressive for someone without natural chakra abilities, Naruto observed, settling comfortably into what had become his regular chair during these visits. Violet's genjutsu resistance is developing well too. Her natural ability to manipulate perception makes her uniquely suited to recognizing and dispelling illusions. Their conversation flowed easily between personal matters and interdimensional responsibilities, the boundary between the two having blurred months ago. Through their resonant connection, each remained constantly aware of the other even when physically separated by dimensional barriers, creating a partnership that functioned seamlessly across worlds. "Hinata sends her regards," Naruto said, a complicated emotion flickering briefly across his features. "Himawari has been asking when she can visit the stretchy world again. Her drawings of Metroville's skyline have become quite detailed." The arrangement they had established was unorthodox by any standard, a complex family structure that spanned dimensions and defied conventional categorization. Hinata had demonstrated remarkable grace in adapting to the reality of Naruto's dimensional bond with Helen, while Bob had shown similar understanding of the unique connection his wife shared with the Hokage. "She's welcome anytime," Helen replied warmly. Jack has been asking about her too. I think he misses having another child with unusual abilities to play with." Their families had developed their own relationships over the months, connections that existed independently of the hybrid energy bond between Helen and Naruto. Violet and Boruto had established a tentative friendship based on shared experiences as the children of public heroes. Dash and Himawari had bonded immediately, their energetic personalities complementing each other perfectly. As they continued discussing various matters requiring interdimensional coordination, a subtle shift in the dimensional energy drew their attention simultaneously. Not a threat or disturbance, but a distinctive signature they had encountered before. "Interesting timing," Helen remarked, glancing toward the corner of her office where reality seemed to fold inward upon itself. "She hasn't made an appearance in months." The air shimmered, and Echidna stepped into existence, not returning from death, but emerging from whatever state of being she had transformed into during her sacrifice. Her appearance had changed subtly, her once solid form now seemed partially translucent, shifting between corporeality and energy in a fluid, continuous flow. "Guardians," she greeted them, her ancient eyes examining the golden energy that connected them with evident satisfaction. "Your work has exceeded expectations. You're looking well for someone who sacrificed herself to reinforce dimensional boundaries," Naruto observed, his tone carefully neutral. Their relationship with Echidna remained complicated, gratitude for her assistance mixed with wariness of her ancient agenda. "Sacrifice takes many forms," she replied enigmatically. "What I gave was not life as you understand it, but attachment to singular dimensional existence. I have become something else, neither fully corporeal nor purely energy. A dimensional observer," Helen surmised. "Existing between realities rather than within them." "An apt description," Echidna acknowledged. "I monitor the boundaries from outside rather than within. Your hybrid network has created fascinating new patterns throughout the multiverse, harmonic resonances that extend beyond your immediate dimensional connections." This was news to both of them. They had been aware of the network's continued evolution within their connected worlds, but not its effects on the broader multiverse. "What kind of effects?" Naruto asked, immediately alert to potential complications or threats. "Beneficial ones," Echidna assured them. "Your hybrid energy creates a stabilizing influence that radiates outward through dimensional adjacencies. Realities that were slowly drifting toward dangerous convergence have established healthier boundaries. The dimensional immune system you've created extends its protection further than you realize." Helen exchanged a glance with Naruto, both processing this unexpected information. "Is that why you're here?" To report on multiverse developments. Partly, Echidna admitted. But also to warn you. The Void Emperor remains in exile, but not inactive. It studies your hybrid energy from the spaces between dimensions, seeking to understand and potentially counteract it. We've detected its probing attempts, Naruto confirmed. The network automatically repels them, adapting its defenses with each encounter. As designed, Echidna nodded approvingly. But the Emperor is patient beyond mortal comprehension. It existed before dimensions solidified into discrete realities and will persist long after current configurations dissolve. It can afford to wait, to learn, to plan for vulnerabilities that may not appear for millennia. You're saying we need to think in longer time frames, Helen interpreted. Beyond our lifespans, beyond even the lifespans of our worlds as they currently exist. Precisely. Echidna's form shifted, becoming momentarily more energetic than physical. The hybrid network you've established must outlast you both, must continue evolving and adapting long after its creators have returned to the cosmic cycle. The implications were staggering, a responsibility that extended not just across dimensions but across time itself. They had created something that needed to persist through generations, through civilizational changes, through whatever future awaited both their worlds. We've already begun planning for succession, Naruto said after a thoughtful pause. Training others who might develop compatible energy signatures, establishing institutional frameworks to maintain dimensional knowledge regardless of political changes. The network itself helps with that, Helen added. Its self-generating properties mean it doesn't depend entirely on us anymore. It's developing its own momentum, its own evolutionary path. Echidna studied them both with her ancient, iridescent eyes, seeing more than just their physical forms or even their energy signatures. You have created something remarkable together. Not just a defense against dimensional threats, but a new form of connection between realities that should never have touched. Her form began to fade slightly, becoming less distinct as she prepared to depart. I will continue monitoring from the spaces between. Should the Emperor make significant movements, I will return with warning. Thank you, Naruto said, genuine despite his lingering caution. For everything you've done to help protect both our worlds. Echidna's expression softened momentarily, revealing something almost human beneath her ageless exterior. You may not believe this, but protecting the boundaries between worlds was always my purpose, long before your species existed, before your dimensions took their current forms. What has changed is not my goal, but my understanding of how it might best be achieved. With those cryptic words, she folded back into the spaces between dimensions, disappearing from conventional perception, though both Naruto and Helen could still sense her lingering presence at the edge of awareness, a guardian of a different sort, watching from the boundaries they all sought to protect. Left alone once more, they contemplated Echidna's warnings and revelations. The scope of their responsibility continued to expand, from immediate crisis response to long-term dimensional stability to multigenerational guardianship of a cosmic immune system. Just when I thought our job description couldn't get any more complicated, Helen remarked with wry humor. Now we're planning for multidimensional stability across millennia. Naruto laughed, the sound bright and genuine despite the weight of their responsibilities. One challenge at a time, right? We didn't set out to create a dimensional defense network that would outlast civilizations, but apparently that's what we've done. Through their resonant connection, both felt the steady pulse of the hybrid network, golden energy flowing through stabilization points across both dimensions, creating patterns that extended beyond their immediate perception into the broader fabric of reality itself. What had begun as a desperate measure against immediate threat had evolved into something far more profound, a living system that united worlds never meant to touch. I should probably check in with Sakura about the medical exchange protocols before dinner, Naruto said, rising from his chair. She's developed some interesting hybrid techniques combining chakra healing with your world's medical technology. Helen nodded, stretching her arm across the room to retrieve a tablet containing the relevant files. Winston's been documenting the results. The potential applications are remarkable, especially for treating dimensional exposure injuries. As they continued their work, moving effortlessly between professional coordination and personal connection. Both were aware of the golden energy that linked them, no longer just a tactical advantage or interdimensional responsibility, but the foundation of a partnership that transcended conventional categories. Outside Helen's office windows, Metroville continued its daily rhythms, traffic flowing, buildings gleaming in the afternoon sun, citizens going about their lives largely unaware of the dimensional complexities surrounding them. Similarly, across the bridge in the Hidden Leaf Village, shinobi trained, merchants traded, and children played in the shadow of the Hokage monument. Two worlds, never meant to connect, now inextricably linked through the golden energy that flowed between them, protected by the unlikely partnership of a ninja who had grown up isolated and alone, and a superhero who had learned to stretch in ways no one had thought possible. As the sun began to set over Metroville, casting the city in hues of gold that mirrored the energy network connecting dimensions, Naruto and Helen continued their work, guardians of boundaries that had become bridges, protectors of a connection that had transformed from vulnerability to strength. The bridge between worlds pulsed with steady light, a visual testament to what they had created together, and a promise of what remained to be discovered across the dimensional boundaries they had learned to transcend. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.